slides for the public portion of the discussion before we go into execs.
All right, very good. All right, so thank you and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. We do have a special session this morning. Our regular session will start at 10. I think at this point, it's important to go ahead and do a quick roll call so we know who's here. And then we can entertain a motion for executive session. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am the supervisor for District 1. I'm also the board chair. District 2.
Morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, supervisor, District 2, and also vice chair.
Very good. District 3.
Matt Ryan, I'm Coconino County Supervisor, District 3. Madam Chair, Patrice, we're also posted for the consent at 8:30. So I wanted to ask you about that. Kind of have, it shows 10 o'clock starting with item 28.
I understand that, and that is after the executive session.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have a special session. We do have a special session agenda. So do you want me to read the agenda or?
No, I'm seeking clarity because we have staff here for the consent agenda, and so it might be confusing because it's a different timing.
Members of the board, the consent agenda, I would love to do this if we may. It's called to the public right now, or I'm sorry, it's roll call right now. Just let's get who's here and then we'll go to the agenda. So we have District 3, Matt Ryan. We know he's here.
Yeah.
And District 4.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in the meeting also. I just want to say thank you for everyone that's joining us and my colleagues, and we have a big agenda today, so I'm looking forward to the items on there. So thank you very much.
Very good. And I believe District 5 has not joined us yet. Hopefully she'll be with us soon. And just for point of clarification, we do have a posted agenda today. For 8:30, we do have a executive session. We do have call to order. We're going to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance and call to the public in our special session. We will then go into executive session. We will then go into a proclamation. We will then go into the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. Thereafter, we will go into, the flood control district consent agenda, the jail district consent agenda, and then at 10 o'clock, we will start our regular session. I think it's indicating, and the agenda is just indicating that we're starting earlier than normal for our regular session. Is that correct, County Manager?
Yes, Madam Chair, you've run down the agenda accurately.
Okay, thank you. And so at this point, members of the board, we are on the Pledge of Allegiance. And please, for those that can, please stand and face the flag, which Lindsay will put on our screen here in just a moment for the Pledge of Allegiance. Lindsay, are you going to be able to do that?
It's up, Madam Chair.
We don't see it.
It is on my screen.
Yeah, I got it too.
Well,
So,
I see it. I see it.
but the chair.
well, I guess mine's not working. So, okay, let's go ahead here, members of, if we may say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Justice for all.
And it may be that I have got something going on here, but let's go ahead and continue on call to the public. Members of the community, this is the time where we offer up an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors for issues that are not on the agenda. If you have items that you'd like to bring to us, We ask you to keep your statements for 3 minutes. We ask you also to be respectful. Please understand, since this is not on the agenda, the open meeting law requires that we cannot address these items. However, we can refer them to administration or, if necessary, put them on a future board meeting for additional discussion. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain about public comment and how you can join us here at our meeting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if you would like to make a comment during our public comment portion of the meeting, you can hit the raise hand icon, which will appear if you hover at the bottom of your screen and it looks like a hand. If you hit that icon, we will see that you want to speak. It will notify us. And if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 and that will notify us if you would like to speak.
Madam Chair, if I could very quickly, Supervisor Fowler is waiting to be let in,
Very good.
but
Thank
I
you.
don't see her on the panelists or the attendees. She may be,
She's probably in the exec session is my guess. I just texted her to let her know we're still in the Zoom public session.
okay, thanks. Madam Chair, you can proceed, I'm sorry.
Okay, Lindsay, I think you have given information. Anything else you'd like to state? If not, do we have anyone that would like to address us this morning?
At this time, there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
Thank
And I'm
you.
just going to check the inbox for our board comments
Thank you.
and make sure and see we don't have anything in our board comments email at this time as well.
Thank you. And this is our second call. Members of the public, if you would like to address the board, this is your time. We'll give you just a few more seconds on this. Madam Clerk, anybody who would like to address us this morning that you see?
There are no hands raised at this time.
Very good. Thank you very much. So at this point, the members of the board and on our agenda, we do have an executive session that's been scheduled for 8:30. Do I have, I'm going to ask the county manager, do we have a recommendation to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel?
Yes, Madam Chair, and to outside attorneys, Rivera and Couture, we will ask them to leave Zoom and go to the Teams invite. I sent that to you just a few moments ago. And so we will be doing the exec session through a different platform. And so again, to Zubin and Jose, if you can go to your email, I forwarded you the link for the Teams invite, and that's where we will reconvene in exec session. But Madam Chair, that's our recommendation.
Thank you. Before we do that, we want to make sure we have a motion. So members of the board, do I have a motion to go into executive session for advice from legal counsel?
So moved.
Supervisor Ryan has moved, we go into executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of moving into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Members of the board, as you know, we are in executive session. Members of the public, we will come back after our executive session. It may be 30 minutes or so, but we will be back for the continuation of our special meeting this morning immediately after executive session. To board members, please remember, leave the Zoom meeting and please go into our executive session link. So please leave the Zoom meeting. So thank you all. We're back. I'm sorry about that. Had a little computer issues. So, and boy, there we had experts in here. They took care of it real quickly. So, County Manager, is everybody back with us? Is our board back with us? I see Vice Chair Vasquez. I see Supervisor Fowler, and I see Supervisor Ryan. Do we have Supervisor Begay with us? Have we lost Supervisor Begay?
You good? Okay, I'm going on.
Pardon me?
You good?
I am. Thank you, Steve. Do we have Supervisor Begay?
Chair Horseman, I do not see Supervisor Begay yet. I think we lost her, so I'll reach out.
Thanks. I know it's windy out there. She was having some problems earlier. Oh, it says she's where is she? I think. Okay. That's not from, it got to me from Judy, but not that Judy. So. Are you going to join us? All right, why don't we do have a quorum, so why don't we go forward and hopefully we'll get her back on. We do have members of the public. Thank you for staying with us through our executive session. We are now out of executive session. We are back to our meeting, and we have with us today a proclamation designing April 2022 as Sexual Awareness Month. Obviously a very important proclamation. And with that, I know we do have some members here with us who are going to read the proclamation. We have Victim Witness Executive Director, Jennifer Runge. Good to see you, Jennifer, who will read the proclamation. And I believe we have Brooke Fulton from North Country Healthcare. And I believe Brooke works at Northern Arizona Care Services After Assault at North County Healthcare. Two very important folks to have with us. And Sarah Young, I see you're here from Victim Witness Services as well. And Jennifer, did I miss anyone else that's going to join us here today for this important proclamation?
Nope, you're good.
Very good. And so County Manager, is there anything else, or should we at this point, we would like to consider the proclamation and the reading of the proclamation. So Jennifer, could you please start with us, for us?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. So the proclamation designated April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to bring awareness to the fact that sexual violence is pervasive and has public health implications for every community. And whereas in Coconino County in 2021, Victim Witness Services worked with 114 adult survivors of sexual assault and 93 survivors of child sexual abuse and their families. And whereas nationwide, every 68 seconds, someone is sexually assaulted. Every 9 minutes, that person is a child. 1 out of 6 women and 1 out of 33 men have been sexually assaulted in their lifetime. And whereas 56% of Native American women, 44% of lesbian women, 26% of gay men, and nearly 50% of transgender individuals have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime. College students are 3 times more likely to be sexually assaulted. And whereas, Coconino County encourages all community members to work together to promote education about sexual violence prevention, supporting survivors, and speaking out against harmful attitudes and actions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that to bring awareness to sexual assault, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 2022 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you, Jennifer. We really appreciate reading of that proclamation. And Brooke Fulton or Sarah Young Patton, would you like to say anything to the board or to members of the public here this morning?
Just to thank you all for recognizing and declaring April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We truly appreciate the support of the county and all of our endeavors, and we could not run our programs without you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Sarah, any further comments?
I don't want to be overly repetitive, but we really do appreciate the support of the County Board of Supervisors for the work that we do. I think the statistics that Jen just read kind of point to how pervasive of an issue this can be, and the fact that a lot of people don't want to even talk about it or admit that it is an issue. So bringing awareness to this topic is super important so that we can continue to do our work in our community. So thank you.
Absolutely. And thank you all three for being here with us this morning. A long time ago, I was involved at NAU as a student. Yes, I was a long time ago a student at NAU. And we did start at that time, was the precursor really to this. It was the Rape Crisis Center through the Women's Resource Center. And we certainly appreciate all of the work that you are doing. And we certainly hope that we are not going to have these kinds of numbers in the future. It takes all of us to bring an end to this violence and this crime, and it takes all of us to create the awareness within our communities to stop this from occurring. So, and it has to be out of the darkness. It cannot be in the darkness. We need to talk about it, something that we need to recognize as a problem and a scourge in our community, in our society. So thank you for helping to shed light on it. And I know there are other board members who would probably like to be heard on this before we take the motion for the proclamation. So any other board members would like to discuss this?
Sure.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
I'd just like to thank all of you for your hard work and for coming and bringing this proclamation to the board. This is a very important issue, and it affects many generations in our communities, and it's really important that it's addressed. And as long as it's swept under the rug, it's just going to continue to perpetuate a negative cycle. And the only way we break that cycle is bringing awareness, providing resources, and working with our communities to make it better, and especially make things safer for our younger generations so that these kind of situations don't happen again. And that starts by educating our youth and educating our families and providing those resources. So again, I just want to commend you and thank you for your hard work, and keep up the fight, because obviously this job is not going away, and we do have these issues in our community, but you're making a huge difference in helping those that come in contact with your services. So thank you for your service.
Any other members of the board? Yes, hi, Supervisor Ryan. Supervisor Ryan, you're on mute.
I continue to be on mute. Oh gosh, my apologies. But thank you, Madam Chair. But Jennifer, Brooke, Sarah, and everybody, all the agencies working together with us, your support of those that are victims is just so critical. It's so important that people know that they have access to supporting network out there. That's really a key component. Obviously intolerable, zero tolerance is what we have. But by the same token, we have people that are afraid to come in, and we need to encourage people to access the opportunity to approach the services available. It's a very difficult job. We truly appreciate all that you're doing. And in the meantime, while the county funds victim witnesses, I understand you are also doing fundraising all the time. So we encourage people to contribute to help us and help you with that as well. Thank you for reading the proclamation as well. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from other supervisors?
Well, thank you. Thank you for thank you for reading the proclamation and bringing it forward. These are people that are in hiding. So I'm hoping that they all get the courage. Many more will have the courage to come forward and ask for help. So thank you so much for bringing this awareness. And we all do as much as we can to take it out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. With that, do I have a motion from a member of the board proclaiming April 2022 as Sexual Awareness Month? and approving the proclamation that was read. Is there a motion?
So move.
I believe that was Supervisor Begay who moved that. Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Objection, any abstention? It passes unanimously. Again, Jennifer, Sarah, Brooke, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the work you do for our community and members of the community. These are people that you can look to and go to if you have any need of assistance, help, or information. And as Supervisor Ryan said, and also if you have some money that you can provide their way, they certainly need that in order to continue their service to our community. So thank you all, really appreciate it. Great to see you and thank you for your good work. All right. Well, members of the board, we're here early, but we're here also to do some work. We have the consent agenda. Members of the public, for your information, the consent agenda is a consideration by the board of administrative work or items that basically are more routine in nature that can be accomplished through a single motion and a single vote by the board. At this time, however, we give an opportunity for any board member who would like to discuss a specific item on the consent agenda. We remove it from the consent agenda and we take those motions or we take those items individually separate and apart from the single motion of the consent agenda. So this time I'm going to ask my members of the board, are there any items that you board members would like to remove? And I believe Supervisor Ryan, there's a couple items you would like to remove for individual consideration.
Daisy, there we go. Off mute. Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 19 and 20, please.
19 and 20 will be removed from the consent agenda. Any other items the board members would like to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none, the members of the board, we will remove 19 and 20. Do I have a motion to accept as the consent agenda and to approve passage of items 3 through 23 with the exclusion of 19 and 20? Do I have a motion?
A motion that we accept the consent agenda.
Very good. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any objection? It has passed unanimously. So now we are moving to the two items that were removed from the consent agenda. Number 19 is consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2022-09, accepting an Arizona State Parks ARPA grant in the amount of $923,306 between Coconino County and Arizona State Parks Board and corresponding FY22 budget adjustment for parking lot improvements and sewer line installations at Fort Tuthill County Park. Supervisor Ryan, is there anything you'd like to say on this or acknowledge or recognize a member of our staff?
Madam Chair, I'll ask Cynthia Nemeth to speak to it. I'd like to take both items though.
That's great.
Yeah.
All right, the second one is also for Fort Tuthill. I see why this is important, and I'm glad that Cynthia is here today. Consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2022-10, accepting an Arizona State Park Heritage Fund LRSP grant in the amount of $164,346 between Coconino County and Arizona State Parks Board and corresponding FY22 budget adjustment for parking lot improvements and sewer line installation at Fort Tuthill County Park. And thank you, Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Rec Director, for joining us this morning. Give us some information and background on this.
More than delighted to do so. Madam Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Ryan, thank you for calling out this really important grant for us. First of all, I'd really like to thank Liz Krug from our department, Assistant Director Liz Krug, who really wrote these grants, led the team who pulled it all together and shepherded this, both of these grants through the state parks, Arizona State Parks grant process. Originally in FY22, the board approved an SIR to fund both of these projects in the amount of $1.1 million thereabouts. And we were asking to use public-private partner funds as well as certificates of participation funds that had been left over from the sewer project, that project that took sewer from the northern boundary of this park to Fort Tuthill Park to University Heights. And we had some leftover funds there. The board approved that project. But then as the year went by, we saw that we had the opportunity to apply for land water conservation funds, as well as LRSP funds, which are local, regional, and state parks funds. It's two separate grants. And so we wanted to leverage the funds that the board had approved so that we can, as we do, try to be as good stewards as possible with the limited capital funding that this department has. And lo and behold, the project was very well received at the Arizona State Park Grant Office. And after examining it, they also realized that they had ARPA funds available to them for park projects throughout the state. They felt that this project was in alignment with how those funds could be used. And so they granted us $923,000 in ARPA funds. The ARPA funds were not eligible to cover all of the entire project. So we were then able to utilize $164,000 of the LRSP dollars. So what does this mean to the county? I mean, this is great news for us. What this means is that those funds that you approved through for this year's budget, we have to explore this, and we are exploring it. We have a good chance of even building a better parking lot, whereas originally we could only afford like a chipped milled surface. We are now looking at the possibility of a 2-inch to 3-inch asphalt surface, which gives us a better product, easier parking lot to maintain and to work during snow plowing conditions. And so that is what these two grants do for us. So not only a better product in the end, but also gives us funding for potentially even a second bank of restrooms. So we're ahead of the game. And I don't know if Liz is able to add anything to this, but anyway, here's Liz, the author and lead the staff person on this grant. And again, we're very thankful to Liz and this effort.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, members of the board. We're just really excited about this opportunity for this project to be funded. We think it'll be a really nice service and amenities for our park visitors. So thank you very much.
Liz, first I have to say thank you. That's over $1 million that you were able to bring here to our park here in Fort Tuthill. And I know it's in Supervisor Ryan's district, and I'm so appreciative of all you do there in Fort Tuthill. It's a wonderful area, wonderful amenity here for all across Coconino County. So thank you, Liz, for that, and Cynthia, always for your work as well. So Supervisor Ryan, I'm sure you've got some things to say as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, actually, if you take a look at Fort Tuthill as the county fairgrounds, it's been suffering as far as infrastructure for years. And even with the Coconino Open Space and Parks Initiative, the CPES program, we didn't have enough money for bathrooms. And so we've been cobbling it together, and yet you can see the park is being used more and more. And there's a very important need. All the people that are coming here, if we can focus them where there's hard infrastructure, we have a better ability to manage that, as well as just the joy of the use of the facilities. Same thing true with the parking lot. That chip seal wasn't put in too long ago, and if you saw it this past winter and the winter before, it's navigable barely. A lot of deep potholes, dips, hard for people to get through it. Kind of embarrassing in a way. So having the opportunity for that, and then the next piece is I think it's a great example for not only for Parks and Rec, but we're all talking about the federal money's coming in. Are we prepared to and ready to pivot for what we have within, depending upon each department, the ability to focus there? This is a great example of looking at tapping that federal money that's coming in to help us with money that we didn't have, but we have a need for these type of opportunities. So kudos to Liz, to Cynthia and the department. Really appreciate all of that, and really special because it's an area that we've had need, and we have that ability because of the work done here.
Well said, Supervisor Ryan. Good job. So any other comments from other board members? And if not, at this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve both 19 and 20 and approve the two resolutions as set forth with the money amount as set forth in our agenda. Do we have a motion? Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion. So I move that we approve items 19 and 20 as described.
Very good. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion, this is
Second.
Lena. And I just want to say also that we've been just chipping away, and I think that's the way it's a good way to describe it at Fort Tot Hill, just the need that is there. So great job. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Very good. And I did hear a second from Supervisor Begay as well as Supervisor Fowler. So Supervisor Fowler will take your second. And at this point, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes unanimously. Again, thank you, Cynthia and Liz. Very excited about this.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, so members of the board, let's move on. We now need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors for a flood control consent agenda item. Do I have a motion to be the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
I'll motion that we become Flood District Board of Directors.
Very good. Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of being the Flood Control District Board of Directors, say aye.
Aye.
Any objection? It passes unanimously. We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Members of the board, just like in the previous consent agenda, members of the public, these are more routine in nature and administrative in nature, and these can be taken as one motion. However, at this time, I'm asking the board, are there items that you would like to move separate and apart from the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, members of the board, at this time, I'd entertain a motion to accept items 24, 25, and 26 as the Flood Control District consent agenda as one motion. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move approval of flood district items 20 the consent agenda 24, 25, and 26 as described, with compliments to good work by staff as usual.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Do I have a second for this consent agenda?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. Members, directors, I should say, all those in favor of 24 through 26 of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Objection? Hearing no objection, it passes unanimously. So thank you, members, directors. At this time, I will entertain a motion that we return as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any objection? Hearing no objection, we are now passes unanimously. We now need to resolve from the Board of Supervisors into the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So move.
So moved by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second? Supervisor Ryan, are you seconding this?
I'll go ahead and second it. Madam Chair.
All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? We are now the Jail District Board of Directors. Members of the board, we have a jail district consent item number 27. It's the only item, but it is set forth as a consent item. Do I have a motion to accept the jail district consent item number 27?
A motion that we accept jail item 27.
Thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in approving the jail district consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Aye.
No opposition, any comment, Madam Chair?
Yes.
And just, it's just noting, we saw a week ago the challenges of trying to employ in different areas throughout the county. We were focused at that time on the pay associated with the deputies and detention officers, but we also have pointed out to us the challenge in recruiting nurses. And this is a method of stepping in and fulfilling that void. So, very important effort. And, what we're wrestling with as we deal with the cost of living in the area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Well said. And just for the record, we did pass that unanimously. So, and we're ahead of the game here. I love this when this happens. County Manager Peru.
I was going to say, Madam Chair, that the next item is time sensitive and it can only begin at 10 a.m.
So members, at this time, we can choose to take some of our regular session items and move them up for the 10 minutes that we have. County Manager, would be appropriate to talk about item 33 at this time, the planning calendar, or otherwise should we take a break?
Why don't we take a break? I think we've got a couple of things we need to see up on the Zooms here. So if I could take a break till just before 10.
Sure. Thank you, County Manager.
Pardon me, Chair Horseman.
Go ahead,
Chair
Val.
Horseman,
Yes,
pardon me, we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much. Good thing someone's paying attention. Thanks, Val. Do I have a motion that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Val.
Supervisor Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of being the Board of Supervisors, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any objection?
Aye.
We're the Board of Supervisors, so that's the good news. And at this time, with the county manager's recommendation, we will take a break. We have a public hearing coming at 10 o'clock. It is time sensitive, and it's going to be a discussion on long-term obligations to pay a portion of the county's future pension contributions. So it'll be an important public hearing. So at this time, let's take a break and we will return to the public hearing at 10 o'clock. So thank you.
Sari.
Lindsay.
Is there anyone else, I think, Mark Reeder, correct, that needs to be brought over?
Yes, so there's Claude, Lockhart, and Omar. I'm not even going to pretend to pronounce his last name.
Okay, got it.
And they may want Lucy.
Okay.
Let me look at the participants here.
I don't think I see him just yet.
Hi, Paul. I noticed you're on as an attendee. Do you want to raise your hand and Lindsay can add you?
Hello, County Manager.
I'm here. I am here.
It looks like we have Supervisor Fowler, Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Ryan, and Vice Chair Vasquez. Do we have everyone from the county's staff side that we may need to have with us today?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Siri to pop up and do a quick run of the panelist list to make sure that all of our presenters are here.
Thank you. Yes, I am not seeing Mark quite yet. Claude, are you leading the presentation this time, or do we need to wait for Mark?
Hi, Siri. Actually, I'll be taking that for Mark today.
Oh, great. Thank you.
So between Claude and I and Lucy, we'll be presenting.
So it sounds like we do have everybody from the staff side and our consultants. Very good. So members of the public, it's just a little after 10 o'clock, and this is the time that was scheduled for a public hearing and opportunity to ask for comments from the public. However, before we do that, we are going to go ahead and hear from our staff and get a staff presentation on this item. This is a public hearing as required by ARS 11-391 on a proposal to incur a long-term obligation to prepay a portion of the county's future pension contributions through the use of long-term financing with respect to the Arizona State Retirement System. It's our public hearing today. As I said, before we open the public hearing for comment, we're going to hear from our staff. So at this time, County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you and hear from our staff on this item. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and the public. As the chair indicated, we are asking for a public hearing on an important item relative to an opportunity for pre-funding of our liability with the Arizona State Retirement System that will, in essence, provide the opportunity as a cost expense savings measure. I'll get into all the details in a moment, but again, it is for the good of the organization with regard to our financial position to taking this action. So I'm going to ask Siri Mullaney, our Chief Financial Officer, to provide the introduction and the presentation, and then she'll turn it over to our colleagues that have joined us today. So, Madam Chair, Siri, to you.
Thank you, Steve, Madam Chair, and members of the board. As Steve noted, this is a public hearing. As a reminder, for those who may have missed it, we did present initially on March 8th some options for our Arizona State Retirement System unfunded liability, at which time the board directed staff to proceed with advertising the public hearing. We are not asking the board for action today. This is a statutory process, and we are sort of in the middle of that process with the public hearing. So we will not be asking for a vote, but it is an opportunity for the public to provide any input as a result of the notices that we've provided for hearing public input today. The first thing, though, we will do is we have had some updates since March 8th, especially there's been some changes, as you guys, I'm sure, are aware, with interest rates and things, and also just to do a reminder of the process and what we're considering. So I will turn it over to Omar with Stiefel, who will be taking on the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO Mullaney, Chairperson Horstman, members of the board, and Manager Peru. It's a pleasure to be in front of you again today. And today we wanted, as CFO Mullaney had indicated, there have been some changes since March 8th. We wanted to update you on some of those and provide a brief overview of the structure. And towards that end, we do have a slideshow. We can certainly, we will pull up, and Claude will pull up for us. Thanks so much. So as a refresher, this proposal here is, the hearing is to discuss the purposes of this financing and how it's going to work. If you go to page 2, you'll see that the county has an ASRS liability of approximately $61 million as put forward in your financials. Those numbers will be updated prior to any transaction that you'd enter, but this is something that has been publicly reported upon. In terms of the objectives, The liability is currently accruing at 7% and represents a large burden on the county's balance sheet and budget. The goal is to lower the interest rate to a lower rate. We're hoping that that can be 4.36 or thereabout, or lower if possible, and generate present value savings, hopefully of approximately $4 million. In effecting this transaction, as we had discussed at the prior presentation, you will replace the current ASRS unfunded liability with a level debt service structure.
Sorry, my text still not very good.
And here we present, and we can actually probably move ahead a bit. I think to page 7 would be of interest. Obviously, I think some of these other topics have been represented. When we last presented on March 8th at the board meeting, the 10-year U.S. Treasury was approximately 1.92%. Since that time, rates have risen to 2.48%. Obviously, as rates rise, your potential borrowing cost also increases. Now, this is not news to anyone. The Fed has engaged in tightening. There are various inflationary pressures in the market and other forces that have moved this. While it is certainly something that we are watching and cautious around, Coconino County continues to enjoy a very good credit, and we are confident that you'll achieve a good borrowing rate. If we go to the next page, we will show what that would look like if you were to borrow at a 4.36%. You'd still be able to generate the expected PV savings of $4 million, which is about 7.73%. And this is, not quite as much as we had talked about at the beginning, given the move in the Treasury market. At this moment in time, it is still millions of dollars of benefit to the county and consistent with a plan of finance that has low risk. One of the things I want to point out to you on this page, on page 8, is the fact that we are using a combined RAFR and Aurora. And I know those are terms that are household terms. It's sort of my attempt at humor. The RAFR is the guaranteed rate that is estimated at 5.5%. And the Aurora is an actual rate. The vast majority of this structure, just over 90%, is in the guaranteed rate. And the Aurora allows for some potential upside above what is shown. Also concurrently, it could be lower than shown. But largely, again, by using mostly guaranteed, most of these savings are locked in at the time of the financing. We'll move to the next page, and I just show you what we currently estimate those expected program savings to be year over year, $296 million. And certainly, if you watch CNBC all day long, which I admit, sometimes can have its draw, you start to feel that, rates are going only one way. I would reflect from my years in the market. I think you have a very solid plan of finance and an amazing credit, and is something that I would advise to stay the course and to continue to move forward on an expedited fashion, so that you have, as we discussed in our last hearing, more bites at the apple. With that, we'll just move to page 10 with obviously, this is the next step in the public hearing process. As you know, 1082 is still working its way through the legislative process. So some of the dates after this still remain to be seen. But obviously, as we learn more about those developments, we will share those with CFO Mulaney, Manager Peru, and the rest of the team. With that, I'd like to pause and see if there are any questions or comments. Madam Chairperson.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and any questions on from members of the board? Or any comments from members of the board or staff?
Okay. Madam Chair, if I could make a couple of comments related to this process today.
Yes.
For board members, you'll recall that Coconino County went through a similar process with regard to the public safety retirement system. That occurred last year. It was so similar to what we're doing today. And I think it's important for members of the public as well as our staff to understand the proposal or the process that we're going through today is something that will impact the employer side only, not the employee side. And I think that's an important distinction to make, that this is to benefit the employer side. When we look at the savings on an annual basis, I think $269,000 a year, that provides the opportunity for us to expand our capacity, $295,000, excuse me, to expand our basically our financial capacity on an annual basis by this amount. And so we certainly look at this in terms of a long-term to be an advantageous option for Coconino County to embark on. And then also, if I could ask Omar, could you also speak to if I could, Madam Chair, Omar, speak to the other benefits that the employer reaps from this type of an arrangement, but also the benefit to the Arizona State retirement system as a whole. And if you could speak to those two as benefits, that would be important for consideration of our board.
Very much appreciate that. Thank you, Manager Peru. The couple of benefits from this type of program, obviously, Coconino's credit rating is close to the very top, and market participants, frankly, as part of the last PS Bureau sale, saw those benefits, and that helped you achieve the lowest borrowing cost available in the market. To the extent that you pre-fund this and do so with guaranteed savings, that continues to be a source of strength for the county's rating, as well as obviously your fiscal position. Being able to produce, in this instance, gross savings of over $6 million on a present value basis, as we talked, worth about $4 million, and hopefully more if we find a better moment in the market. So the cash flow savings are a very evident benefit, but I would argue that the rating and marketing impact, both for credit ratings and I'm going to add for economic development for the county, as you continue to have organizations that look to invest in the county. The fact that your finances are in such good position will only be to your benefit and to taxpayer benefit. Relative to ASRS, this is also a good program in the sense that ASRS has enjoyed very strong investment returns over the historical past. Is programmatically very well run, and when we talked about the aggregate funding level of ASRS being about 72-73%, that's largely a function of people living longer. That has been the largest driver in that liability. So being able to raise that funding level will help the perceptions of the market with respect to ASRS, both in terms of ASRS being able to more efficiently fulfill its retirement promises, as well as, frankly, I would argue all credits within the state of Arizona. As ASRS funding improves, so too will market perceptions and rating analyst perceptions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And back to you if there are any questions or observations or comments from board members. We can go from there.
I'll make a couple comments and then I'd like to hear from the rest of the board members, but it sounds very much like our program analysis that we had last time. It really sounds like there's tremendous benefit for Coconino County to consider this and incur a long-term obligation for prepayment of a portion of our future pension contribution and using a long-term financing tool. Sounds like we have lower interest rates. We have, because of that, a potential significant savings. And you're talking $6 million potential savings, which is sizable. I mean, that's a tremendous benefit that we are doing for our community. level debt service. And we have a debt that we can budget in. And Siri and others can make sure that we have a level debt service payment on this. The credit rating impact, I never thought of that. I think that's important for us going forward as well, because obviously if we need to borrow in the future, we can utilize a lower interest rate because of our good credit rating. And sounds like we also help the ASRS system itself. And of course, that only helps the county and helps our employees and moving forward for retirement as well. So to me, it just much like before, this sounds like it's a very good deal and a very good benefit for our community. So I haven't heard any downsides. I don't know if there are any downsides to it. It certainly looks like it's a very good approach and something we, the board, really need to take serious consideration of. So with that, any other comments from board members or questions other board members may have? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Excuse me. Thanks, Patrice. Omar, just for the sake of, kind of the public record, we're set on a clock that, we got to wait until we lock in. So, that's the piece that, we're watching and hoping, and I hear your recommendation is we're on an appropriate pattern that it looks like we can get close to what the projections are associated with this. But could you remind us of the clock and an explanation there? And then the other piece would be just, again, I know we had it in past hearing, but noting what the Senate Bill 1082 is.
Of course, thank you so much. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Chairperson Horstman. So relative to your pattern and your clock, the county is taking, an aggressive stance to move things to be ready to go to market as quickly as possible. And the reason that I like that, markets, we can all turn on the news, we all see that markets have been moving. The only downside that I could see is that rates move away from us more rapidly. That is a risk. And obviously, if that risk were to present itself, we'll, in discussion with CFO Mulaney and Manager Peru, work on some recommendations for you. Obviously, if it didn't make sense, you wouldn't do it. But right now we're still in a good spot, and let's hope we stay there. Relative to, I think from the market side, once 1082 is approved, we'd probably need several weeks before we'd be able to go to market, 3 or 4 weeks. We'll obviously put our staff and resources to move COCO on the most expedited fashion we can. Other counties are looking to do this as well. I know Pinell is eager to go also. And, there's a number of other employers throughout the state that are looking to do the same. So that is our plan. I think you have a solid plan. I think you have solid leadership and good analytics. In terms of 1082, 1082 is the legislative piece that is going through the Arizona State Legislature right now. And it does a couple of things. First and foremost, it allows this this program to be unveiled by ASRS. Particularly, the genesis of 1082 was around the view that the state treasurer wanted clarification as to whether contributions from employers like the county could be redirected towards the prepayment program rather than the corpus of ASRS. So it is largely a technical fix. There are other elements of 1082 that are included relative to authorizing schools and other ASRS participants to participate as well. There have been some discussions on that, and with any luck, we should see that moving forward sooner rather than later. I'm hoping to have more updates in the next couple of days that I'll pass along to the Coconino County team.
Thank you. And I know we have not opened the public hearing portion of this yet, but before we do, I'm going to ask again, are there any comments from or questions that our board may have for the staff? And once we've done that, we'll go ahead and open this up for public comment as part of our public hearing.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, we're talking about no downside, and just for our information and the public is, we've been just going through the ASRS for some time now. It's something that was a surprise. I guess it was in a way not a surprise, and again, a surprise that was put on the counties and local governments in the state of Arizona. So if we do not do this, then what does that mean in terms of if we just stay the course and not approve this? So then what?
Good question. Omar or other members of the team?
Yes, of course. And Supervisor, thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler. It's a very fair question. And frankly, I think not doing this is the baseline against which you compare any decision. And so if you were to not do this, we could go back to page 8. I'm a pictures person. One more page, Claudia. There we go. If you were to not do this, this red line is your estimated amortization of your unfunded liability. And that you would continue to make those payments as scheduled. And as you can see, they increase over time. They have some sort of ups and downs, and that's part of the amortization pattern. They are also objectively higher than the proposed debt service. The proposed debt service, as a reminder, is these blue bars, the solid debt service. So you'd be paying a higher amount for a longer period of time. And that's certainly an option. But obviously, we'd like all other things equal, you'd like to pay less rather than more, but it is certainly a tenable option.
Thank you. And yes, and for that reason, we've been paying as much as we can into the pot. So, and I'm just asking, just for the sake of asking, and if we were to continue to do that, we just will not catch up with the debt service.
So if you were to continue to make the payments, and you're right, the payments for ASRS have increased over the years. As a cost share plan, it all goes into the, like you say, the pot, but it's one big pot, unlike PSPRS, where you have a Coconino County pot for police and for fire. In this instance, by paying things to ASRS, you'd continue to pay this red line. And again, that's certainly possible. It's what you have been doing, but it would be more efficient to be able to lower your payments, which is what we're trying to do through this program. Not only to lower your payments, but also, frankly, to be able to report that you have participated in this program and thereby effectively extinguished this portion of your unfunded liability.
Thank
you. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Chair Horstman.
Any other questions? I'm having some computer difficulties here. So can you hear me? I'm going to turn off my video.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear and see you. You too.
I have a question.
All right. Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Sometimes there's these things, and I just wondered, as previous counties that is there any that someone had failed?
Supervisor Begay, we're not hearing you. You're cutting up too much for us to understand. Can you reposition? and re-ask.
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, if any other counties that went through this, they didn't meet the they were striving for as far as savings and stuff like that. Is there a precedence in this as far as trying to pursue this and make sure that we have we're saving dollars?
Okay, thank you. Omar, can you respond to that?
Yes, of course, Manager. Supervisor Begay, thank you for the question. This is a new program. It is, until 1082 passes, the program hasn't been launched by ASRS yet. I could reflect that a number of other counties are looking to do this. Pinell County, for instance, has already started drafting offering documents and things of that variety. And when you are using, unlike the PSPRS construct, every dollar that's going into the RAFA or the guaranteed rate of return, the savings for that portion of it on the day that you price. And so under the direction of CFO Mullaney and Manager Peru, excuse me, you can determine rather accurately whether you're going to achieve annual savings or not at that point. If rates were such that you weren't achieving the savings or desired savings, you wouldn't move forward. So in that respect, it is a very low risk enterprise for the county to enter, a little different risk profile than the PSPR's financings.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, back to you.
And oops,
You're good. Nope. Try to go.
there we go. I have had to take over Sue Brown's office because I'm having some problems on my computer. So poor Sue is nice enough to vacate and let me do this. So thanks, Sue. Members of the board, any other questions or comments before we turn this over to the public and get public input on this?
Madam Chair, just a quick comment, if I may.
Yes.
And as noted, and as you explained, this is wise fiscal management that we launched into. That's why the recommendations of an aggressive approach associated with it. The numbers are obviously clear. However, I think it's just important, for the sake of public, whoever will be following up with public comment, that we just explain that. And I want to thank everybody for all the work that they've done on it so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
I just wanted to add that I appreciate the presentation. It took a minute to register and it actually required some of the questions of other board members for it to make sense, but now it does. And I really appreciate the team's effort and look forward to moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Otherwise, we are going to open this up to the public and hear members of our public provide comments on this presentation. Seeing none at this time, Clerk Daly, would you please inform the public on the public process that they can join in on this public hearing and be heard?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon, which appears if you hover your mouse at the bottom of the screen. And it does look like a hand. So if you hit that icon, that will notify us that you would like to speak during this hearing. If you're on the telephone and you would like to speak, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak.
Members of the public, now it's your turn to be heard.
I don't see any hands raised at this point in time.
One more time, members of the public, we are here at a public hearing to talk about the proposal to incur a long-term obligation to prepay a portion of the county's future pension contribution through a long-term financing with respect to our Arizona State retirement system. Once again, last call, please join us in the public hearing. We'd like to hear your comments.
And again, that's the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. You just click on that and that will raise your hand.
Any raised hands?
At this time, Chair Horseman, there are no raised hands.
And I don't see anything in the chat either. So at this point, I'd like to close the public comment portion and close our public hearing. And at this time, board members, do you have any questions or do you require any further information? Members of the board, now is your time. Hearing none, and I think most of the board members did provide comment earlier. And do you need anything further from us, Siri or County Manager Peru, on this hearing?
Madam Chair, one thing we'd want to know is what's our next step and when is that calendared for? If I could ask our CFO, Siri, to answer that question, and Omar and others as well.
Yes, Chair Horseman and members of the board, we are scheduled to return on April 26th, at which time we will be giving an update. And if, depending, of course, at the situation at the time, if there's any updates we need to fold in, or we will be making a recommendation as to how to proceed and be asking the board for action on a recommendation. At that time, we will also be talking a little bit more in depth on the different options that were touched on today in terms of the RAFR or the Aurora, so the guaranteed rate of return or the more market or actual rate of return, and asking the board as well for input and direction if we were to proceed, again, depending on the market conditions at the time. If we were to proceed with the debt issuances, then talking about the investment strategy that we would like to pursue. And I can also like to check in with Omar and see if there's anything else for comment.
Thank you very much, CFO Mulaney, Chairperson Horseman, Vice Chair, members of the board, Manager Peru. I think we've covered everything very well today, and look forward to that meeting as you direct.
Very good. And certainly this is part of our responsibility as Board of Supervisors to engage in wise fiscal management. And we so appreciate your input and your very careful review of our budget and options that we may have to make our money go a little bit farther. So thank you so much for your information today. And we look forward to further discussions on April 26th. So
fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thanks to the team.
All right. So members of the board, we have next on our agenda is number 29, presentation and discussion regarding a budget update. And I believe this is our finance director, Siri Mulaney, will present on this item. Is that correct, County Manager?
Actually, Siri and I are going to co-present together. I get to present the words and she gets to present the numbers. That's as safe as she lets me be.
All right.
In making anything like that. So
Sorry,
go ahead.
can I ask if we can make sure Fong Martin, she will be doing the screen sharing. I want to make sure she is elevated as a panelist, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. Fong, there you go. Thank you.
Okay, so Fong can go ahead and share the screen. We'll get going. And if you can go to presentation mode, Fong. To the right. Can you go to presentation, Fong? Can you do that? You can go to slideshow.
There we go. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's see. County Manager Peru, are you going to give an opening
Yes,
remarks?
I am. Yes,
Okay.
if you can put the slides in presentation mode, so
Okay,
we don't see
thank you.
everything, that'd be great.
Okay.
So as I'm doing this, if you can get to presentation mode. So Madam Chair, members of the board, today we're kicking off the annual budget process for this fiscal year. And you may recall a year ago when I joined the organization, I said that one of the, I think, most effective onboarding experiences I had was coming back to the county just as we were starting our presentations, our meetings with the county departments and elected officials. And I thought that at that time, as I said, it was a very important onboarding experience to learn of all the things that were happening with regard to budget. And so being here today is an important piece there. So, Sarah Fong, can you get a presentation mode, please?
Yes, thank you.
So go up to slideshow up on top.
So, okay.
Are you in the building? Can someone go by and?
Fong, if you want, I can try and do the screen share. It looks like you might be having some technical problems, so I'm going to go ahead and pull it up and see if I can't do it.
Okay, thank you.
Let's grab that. Yeah, sometimes it's a very windy day in northern Arizona, and sometimes the wind is not technology's friend. I know that might be a complete urban myth to all our technologists, but it makes us feel better. So let us run with that, okay?
All right, so I have it up, so I just need one sec here.
Okay. I know the IT
I'm
folks
going
are,
with that. My computer may be indoors, but obviously it's the wind that did this.
yeah, I think the IT folks say there is absolutely no truth to this, but it's yeah, it just makes us feel better. So with that, we're here today, of course, providing the preliminary information to this year's budget process. So the information today and then also on the 26th provides some foundational information relative to the board's and the county's budget process. The next slide. So again, very quickly, we'll cover today the budget process overview and then the financial update for 22. So looking at the current fiscal year to see how we are tracking with regard to financial performance, and then looking at fiscal year 23 as we look at revenue drivers and expense drivers, and looking at the drivers, meaning what are those big pieces of the organization that influence not only, of course, revenues that are brought to us, but also expenses or investments that we take as an organization. And then we'll talk a little bit about the process discussion that the board will be having and the feedback from board members from the 22 process. And you'll remember that under the 22 process, it began around a few months earlier, but it didn't end for quite some time because we folded in some of the opportunities of ARPA. So it really did feel like a year-long budget process. And the feedback we've heard from many is that that's maybe a little bit too long of a budget process. And so we promised this year to condense it by at least a week, if not more. So next slide, please. So the key dates that we're looking, of course, is so right now, May 4th through the 15th, we are meeting with elected officials and appointed department heads regarding the budget requests that they have submitted. And we just had our first series of meetings yesterday. Good conversations, as we indicate to you, discussion in terms of the budget process. What are some of the pieces? In some instances, we're able to resolve some of those budget questions before they get to the board. In other cases, we know that we're going to be forwarding recommendations to the board through requests. May 2nd to the 13th is when the board, the supervisors, will be meeting with departments. A little bit about that very quickly. So our plan at this point in time is that the board will be coming together in person with the presenters only. The other individuals, most importantly, the public, will be joining us virtually, and we're working the technology out, but the public and then other staff will be connecting virtually. But our goal is that elected officials and appointed department heads would be in the same room with you downstairs to have the conversations relative to the budget, but everyone else would be coming to us virtually. June 7th, tentative budget adoption is the date. The 23rd, TNT, Truth and Taxation hearing, and final budget is adopted on June 23rd. The 1st of July is when our fiscal year begins. And then, of course, under Arizona state statute, after the fact, we come in on August 9th and adopt the tax rates for for the county, of course, but also all other taxing jurisdictions in which the treasurer serves as the tax collector. And so that is the role there. Next slide. So again, this is a visual you'll see down below where we are at. And if we kind of go around to clockwise, between now, next step will be creating recommendations for the board that come to us from departments on the May 12th through the 13th. The next box is when the board meetings will take place. And then going from there, we'll go to the tentative budget adoption on June 7th, and then next TNT, the 23rd of June, fiscal year on the very top, top of the circle. July 1st is when the fiscal year starts. Tax rates are adopted on the 9th, and then going on to budget reporting, monitoring and reporting, that's continuous throughout the year. And then as is department forecasting and needs assessment, and some of that work had already taken place. So that's just a visual of the developmental process. And at this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Siri to provide the general fund revenue outlook on the next slide. So Siri, to you.
Thank you, Steve, Chair, and members of the board. So the first slide we're going to go over is our general fund revenue outlook. And I will say we're focusing on the general fund today. We're sort of setting the stage, if you will, for those budget meetings that County Manager Peru discussed in May. But we also have our major funds that we talk about a lot. Because we have similar revenue drivers in a lot of our major funds, we're seeing some similar trends. So I will highlight those trends as we walk through so you can do a comparison, but really the message is very similar. What you're seeing on this slide is our current fiscal year 22 budget, some year-to-date numbers, and then a full forecast for the year. We're presenting a percentage of budget based on that forecast. So this is where we think we're going to end compared to our original budget. And then we have, for comparison, how we did last year. These are actual numbers for fiscal year 21 with a variance then of fiscal year 22 forecasted to fiscal year 21 with a percentage. So it reads the same throughout. Our first source is our county sales tax. So that is based on local sales within the county. We are on track to exceed our original budget forecast. We had forecasted 18.9 million for fiscal year 22, and we're coming in closer to 19.8. We constantly are, every month we get numbers and we update this. So it's likely we could even end the year a little bit higher than our current forecast, really just depending on what happens the last few months of the year here. This sales tax is also the sales tax base for the jail district. So you can compare that to the jail district revenue as well. We had a similar budget and we are exceeding it. And then our road maintenance sales tax, just a lower amount, but the same driver. Property taxes are our primary property taxes, and we do hit our budget on that within, a percentage all the time because it's based on the taxes that are levied. And then we just have variability in the timing of those collections. So we're collecting delinquent taxes from prior years. Our county treasurer is collecting those taxes, and the timing though tends to be fairly consistent in that then in terms of our levy, we're usually within a percentage or so of that levy. And you can see that is the case for this year. Then vehicle license tax, we are on track to meet our forecast for vehicle license tax, so 100% of budget. It is a decline from last year, I will point that out, but it is something we forecasted. Last year, we had unusual numbers in vehicle license tax due to really high vehicle sales and new vehicle registrations. And so we had anticipated a decline, and it is in fact what we're forecasting. And then other taxes really are a variety of things, but a lot of it is interest and penalties on delinquent taxes. And last year we were lower than budget on that. And so we have some catch up, and that's another one of those things that tends to be fairly consistent. Although last year we had talked a little bit about how the pandemic had impacted delinquencies. And so now we're seeing that on the revenue side as the treasurer goes through the process of the tax lien sales and collecting on those delinquencies. There's some interest and penalties that come in as well. Our state shared sales tax is also exceeding our forecast. We are seeing strong numbers still in the amount that's shared. We'll talk a little bit about the driver for that later on in the presentation. We have not received our payment in lieu of tax allocation yet, but we anticipate hitting our budget for that. And then other intergovernmental, again, it can be a variety of things, including indirect cost recovery on federal and state grants, and then just other intergovernmental revenue that comes in from the state or from other sources, contracts with other governments and things. As we move down, charges for services is another one I want to highlight. We are exceeding our budget here, but we also have a decline from last year. And this is a variety of charges that go into the general fund for services that we're providing. But the big one really is the licenses and permits. So this is community development has been providing updates on their activity, and we're exceeding our budget by quite a bit here. But again, a little bit lower than last year, but this is just really based on what they're seeing, a combination of the fee increase that was done in the community development department and still continuous strong building that we had not anticipated as much. So 128% of budget on that one. Whereas the justice courts and some of the court fees continue to be lagging the budget number and lagging last fiscal year. And so we are projecting to be lower on the fines and forfeit side of revenues, and that is related to the court system. So in total, at the bottom, you can see this 105%, that's a positive. So we're anticipating right now, our forecast is that we will be over budget, but lower than last fiscal year. The big thing that I forgot to mention in the lower side is that really this intergovernmental revenue, because last year, if you will recall, we had part of our Arizona Cares Fund allocation, which was a COVID allocation from the federal government that was passed through the states. And so we had a big amount last year that we recorded as a one-time revenue that did not continue into fiscal year 22. So still exceeding budget though, even though it's lower than last year, but that is something that we anticipated. Then as we look at expenses, so we have the same setup across the top where we're looking at our budget, we're looking at our forecast and the percentage of budget, and then how do we compare to last year? So compared to last year, we're anticipating that our actual expenditures in the general fund will be $4.7 million higher. A lot of that is because we had done some strategies last year in the earlier days of the pandemic, last fiscal year, with all the uncertainty and the significant decline in revenue we were seeing early on in the pandemic. So we were trying to maximize vacancy savings. That is not a strategy we've put into place for this year. All vacancies have been allowed to be filled on a normal schedule. So our personnel costs are higher. We also, of course, had done some salary adjustments that lead to higher personnel costs. And then just as we look through, so 97% of budget in total. So in other words, we're forecasting that we're going to be under our expenditure budget. But the one sort of asterisk I would put on that is that we also have quite a few requests to carry over appropriations. So as you are aware, we set the budget on an annual basis, and then we set a new budget the next year. So if funds are not expended in one year, generally the budget resets the next year. But carryover requests really are when departments ask, for example, I have a capital project, $436,000, and I'm only spending $280,000 of it this year. Maybe it's supply chain, maybe it's a big project, it takes a long time. They might put in a request to carry over the balance, right, and move it into next fiscal year. So I would just caution that although that we're forecasting to be at 97% of our expenditure budget, we often get within 1% on this side of the equation, if you will, because of those requests to carry funds over. So when we factor that in, then we usually end up utilizing almost 100% on the expenditure side of our budget. So then moving into fiscal year 23, we just want to set the stage again on the revenue side of what are the drivers for our revenue and what are the factors that go into the forecasting of revenue. So we've put many of our major revenues on the screen, and we'll walk through each one. So the first one that we're highlighting is our primary property taxes. And so when we're talking about fiscal year 23 planning, we're limited on what we can levy for property taxes. But our assumption is, because we are allowed to have 2% levy growth, the assumption that we built into the 10-year plan is that we would be asking the board to adopt that 2% growth in our levy and continue to fund the increased costs really that come year over year with operations. So what it looks like, just to walk through this table, is here we have a comparison of properties that were taxed last year in fiscal year 22, and then next year in fiscal year 23, or this year and next year, I should say. So the assessed valuation for the properties that were taxed last year and will be taxed next year, the increase was 3.6%. But we are limited to only a 2% growth of the levy on those existing properties. So if you think of the math on that, that means our tax rate really is our plug number here. So to get to this 2%, we set a maximum tax rate, or we are allowed a maximum tax rate that only then is allowed to capture 2% more in revenue growth. So the higher growth we have in assessed valuation over that 2%, actually the lower our tax rate goes. So this is the forecast, the outlook for next year, and this has been set already by the numbers that we've been provided on a levy limit worksheet. But then once we determine what our allowable tax rate is, we are allowed to collect property taxes on what's called new construction, really the net change of properties then from one year to the next. And this year, it's an increase in, we had new properties in general being added to the tax rolls. So we take our newly calculated rate and we're able to calculate a tax levy on that. And that brings in an additional $100,000. So in total, we're anticipating $315,000 in additional property taxes if the board were to approve the 2% increase. And so that's a total of 3% overall in that tax revenue source. Then we have our secondary property taxes, which are done a little differently. So what you're seeing on the screen is not our current rates. This is our allowable. So instead of having a levy limit that's based on a percentage of growth from the prior year, what we have is a rate cap. We have our public health services district, where our rate cap is 25 cents per $100 of valuation, and we are currently assessing that rate. Then we have our flood control district that has a cap of 50 cents, but we are below that rate. And the library district doesn't have a defined cap in terms of a rate, but instead you can see the language from the statute that says how the board is able to consider a tax rate for the library district. And so it really is more tying it to the expense of the district itself. So visually what that looks like is this chart, which is a little busy, so we can walk through each section. Public Health Services District, as noted, we are at the 25-cent rate. And so if we were to continue that rate, based on a 4.8% increase in district valuation, we would have a 4.8% increase in our tax levy, which is $238,000. The library district, because we are not at the rate, I just have it highlighted here so you can see if we were to continue the same rate, what would it look like? So if we were to continue the library district at the same tax rate without any increases or decreases, again, it would be $243,000 because it's based on a 4.8% valuation change. And you can see the same picture for the flood control district. Again, this is with just what it would look like if there were no rate changes, but I do want to turn it over to Deputy County Manager Andriani, who can speak a little bit more to that.
Great, thank you, Sari, appreciate that. And just wanted to share with the board that as we move into the budget process this year, that the flood control district administration and myself as administrator, we will be requesting an increase to the flood control district tax. This is necessary for a number of reasons. One, certainly the costs that we've experienced and will continue to experience relative to the museum flood area, but very importantly, as you're all very aware of, that we have a really once in a lifetime opportunity to leverage some significant federal funding for forest restoration in our area so that we don't continue to hopefully experience the negative impacts, both financially and to people's lives from post-wildfire flooding. And so we think that this is a very necessary time to substantially increase the tax rate and move forward on that forest restoration front, as well as looking at getting back onto the agenda, looking at our special flood hazard areas. As you know, our number one responsibility as a flood control district is our special flood hazard areas. And because of the limited funding over the years, we've had very little capacity to address flooding in those areas. And that is our key responsibility to FEMA and of course to those areas that are subject to that. And by doing that, if we can reduce the flood impacts in those areas, we can improve our community rating status with FEMA and lower the flood rates, flood insurance rates for people who have to pay that flood insurance within our communities and our counties. So anyway, there's a lot of opportunity for important investments to make through the flood control district, and we'll be having more of that discussion during the budget cycle. So thank you, Siri.
Thanks, Lucinda. Okay, so moving on, county sales tax. So
Can I ask you a question, Siri, before you move on? Can you go back to that other slide just real quick? And I think this is important to note, and you may have said it and I may have missed it, and I apologize. But so in 2022, I believe we did increase the tax rate for Public Health Service District, for the Library District, and for the Flood Control District. And I believe that's what's shown on there. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair Horstman. So you are correct. We did do an increase for the flood control district, but actually we were at the maximum rate for health districts. So we didn't do a rate increase for that or the library district last year. I believe it has been several years since the library district has had a change, but we did increase the flood control districts.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
All right, so county sales tax, this is one where we don't really have any control over increases because we are at our maximum allowable sales tax rate and we are levying it within sales in the county. But we do have 3 districts that have a county sales tax. So one is the general, it just goes to fund general operations and goes to the general fund. Then we have our jail district, and then we have our road maintenance sales tax that funds road maintenance and transportation projects. So when we talk about the trends for county sales tax, it's the same driver, it's the same base. So we're looking at the same numbers, and it's based on point of sale within the county. And we have some major categories where we receive revenue. We've shown a comparison in the past to how Coconino County compares to the state, but really our largest category is retail. And then prime contracting. We also have transient lodging, restaurants and bars, marketplace sales, which is really online sales. And then a newer category is the medical and recreational marijuana. So these are the major categories. There's also some smaller ones like utilities or printing services and things that are very small when we add them all together. So retail is our largest. However, when we compare to the state, it's even larger for the state. So the state sales are driven a lot more on retail comparatively than Coconino County that skews a little more towards those tourist-based industries like transient lodging, restaurants and bars, and even entertainment, which is a smaller category that we receive sales tax on. So we are more dependent on tourism in terms of our sales tax base than the rest of the state. And that could cause us to have different trends than, when we, even within the county, really, when we look at, say, City of Flagstaff sales tax trends or City of Page sales tax trends, it's not a direct alignment because we really have sales within the entire county that is folding into our revenue. And the online sales has been in place now for a few years. You may also think of it as some people know it as the Wayfair decision, but it really requires those sellers who are selling online and doing significant business within Arizona to become sales tax vendors in the state of Arizona, rather than previously they were relying on the people who were making the purchases to self-report and pay a use tax. So that has lowered, and now we're in the marketplace, and it really has resulted in higher sales tax overall when we look at more recent years because of the growth in online sales. But of course, if we look back to sort of more of a beginning of time look, if you will, before there were online sales, it was just a redistribution of sales activity to online versus a brick and mortar type retail category. And whereas we think, perhaps the medical and recreational marijuana may be less of a diversion from one category to another, and really we're capturing tax where previously there may have been activity taking place, but we had not been capturing sales tax on that. We're a little limited on the information we can share on that because it does not meet the description of a major category for trending. So then when we look at the state shared sales tax, the formula for this, again, we really, it's not something that we have control over, but it is revenue that's collected based on a state sales tax rate that they share back to counties and municipalities. We are compared with counties when it comes to our distribution. And so half of the amount that's shared back with us is based on point of sale. So it's going to mirror very much the activity that we see in our county sales tax activity. But the other half is then based on either the proportion of county population your county is compared to all the counties, or what's called the hold harmless. It's the proportional net assessed value that your county holds compared to all of the counties. I bolded the proportional net assessed value because that's the one that we fall under. There's about 4 counties that fall under this. So they look at what's more beneficial. So if we look at our percentage of county population, for example, we are at like 2.2% of all of the population in Arizona. But when we look at our net assessed value, we're closer to 2.7% currently. But one question we get is, are we better off or are we worse off than last year? So a few things. I know that we have areas within Coconino County, whether it's the city share is very similar, or other counties within the state that are experiencing a higher percentage because their population increased. But because we're on this net assessed value, that does not impact us. And in fact, you may recall last year that we actually had the NGS closure that resulted in a net assessed value decline of about $40 million in valuation. And so for us, that means that we had been 2.75% of the total net assessed value in the state, and we dropped to 2.67%. So we actually are receiving the impact of that. If we were to redistribute our share, our forecasted share this year based on our prior percentage compared to what we're actually receiving, we're actually taking about a $600,000 negative hit from that. So just information to be aware of. It's not something we have any control over, but it is a question we often get as to, well, population's increased, so we're doing better, right? And unfortunately, it's complicated, but when it comes to state shared sales tax, that is not the case. So then our next major revenue that we look at is our highway user revenue. Sometimes we call this the gas tax, but this is dollars that are restricted for transportation purposes. It's a bunch of funding sources. So you can see there's many sub bullets here. We talk a lot about the gas tax as the major driver. So that 18 cents goes into the pool, if you will, that then gets distributed back out. So we have gas tax and fuel tax. We also have a portion of vehicle registration. So when we talk about our vehicle registration and VLT, we get that distributed in multiple ways, but one is a distribution to the Highway User Revenue Fund. And then there's some other miscellaneous things. So then of that whole pool of revenue that the state collects and calls HERF, 19% is shared back to counties. And you can see the distribution formula here. So the portion of gasoline and diesel fuel consumption and on a portion of unincorporated population. So 72% is that first one is based on gas, and then 28% is based on unincorporated population. And the reason why it's unincorporated is because there's also a share that goes to cities based on the incorporated population in their formula. So we only get the unincorporated population for that 28%. Again, I will just comment that this is an area where we don't really have any control, of course, on our distribution because it's formula based and really based on point of sale. Then we have our user fees, licenses and permits, and fines and forfeits, which when we add them all together, can have a significant impact to the general fund as well. But the drivers for this is our user fee schedule, which is generally limited by the full cost of providing services. So many of our user fees right now are not at full cost recovery. We find that out, we calculate it, we determine, okay, what is the full cost of providing, say, a dog license. And then we, the department in conjunction with the finance department and county manager's office brings to the board their proposal for what that fee structure should look like. So in many cases, we're not covering the full cost, but we're allowed to go up to that full cost. And then in other cases, it's set by statute. So we can study it all day and know what the full cost is of providing certain things. But at the end of the day, we're limited to the statutory amount that is prescribed on what we can charge, whether it's over or under recovery. Many times, mostly it's under recovery. And a lot of those are more in the court system where they're set by statute. So that was revenues on the revenue side. And please feel free to jump in or pop up if you have questions or comments. And County Manager Peru, did you want to add anything to the revenues?
On the next slide, I will.
Okay, great. So now we're on the expenditures side, and the ones that we wanted to highlight today are personnel costs, just briefly. And I think County Manager Prue will talk a little bit more about that, but we will note that is our number one cost. That's where most of our dollars go. And then we also have mandated payments that are pretty significant for the county. And again, it's something that we don't have a choice. So when we talk about mandates, but we also talk about mandated payments. And these are really things that are actual like billings that we receive that we have to pay. A question that we talked about last year during the budget process that also comes up from time to time is what the court funding structure looks like. And then we've talked a little bit about the facilities master plan in the past, and I know there's another presentation today, so we'll touch on that. So I'm going to let Steve take this next slide.
I'm here. Sorry, I couldn't find the button here. Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, the personnel slide here. As is in most organizations, personnel costs are the largest component of the budget. And so we certainly, while we refer from the textbook as an expense, it's an investment. Because in return, what the county citizens received are a very qualified and dedicated staff that provides good public service, great public service, in fact. So personnel costs, of course, the largest part of our budget. And then from there, that includes approved FTEs, but we also factor in the cost of overtime and temp wages. And so these are all subsets of the roll-up for compensation and personnel. We do, of course, sometimes during the year have unbudgeted benefit costs, and that comes to us with regard to our health benefits and other areas. We are members of the trust with other public agencies here in Northern Arizona. And so we have to factor in what the cost of health insurance, which of course industry-wide, whether you're in the public sector or the private sector, has seen increases in the past. And so we do benefit from being part of the trust because our purchasing power, our experience rate is all aggregated into other organizations as well. And so we've seen a good benefit in terms of being members of the trust. And then compensation, turnover, recruitment, and retention. And this will be presented to you on April 26th. A lot of discussion, of course, that kicked off from the expedited pay plan that we brought to the board a few weeks ago for our deputies and detention officers. We are in the process of putting together a compensation strategy for the rest of the organization that looks at a number of different dimensions, similar to what we did back in 2007 and 8, where we looked at merit, longevity, cost of living, also some changes in the structure of the compensation of our classification system. And that all rolled up into, I would say, a very substantial proposal that the board adopted back in 2007. And we're looking at the same type of a process again from our standpoint, is putting together a comprehensive pay plan strategy that covers all of our employees. With that, though, looking at how do we fund it, and I'll be bringing to the board on the 26th a proposal that is a little bit unique and different from what we've done in the past, but provides the opportunity to the extent possible that our operational expenses on an annual basis are not competing with our ability to provide compensation to our employees. And so that will be brought to you on April 26th. So with that, I'll go back to Syria and she'll continue.
Thank you, Steve. So the next one, we just are showing what those mandated payments are. Again, where we turn around and either write a check to the state of Arizona or to the provider, depending on what it is, or have it withheld from our shared revenues. So no choice on these, but they are pretty significant when we add them all up. We're in currently around the $6 to $8 million range, really depending on the year and what is happening. One we've talked a lot about through the ARPA process is our restoration to competency. That one has been trending significantly higher than prior years due to pandemic impacts and having to use a more expensive vendor compared to history, where we were able to use the Yavapai facility. And then Title 36, which are those involuntary commitments that, again, we receive a bill and we pay it. The next one is the court funding, and this is based on FY21 actuals. We did bring this up last year during I believe it was during the budget process, or a recent discussion where questions had come up about, the state funding for courts and then the county funding. So what you see is that in many of our court areas, the blue is really the largest line. This is a percentage of total expenses and what the source was. So you can see about 80% of the funding for the Superior Court came from the county general fund. The state does share up 50% of the elected judges' salaries, but there isn't a whole lot of state dollars coming in there. The clerk of Superior Court, even more so, probably in the 90% range share of general fund. Justice courts, again, another significant portion, and there's some share on the salaries there, but most of the funding comes from the general fund. So it really is the probation system where we do see state support here in terms of state funds and grants, but then the general fund does also support probation. And we also tend to backfill when we do things like pay increases for our probation officers. Then the county general fund transfers funds to probation to help supplement their operations. So in total, we're about 60% general fund funding for these departments together.
Siri, can I also make a comment here? So members of the board, yesterday you received an email from Clerk Sullivan related to communication that is going to be going to our legislature. There's a letter contained in it that is being signed by our current CSA President Gene Bishop and President-elect Jason Whiting. And I just want to go over very quickly. So the main topics in that letter that CSA is bringing to the attention of our legislature deals with adjustments to the tax base and some of the changes that are proposed at the legislative level that would erode the county's ability with regard to property taxes. And so since counties do not receive the share of the income tax collections, we rely on property taxes. And so it does bring to our legislature's attention the concern we have with adjustments to the tax base. It also calls attention to a cost driver that we just spoke about, increased all tax payments, and then another cost driver are costs for the state court system, and then finally a potential ongoing county relief. And so, as you read this letter, I believe it'll be important to apply what the parts of the letter that are very applicable to all counties, especially our county, and knowing that the legislature is being communicated with by CSA to bring to this their attention. You know, at this time, all counties are going through a budget process, and so everyone is feeling concerned for much of the same reasons. And so, just wanted to note that for your information, Madam Chair and members. Thank you, Siri.
Thank you.
Thank you. So chair, members of the board, the last expenditure slide that we have is on capital. And we just wanted to follow up because there have been some capital discussions ongoing and another presentation today. So the next step really is pending the final facilities master plan sessions. And then just we wanted to note that this is one area where we do have options potentially. So if we were to embark on a major capital plan, for example, we could look at exploring our secondary tax funding options for that, assuming they're still in place then if at the time that we would be looking to move forward with a facilities master plan. So then we're going to go ahead and switch over to the general fund. I'm going to stop sharing this one. And try and toggle for a minute. All right. All right, hopefully you are seeing my screen. I'll try and zoom here.
Yes, please do.
Okay, I'll see what that looks like. Okay, better or a little bit more?
It's better.
Okay. Okay, so my apologies. I realized this morning we didn't put this in your packet, so I will follow up and email it out. But this is our most recent general fund forecast. So when we look at the numbers here in the FY22 column, these are the numbers we just went over in terms of our budget and our forecast for our various revenue sources. So again, we can see that we are planning to exceed on this revenue side, be above budget, and then on the expenditure side, be below budget. But again, factoring in carryovers, it's likely we will be very close to our appropriated figure. So what that means is that when we started the year, we had forecasted 1.5 million of an increase in our fund balance. What it looks like is that we may add significantly more to that, so $7.8 million. And you can see then also, I want to point out last year's actuals, we added 14 million to fund balance. For those who were here during the 21 budget planning earlier on, we had been asked to do a very conservative outlook on the revenue side for fiscal year 21. And that was appropriate at the time. If you recall, what we were seeing in revenues was a very significant dip as a result of that shutdown period. So we were still, reacting to that and the uncertainty that was happening. Plus, we had really planned for significant expenditures on the response side of things because the county is that first line of defense whenever there's an emergency. And we had planned significant investments from the general fund, use of fund balance for response, that we did end up fronting a lot of those expenses, but then we're able to receive federal dollars and in some cases reimburse those costs, and in some cases we're still waiting for reimbursement, but we think that they will be forthcoming in a lot of the emergency declaration money. So they've since moved out of this plan. And so that it's really the combination of those factors, because we did recover much quicker on the revenue side than anticipated, which is great. No, I don't think anybody saw that coming in terms of the explosion we also had in retail purchases as a result of the pandemic. So sales tax were much higher than anticipated earlier on. So we've been adding to our fund balance. Then as we look at our fiscal year 23 forecast, I do want to caution all of these numbers are before additions. So we're going to talk more about some of the additions that are going to, use up, if you will, some of this capacity moving forward. But in the box here, we have our 24 and 25, and that is the recessionary outlook that we have in meetings. So what that means is as we look at our, on the revenue side of things, recessionary impacts are plugged in at the bottom in those years. So we've restructured this to have more of a baseline sort of level. If we didn't have a recession, if things were sort of trending according to typical growth in terms of population CPI on our major revenues, this is the sort of stable longer term outlook. And then we make, before I go to the adjustments, I'm going to scroll down a little bit. Then we make some one-time adjustments down here at the bottom. So again, in these recessionary periods, then this is our assumption for revenue declines and then recovery back up. So how much would our revenue potentially decline during a recessionary period? And so that's an adjustment from that baseline, kind of we're reflecting it as a one-time dip or one-time potential use of fund balance. We also have some other one-time adjustments that we've built in, namely restoration to competency, again, being higher than we had historically seen. So we have that continuing as things then transition back to the model that we were having before, where we were able to contract with Yavapai for those services. Some estimated carryovers and other one-time adjustments. This is really money that was already allocated through the ARPA process when we did additional one-time funding for the revenue loss bucket and other one-time money that we had. So we want to show those as commitments. So that's what we have on the one-time and recessionary adjustments section. And then as we move up to the assumptions, so what's in here? We do have some things we anticipate in terms of salary increases that will be that either have already been voted in or are likely to be voted in, that then create a cost share for the counties. And so we want to plan for those. We also have some software and CPI increases that, again, in order to continue having the software, we have to cover those cost increases. So those have already been taken out because they really can't compete with other dollars because we have no choice as an organization in terms of funding them. Our health insurance, as we've discussed, this is based on the most recent trust estimates and what they are adopting for rates for next year is a 4.8% increase blended. So each plan is a little different, and then a 6.5% level increase for the next few years. Other things, we are looking at the compensation fund. So again, not built in up here, but as will be discussed more in detail at the future session, but we wanted to put a placeholder in here just to show again that commitment that in using a recommendation of some recurring funds, some one-time money, and building a compensation fund that will be discussed, a lot more at the next planning session. But we thought it was important to show that, that's the number one commitment here for the upcoming budget year is planning for compensation. So we put that on to reflect that. And then just one other thing on our sales tax. We talked a little bit about the growth in our sales tax, our county sales tax, and our state shared sales tax. But the main driver of that is inflation on one end, because as costs rise, the amount of sales tax collected on a same purchase will increase, and then population growth. So we have a 0.75% average population growth built in, plus a 2% inflation. We have it bolded for fiscal year 23 because we've been seeing much higher inflation numbers. We don't know what the actual inflation number will be, but we have added in, brought that up to at least 5% for this year in our forecast. And we wanted to reflect that as like a baseline shift above and beyond what typical inflation is. So we will make sure that we get this emailed out. Before I take it off the screen though, because I don't know that I'll be able to get it back, I want to see if there's any questions from the board on what you're seeing.
Thank you, Siri. And yeah, I look forward to getting a copy of this in the email. So I do have a question, and I guess you're going through it quickly and I may have missed it. That restoration of competency, the additional $1 million, if you can kind of go to that section. And then it went down to 500,000. Can you just kind of explain that a little bit more? Sorry.
Oh, no.
But that's a big number.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So yes, in prior to the pandemic, we were spending around $400,000 to $500,000 a year for restoration of competency expenses. What we saw in fiscal year 22 was $1.8 million of expenses. So we exceeded that by more than double, more than the $1 million. And that was because we had to send our patients to the Arizona State Hospital, and the daily rate is significantly higher. Then as capacity opened up at Yavapai, we've been able to do some transitioning, and we hope that continues, but we want to have a placeholder in for the higher costs, and just to make sure, because also it appears to be some combination of potentially volume, but mostly driven by the daily rate that we have to pay. So we want to plan for that because, as we noted, we don't have a choice. Once we get the bill, we have to pay it or it will be withheld from us. And so it's just a planning dollar as that, but we do hope that then after by 24 at the latest, we're no longer paying those higher rates.
Thank you. That explains it. Any other questions other board members may have? Lots of information. I know we're going to get into the weeds on this, and but this is a good overview, and I really appreciate that excellent overview. Any other questions, comments by other board members?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there are some pieces that are probably intended for later on. It is a lot of information. Yeah, I was noting that. No, not only the RTC component, that volume element, Yavapai is filling up also. So, those numbers could shift up on us. But, just noting the compensation fund with the 32 million, as we get into it, so it would be helpful just to help us, a simplistic outline of where it came from and how we're putting it together associated with it. Another piece, and I think that's probably what you're calling additions, Siri. I'm not sure on that, but I was ARPA. So we have an influx of funds, and seeing that influence as we go through the budgeting process, as it relates to positions or operations, I think it would be helpful for us because we need to keep that in our thoughts as we progress with future budgets. Also on that, not only that, but I mean, actually, when we recover from this influx of funding, we made a commitment that it's a higher cost than what our revenues have a potential for. So we need to keep the conversation honest associated with that. Is a thought that I had. I don't know if this is the place. I want to ask a little bit more about the marketplace sales and marijuana sales, where those figures are. I don't need them now. I'm just curious on, they were new influx. What was the influence? State legislature seeing marketplace sales, which are the online sales, as a panacea. My understanding is it's not, and yet they're trying to fix our budgets associated with that. That would be very helpful. Very interested in the future discussions related to flood control, because we certainly do have an opportunity with federal funding coming in to get that match, to get work done. But it helps us implement a broader strategy. We sure don't want a Colorado or California happening here. And strategy right now is really good, but long term, as it relates to flood control, we've kind of, we're getting more organized. We have a better approach to project for the future, and we have a huge county. We have needs out there. So, I'm interested in the future dialogue with that. And then similarly, I'm following it, but I want to make sure I'm following it correctly. So we're modifying closer to the baseline as opposed to the recession component. I just want to see what those numbers are and help me understand that. I don't need that right now, but just keeping an eye on it. We've done well in getting through recessions. We also want to do what we need to do with what we have. Just want to feel comfortable that we are still projecting appropriately for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great comments, actually. And I think that's really going to be important for us to really keep track of those ARPA funds, because we did make a commitment based on the ARPA funds we had. And, we are very likely that we will not be able to maintain that commitment when those ARPA funds are gone. So at least all of the commitment when those ARPA funds are gone. So that would be very important as we move forward. So, and as I said, I'm assuming we're going to get into the weeds as we move forward on this, but this is an excellent overview. Any other questions, comments by board members?
Sure, I'll go. I appreciate the overview. It's a lot of information, still digesting. Overall, it looks promising in the sense that we're not too far over budget. And so I'm hoping that when we do go through department by department, we can see and make sure that we address all the needs that are necessary based on what we have in these numbers. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, Supervisor Begay here.
Yes, hi, Supervisor Begay.
Just thanking staff for putting this PowerPoint presentation together. And certainly we will learn about the budgets and what else needs to be considered or put into the budget or out of the budget, or just anything that has to do making sure that we're meeting the goals and objectives of the departments that we're overseeing. So thank you, staff, for all the hard work you put into this, and for the week that we're going to be meeting with the supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none and seeing none, I'll turn it back to our county manager.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We have a couple more slides real quick. If we're going to toggle back just to finish up the conversation. Madam Chair, and we're focused in on the board input from 22 that we can apply to 23. And as Siri's pulling this up, we'll be just covering very quickly the process. So you can go to slide 25. Okay. So this was the format that we used back in 22, department overview, and then the presenters provided highlights, a department vision for a 2 to 5 year period of time, discussion on service delivery within the county. And so this is important information for board members and all of us, not just board members, as we look at our goal of providing sort of comprehensive services countywide. And so discussion on service delivery by each of the departments is important. We also received the annual plan, highlights of their annual planning effort, and this comes from departments. And then we're also looking at any funding that's related to legislative changes. And there's a lot in play this year with the legislature. And so this is the format that we'll use for this year. Then from there, we go into the funding requests. So we've asked departments to prioritize the funding request if there are multiple requests to give us an idea of what the priority is. And then, of course, going back to board member for discussion and questions and wrap up. On next portion of the slide here is the meeting guidelines. So departments will present their budget discussions to fit within the agenda provided. And so we want to make sure that the time management is important. We have a lot of departments and programs to cover, and so time management will be very important, and ask departments to help us keep track of that. And then the greater of 10 minutes or 25% schedule, we'll make sure that we have enough time carved out for board members and we're not running out of time, maybe over presenting and not having squeezing, reducing the time for the board to have their full conversations. Service improvement requests or our budget requests will be explained during the allotted period of time. And then presentations will be provided to the budget team in advance so that we can, in a way that we can look at it, make sure that it meets our time management constraints. And then finally, and this gets to camera, but again, we're planning unless something happens. Our goal is that presenters and the board will be together downstairs, and that we'll be trying out our new hybrid technology, which means that if you're not a presenter, you'll be joining us virtually. And there's value, for other members of the team to sit in on other presentations. It does provide the opportunity for departments and elected officials to become more aware of what's happening countywide. This year, they'll just be doing it virtually as opposed to being in the same room together. So again, that's happening. And then the final piece of this, the last slide, Siri, as you reflect back on the 22 process, and this is in your packet, the questions, we want you to give us some feedback, not today, but when you can, what worked well from last year, what needs improvements, and, is there information that may have been missing in the materials? We do, of course, do as much financial analysis information as possible, but if there's another type of analysis you would like us to look at, please let us know, or any other comments that helps us provide a very meaningful and outcomes-oriented budget process. So Madam Chair, I think you can, we can discuss it, or you can provide feedback, but that concludes our presentation.
Thank you, County Manager, and also a Finance Director, Siri, as always, very detailed, and I appreciate that. One of the things I'm looking forward to is for us to be in person, the board to be in person on this. I think it's going to make it easier. I know that's one thing we couldn't do because of our COVID numbers last year, and so I think it may make it easier for all of us to be together in the same room with our administrative staff. So if there is board members that are not able, and I hope you can be able to be there in person, please let us know ahead of time. Otherwise, hopefully we'll all be there from May 2nd to May 13th for the budget process. So thank you. And Supervisor Ryan, I see you have bubbled up.
Yes, we're all bubbly right now. In terms of, just a quick answer to that. I projected already a while ago when I'm going to be away. As long as the dates don't change, I'm definitely there for budget as well as approval. In terms of just, as I'm looking at your topics, and I don't want it to be consumptive, because you are trying, it's a real trick. You're trying to, departments, you're trying to tell a big story of what's going on. I like the questions that you have in there. But I also have the curiosity factor, Steve, and whether it's maybe it's put together so it doesn't take as much of the presentation time. But we're going through a state of flux. It's unique times. So it really is causing people to change how they function. And what are the implications? There are goods and bads, good and bad associated with that. And that helps us understand how our dynamics are changing, and how we, if we need to adjust, how do we adjust? So that's a curiosity factor. I think it might be helpful for us in some way of, seeing that. Just, thoughts to throw out to the board. I mean, you guys might have better ideas or thoughts.
Any other comments, questions, etc.?
With that, Madam Chair, very quickly to Supervisor Ryan's comment, just given all that's happened in the last 2 years plus, adding to the questions and, just to check in, how's your team doing? That means a lot. How's your team been? And giving the opportunity for each of our leaders elected and appointed to just share a few words about, to the board's, care to say, hey, just tell us how your team's doing, because it matters. And so if I read Supervisor Ryan's comment accurately, we'll certainly incorporate that for good reason. So, thank you.
All right, well, I think as always, great job. And we look forward to a very vigorous budget process and review. And quite frankly, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to meet with our departments and our department heads and to really hear from them how they've done and their vision moving forward. So I always really I know it's hard to believe, but I really do look forward to the budget process. So
it won't be a 9-month process this year, we promise.
all right, well, that's even better. That's even better. So
yeah, Patricia, just a thought on this. That was a lot, and I would encourage other soups to work together with Steve and Siri. It's a lot. There's a lot that we deal with budget. If you have questions on these, maybe you're not ready to ask them in public, but that opportunity for the board members as they start to work towards budget, I think that might be helpful now and again for them.
absolutely. Good point.
Very good.
Okay, well, unless anybody else has anything to say, I think we're a little early, but not much for our lunch break.
Sounds good.
So it looks like, having seen no one, we are going to be at recess until our afternoon meeting starting at 1:15. So thank you all very much. We'll be back.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Jayo.
Okay. Well, I may be back in business. We'll see.
You sound loud and clear.
I appreciate that. So for some reason, everything got put on my OneDrive. Who knows?
Mhm.
I can tell you, I wouldn't know how to put it on the OneDrive, so I know it was me.
Neither would I.
Sure, everything looks good on your camera view and your audio is fine.
Thank you. No, it's 1:16 and I know we have people who will be presenting. So if I did see Vice Chair, I saw Supervisor Fowler. Have not seen Judy and I have not seen Matt.
Okay, we're checking on our participants as well.
Madam Chair, would you like me to share my screen to see if you can see it?
Sure, that would be really great.
All righty, I'm going to do that real quickly. It's a preview of our COVID update, so don't look ahead.
All right.
Can you see it?
No.
Not yet.
Well, then I gotta get them back here. This is the problem. Wait, they gotta come back.
We can see it.
I may have missed her, so.
That's there.
So wait, hi, this is Kim. I'm guessing I'm going early.
No, you are not, Kim. We're doing a test screen share for the chair. She's had some tech difficulties.
Good, okay. I just want to make sure like, oh, am I up early?
No, nope, you're not.
Can you see up now?
It is working, Madam Chair?
Now it is. It wasn't.
All right,
Okay, we're good to go.
great. Thank you.
All right.
We're
here. They're gonna feed us, so we'll be around.
So if we can just check to make sure our panelists are here for the first item. We need to promote some folks. So Tom Hanachek is coming over. Terry Medetska needs to come over. She's near the bottom there, under T's. So we can pull Terry.
Kate Morley should be promoted.
It's going to be Busy Collins, Sue.
Oh, I'm sorry, Busy Collins.
She's,
Yep, there she is.
yeah, she's early. She just.
And Tom, what other staff do you want promoted?
We should be good on there. We're just waiting for the consultant from Terry. What was your consultant's name?
Brad Siegel.
Brad Siegel.
And then bring over Heather Dalmolin too.
Looks like we're good.
I know Busy's presenting, but I'd like to have Heather Dalmolin over in case we have questions.
There she is.
Oh, and there's Judy. Good.
Oh.
I'm here.
All right. Well, I'm glad Matt's with us.
Yeah.
Boy, they got your big screen over here that when they took off the slide. You're way big on mine now. So, well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. And we have an important afternoon, and we're looking forward to hear from Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. And I know we also have folks from Outline here to talk to us. So we're looking forward to a very informative afternoon. So welcome. Thank you for joining us, and members of the public, welcome back. We do have our full board here with us this afternoon. And at this point in the agenda, we're on item number 30, presentation and update on our facilities master plan. This is part 4 or 5. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Sue Brown is going to tee up the item, but certainly want to welcome all of our panelists today from the organizations that are here today. So I'm going to have Sue just tee it up and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. It's a great afternoon. We're welcoming some of our partners here today to give us some information as well. This is our 4th of 5 different presentations on the facility master plan by Director Hanachek and staff. We're very, very glad it's starting to wind down, but this is the point at which we're going to start to narrow after these last 2 presentations and some initial final information from Tom on other needs in the organization than we've already learned. In part 3, the last time we heard about the facilities master plan, we invited many of our, we'll call them super users, the folks who have large facilities dedicated to their services. And in some cases, much like with Public Works, the sheriff, the jail, et cetera, that they actually manage those spaces on their own. We also had Kim Musselman and Judge Slayton present to us also on their perspectives on space and issues related to their facilities. And so what we'll do after these initial presentations from FDBA and NAPTA is we'll start to narrow down where we're going for the 5th session. And this is important because as a new board, we have not constructed anything in the last year and a half. So we need to contemplate and really get an understanding of the asks that we will eventually bring to you, but we'll explain very carefully how we will do that and what kinds of direction we'll be seeking from you in the 5th session. And kind of give more context to all of the information that you've learned in the previous 3 sessions and that you'll learn today with our outside partners. So with that, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to turn it over to Director Hanachek and he'll take us through it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm trying to share my screen, so if you can let me know when you see it.
It's there, Tom.
Excellent. So as similar with the other ones, and thank you, Sue, for teeing us off, and good afternoon, everybody. And we will start session 4 here, and I'll kind of go through our normal progression of the introductory slides, and then I'm going to take about 10 minutes to talk about some additional needs that the organization has. Very high level. We won't get into a lot of detail on this, but again, it's more context to understand about the ongoing future facility planning for our organization. Certainly be available for questions should there be any regarding a few of the topics that I'm going to cover. And then as Sue mentioned, I'll turn it over to Mount Line to give a brief overview, 10 to 15 minutes about their work, specifically with transit planning. And these are important concepts as we go through and we really think about the future of county facilities and the services that we provide to the public. And then we'll turn it over to the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. And Terry, I believe you said you had about 45 minutes you're going to present, right? That was a joke. So it's about 25. And again, these considerations and this information is important to consider as we move forward and talk about facility needs in the organization. So let me just jump right into it here. So as Sue mentioned, we're in the 4th session, which is today. And when I put this PowerPoint together, we obviously did not have the 5th session scheduled. It will be a week from Friday from 10:30 to 1:30. And we'll, of course, cover more detail during that. I won't go over too much of this right here because we will be reviewing it for probably the first half hour, 45 minutes of the next session. And kind of wrap up all of these first 4 90-minute sessions into a nice little package, because it is a lot of information that has been shared over the past month and a half since we started this at the beginning of February. I guess it's been 2 months now. So today, really what we're going to talk about, as mentioned, is highlights of other organizational needs that have not yet been covered. And then we'll go down to the DBA, and then we'll have Nate to give a quick presentation also. So here are a few bullet points that you can see on the presentation of just some concepts. And a lot of these are very high level ideas. They're result of conversations over the years, of needs that we've recognized, needs that we've heard from our users, departments, needs of the citizens. And it's kind of just this large concept that this is the initial phases of the long-term planning process from a facilities master planning perspective. So one of the ideas that we're interested in potentially pursuing in the future is a Tuba City Service Center. Tuba City is a large population center for Coconino County, and a lot of the residents seek services. So rather than having them come down to Flagstaff, we'd have a consolidated campus up there. And again, this is a very high level idea. So we don't have any of the details developed at this point, but it would house the Board of Supervisors. It would house vital records, HHS functions, potentially elections, sheriff's office, if there's a deputy that's assigned up there in the future. So a project up there, I think, would be extremely beneficial for the region. Some of the other.
That's more than just for Tuba City. That's for the region up there on Navajo. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it would be housed in Tuba City is the concept. Thank you for that. Another one of our facilities that's been around for over 2 decades that is changing the way they operate is the juvenile detention facility. And really what's happening in their world is that the hardened detention aspects are no longer really valid in how they offer corrections for juveniles that are coming in that they're receiving. So some work has already been done on this with the Hope Center, but the intention of the Department of Juvenile Detention is to expand that to the remaining areas of detention and really soften it up. One of the projects that we are actually working on that Steve mentioned, I believe a couple of months ago, is some updates to the Board of Supervisors chambers on the first floor of 219 Cherry. And these would include additional security improvements. It would allow for, should we return to a physical distancing scenario with a future pandemic or the existing pandemic, it would allow us to easily execute hybrid meetings and also potentially have smaller in-person meetings in that area. And this would also include an executive session room just off the board chambers, which would allow for facilitating those conversations. Some of the other considerations that we've looked at are leased buildings that we have, and we have a pretty good inventory as an organization. We have a total of 11 spaces that are currently leased right now, and those are in various forms. So some of them, like we've seen recently with the 5-year agreement that we just approved for the recorder and the treasurer at the mall, we pay a decent amount of money for that space, and there's a variety of reasons why we choose certain lease properties. Other leases that we have are long-term agreements, like up in Tuba City for the public library and also for the BOS building. Those are relationships with the BIA that allow us to occupy the facility, and basically any improvements, any of the maintenance falls on us as an organization, but there's not much exchange of money. We have other agreements, like in Fredonia, where the WIC services are going to take over here in a couple months, is a town of Fredonia owned building. And again, we have an agreement with them that allows us exclusive use of the space without any exchange of money, in exchange for us to maintain the physical asset. And then we have a variety of smaller leases for elections. There's actually a variety of leases that will be coming before the board from Eslier would be bringing that to the board to run actual precincts for election days. So we also have a large building just across the street from most of your offices that I'm sure you see every day when you go into the office, and that is the old jail. And we have actually 2 old jails there. There's the old jail, the historic jail from the 1800s, and then there was a jail that was operated up until the Leaf building and the current jail over at the Sawmill campus was constructed. And that is a very large building. It's a very large footprint downtown. And we've had a lot of ideas of how to use this space, and some of that will be covered today by the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. the concept of that space is very high level, has been talked about for a number of decades at this point. And while no decision has been made on what to do with the space yet, we are proceeding with working with ADQ to start removal of any hazardous materials in that building, which is obviously going to be the first step. So that is something that we have to do regardless of a renovation and demolition, whatever we decide to do with that space. So we're starting to do some of those steps right now, and we're trying to leverage grant funding to be able to pay for it. Again, the old jail is a very large conversation, so I'm just giving a very high level at this point. Some of the other things that have been coming to the surface recently in the past 4 to 5 years, I would say, is the concept of daycare in county facilities. As we all know, the cost of these services is skyrocketing. The availability, especially the last 2 years, has been challenging for a lot of parents. So it's a general concept that we see in some government institutions and organizations across the country that have been very successful. And it obviously affects facility design and the size of facilities and how we operate them. Similar to that is increasing employee wellness opportunities, specifically in county facilities. So that could be anything from a fitness center to what Director Musselman mentioned last time about the outdoor space over at the King Street campus, not only to be used for public function, but also for staff wellness. And then, as Supervisor Ryan mentioned in the very first meeting, which has been mentioned multiple times, and I'm sure is a conversation that we're going to be engaging with moving forward, is workforce housing. And what does that look like? And how does that factor into our long-term facility planning? So at this point, I'll just take a quick break before I turn it over to see if there's any specific questions on this or any ideas.
Any questions, members of the board? Please, Tom.
Ideas? You want us to open up ideas? In the old jail, tear that baby down. We've been saying that for a big while. But anyway, I know we're progressing through this. So I'll withdraw. Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't wait for your acknowledgement.
Is there a mute button over here?
Was that a question for me? Am I supposed to answer that?
I have my gardens outside. I can move quickly. All right.
Again, we'll be revisiting this. And this is very high level, very long-term planning here, but these are core concepts as we move forward with discussing the next 10 to 15 to 20 years of facility master planning.
Thank you.
All right. Well, on that note, what I'm gonna turn it over to the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. Terry Medexa and her consultant Brad Siegel are here to present. So Terry, like I mentioned in my email, I will be controlling the slideshow. So let me know if I need to go forward or backwards or if I missed something.
That sounds great. Thanks,
and thanks,
Tom.
Terry, for joining us. I know this has been a long time coming for the downtown vision, so we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's great to be here today. My name is Terry Medexa, like the slide says. I am the Executive Director for the Downtown Business Alliance, and I am here today with Brad Siegel, who is President of Progressive Urban Management Associates. So we are so glad to be here and to talk to you about the downtown vision. Tom, next slide. Next slide. Great. So I think some of this may be new to some of the board members. So I wanted to just give a very brief overview of how the downtown vision came to be. Several years ago, all in about 1 week's time, we learned that plans for the city and county's co-located courthouse were not going to happen. And then, a day later, we heard that Mountain Line was looking at the new Downtown Connection Center to be located downtown. And then, a couple days later, we heard the city had plans to build a new municipal courthouse. So all of these projects separately were being talked about, but I don't think that anybody was pulling everyone together to sit around the table to take a look at what does this mean for downtown. And so what we wanted to do was come up with a process to bring all of the partners together and create a unified vision to try to influence sort of the direction that downtown was going to go. So the city, county, Mountain Line, and the FDBA board agreed. Each entity contributed funding to hire a consultant to guide us through this process. And I realize there has been a transition with county staff and leadership. At the time, however, this was back in 2018. So at the time, we received very active participation from County Manager Jimmy Jane and Public Affairs Director Eric Peterson. They were heavily involved throughout the entire process. Tom, next slide. So the DBA, together with our funding partners, led a competitive process. You can see we had a lot of interest, but we went through it together and ultimately awarded the project to Progressive Urban Management Associates and their partners, Studio Seed and Charlier Associates. Next slide. You can see the team identified clear objectives. Hopefully you've had a chance to review this in your packet, so I'm not going to go through the entire slide, but I do want to call out two goals in particular. One is the very first one, which is to develop a market-based vision. And the other is the third bullet point, which is to identify economic development opportunities for catalytic sites. And while we have many other objectives listed and we've checked those boxes, what makes these two goals important is that downtown Flagstaff didn't have either market-based research or a unified vision for catalytic projects. Things just sort of happened. Development just occurred. There wasn't any market-based research to say, well, you really need housing, or you really need hotel rooms, or you need office space. That didn't exist, and neither did sort of pulling together these key stakeholders and those that have invested in downtown, bringing us together to say, how do we want to see downtown evolve for the future? So these two goals alone brought tangible information and a direction for downtown that we didn't have before. Next slide, Tom. So I'm going to turn the next few slides over to Brad Siegel, but I want to make a really quick comment as we go through them. The consultant team spent about 18 months conducting interviews and meetings with city, county, Mountain Line, leadership, staff, business owners, neighbors, and interested members of the public. We cast a wide net and received a lot of participation. But the result is a consensus from all parties that downtown continue to be the hub of economic activity and innovation for the region. And this makes sense. We're anchored by the city, the county, and soon to be Mountain Line. And so I just wanted to frame Brad's comments with, as we went through this process, everybody that participated, whether it was from our smaller advisory group or from the broader general public, the consensus was that downtown needs to remain that hub of activity. So with that, I turn this over to Brad to take you through the next few slides.
Great, thanks, Terry, and good afternoon, Flagstaff. It's good to see you all. It's been a bit since we've seen folks in Flagstaff, so I'm pleased to be back. As Terry mentioned, we did spend 1.5 years on the project. We got selected right before the pandemic set in, and despite that, there are about 2,000 voices, Flagstaff voices, that are involved in this plan. So we were able to do a lot of work remotely. We also spent a week on site in August 2020, had open houses, had great participation in downtown. and continued the work into last spring. So the full draft plan is available through the Business Association. And I'm just going to sort of highlight three key findings, three key slides, and then we'll keep moving forward. So key policy recommendations of the downtown plan. One is really to promote downtown as the hub of economic activity and innovation, not just for Flagstaff, but for the entire region. Secondly, preserve and protect the historic core of downtown. This was by far the #1 priority from residents of Flagstaff who really cherish their downtown. 3, this plan is very consistent with the city's climate action plan, and the plan makes the argument that downtown as a compact mixed-use area is one of the few communities in Flagstaff where you don't necessarily need a vehicle and you can live, work, play all in one place. 4, the plan does allow for change in downtown. It does encourage what we call gentle density, particularly for mixed use development that features 2-3 stories of housing above ground floor of retail or an active use, particularly on the periphery around the historic core of downtown. And as we get more people living in downtown, it really helps make a healthier downtown as well. 5, the plan addresses parking and the reality of having to add and better manage the parking supply within the downtown area. 6, a strong emphasis on encouraging local arts, culture, and native expression to really be celebrated and flourish within the downtown area. And then lastly, downtown experiences that welcome and celebrate everyone within the city of Flagstaff. Next slide, please. As Terry mentioned, this is a market-based plan, so we looked at a variety of market trends in Flagstaff. The pandemic, in many cases, has accelerated these trends. So the trends that were in place before the pandemic, we feel have been largely accelerated. There's good news, bad news here for Flagstaff. So in terms of a place to live, Flagstaff continues to increase in desirability within your region. And then downtown. Downtown has strong opportunity and strong interest for folks who want to live there, particularly with younger demographics. Younger demographics in our surveys, in our roundtables, had a particular interest in actually living in the downtown core. Working downtown, about 11% of the employment in Flagstaff is already downtown. Certainly the city, the county, other institutions are key to that viability of downtown. And we saw that downtown would continue to be a place where people would want to work. Moving forward out of the pandemic, the type of space that's afforded in downtown Flagstaff is even under more demand. So small, flexible spaces where small businesses and startups can really flourish. Shopping and dining, about 18% of the city's restaurants, dining established entertainment venues are all located downtown. So very vital, huge amenity, and not just for folks downtown, certainly the university, the medical center, other employment centers certainly benefit from a vibrant shopping and dining scene there. And then of course, tourism, downtown as a hub for regional tourism and a place where visitors stay in hotels and also enjoy the different amenities. These charts that you can't see very well on your screen do compare Flagstaff to peer cities. And we actually saw that Flagstaff lags some of those cities in some of the key characteristics. So in terms of housing density within downtown, downtown employment, knowledge sector share of jobs, all opportunities for improvement in downtown Flagstaff moving forward. Next slide, please. So where the rubber hits the road today, and Terry's going to go into some detail here in terms of the county complex, the downtown plan identified several catalytic sites for redevelopment and also integrating parking into some of the redevelopment. So the old city courthouse, the county properties, which Terry will address in a moment, Birch Avenue, where there are some drive-up banks. We found that corridor to be underutilized and actually a real strong opportunity for the type of mixed use development we were talking about before, the residential with the ground floor retail. Gateway on the east side, where we've had auto dealerships historically. And then on the south side, Cottage Avenue infill, were all identified as potential catalytic sites within downtown moving forward. So with that overview, I'll pop it back over to Terry, who will talk a bit about the county properties.
Thanks so much, Brad. Tom, you can move to the next slide. That's great. Thanks. So before we take a look at the county footprint, I just wanted to sort of stress the county's participation throughout this process. And, you know, again, I realize that staff and leadership has changed, but what went into this plan was very active and meaningful participation and direction from, at the time, the county manager and public affairs director. And the direction we received was to see the county use existing property to develop a judicial center, to add workforce housing, and focus on a new admin building, all using existing county holdings. And, you know, I listened to last week's board meeting where I heard Judge Slayton talk about the need for a new judicial center, all of which made a lot of sense to me, so much so that it's already in our plan as a recommendation. So seeing that judicial center brought to fruition is something that we really agree with. We just want to see that downtown, and we think that that is doable. Brad also touched on the city's climate action plan. We think that
Terry, we're getting a lot of feedback here. I'm not sure if it's from you or if everybody, please put your mute on. It almost sounds like somebody's outside right now. So please put your mute on so we can hear Terry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Is this a little better? Okay, great. I was just talking about the importance of tying into the city's climate action plan. It's something we're not only aligned with, I think this plan is intertwined with that. So seeing you know, our employees being able to live downtown, to be able to walk downtown, to have that flexible work environment. You know, in the post-COVID world, how we work is changing. You can now do some drive-through business with the, you know, with your ballot. You can drop that off right without even getting out of your car. People are only going to work 2 or 3 times a week, or they might even choose to work outdoors. So having that flexibility is all accomplished by having offices located in downtown where you can walk, bike, not just to work, but to some of the businesses and services that are around. And with Mountain Line locating in downtown, to have the county, city, and Mountain Line all sort of in one area provides efficiencies that we wouldn't have elsewhere. So with that, we can move to the next slide, Tom. So this is a snapshot of the potential with county properties. And, you know, I'm not going to go through this in a ton of detail, and the buildings certainly wouldn't look like this. It's just to give you an idea of massing and height. But I really want to call out sort of the old jail that Tom mentioned. You know, he described that as an opportunity. We see that as an opportunity as well. We also see a building just to the north where you could have some height. There's a building which is right now what Tom is highlighting with his cursor. It's the surface parking lot adjacent to the other county office building on the north side of Cherry. And then, of course, where the county admin building sits today, there's some opportunity for some housing and the opportunity to wrap or to have inside that housing some parking if that is desired. So a lot of opportunity These are all existing holdings from the county, so it's cost effective. You could have height. And all the things that the county mentioned going into this presentation can be accomplished within the county existing footprint. So next slide, Tom. And so I'm going to end this now and open it up for questions, but I just wanted to mention again that in a post-COVID world, we have a new way to do business. It's more important than ever that we sort of evolve and adjust to this changing workplace with drive-up services, with online capabilities. Our focus now can be on ensuring efficiencies for employees and customers, keeping the city, county, and transit together in close proximity delivers on that efficiency. It is our hope that the county consider keeping the county campus intact in downtown and even expanding the judicial center. We think it is cost effective, it provides efficiencies, and it's connected to transportation and existing services. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you, Brad. And we appreciate your input on this. And at this point, I'm going to open it up to members of the board, see if any of them have any questions or comments. Yes, Matt.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and follow up. And Terry's correct. We did launch into this with the study and initiate a collaboration. A point of note is it is an item, as the process was initiated, yes, it was brought to the board. As it came to a conclusion, the board had not gone through a discussion of what are the implications associated with it, so it was launched by multiple partners. And it carries many of the concepts of what had been discussed associated with it. So there are key elements with it. It's also consistent with what we did prior to this. We did go out for requests for information with the potential of considering possibility of P3 and what things could be. Allowing for the market to offer concepts, although we didn't, we got a couple different versions of what might have come forward, but not a comprehensive one when we listed a whole series of lands that the county had owned. So just other areas that we had wandered through with that, and so. And it's wrestling with the big issues. How do you address downtown properties, what we're trying to do with our mission, and what everybody else is trying to do as well on that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other questions or comments from other board members?
Madam Chair, may I provide a quick response to Supervisor Ryan?
Yes, feel free.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, Supervisor Ryan, I do want to let you know that this plan is not in a final, it's not a final document. And we got really far. We're sort of at the 10th yard line. And then the county transition happened. And we realized as a team that with new members at the county, new leadership at the county, we needed to hold off and make sure that what's reflected in the plan is accurate and fits within the goals and the desires of the current county administration. So the plan has not been finalized. The plan has not been released. We recognize the importance of working with the county to make sure your plans are reflected accurately before this goes out to the public and before this plan gets finalized. So lots of opportunity for the county to weigh in on this. Today's conversation just came before we had, before we were able to sort of have a work session, but we didn't want to miss today's opportunity. And so that's why we're before you today. But I do want to make note that we're aware of this transition. So we sort of held off on publicly vetting this document until we knew what the county wanted. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. Definitely illuminates some of the footprint of the county downtown. And I know the recommendation is that obviously that the county doesn't leave the downtown area and move to King Street or whatnot, as some of the conversation has gone. And so my question is that I didn't see here is, what is the economic impact to downtown Flagstaff if the county were to move the majority of its footprint eastward and out of downtown?
Terry, you have any comments on that?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, I can comment. I'm sort of looking to see if Brad wants to chime in or if he wants me to take this.
Why don't you start and then I'll add on.
Okay. Well, I mean, the economic impact would be clear. I mean, right now, downtown has, it's a good location for downtown employment for, and those employees contribute greatly. And so seeing employees leaving downtown, I mean, I think we heard Brad talk about how downtown is a tourism destination, but downtown is also a place where people should live and where people should work. And the county is a key stakeholder and a key employer. And when you look at plans for the hospital to relocate, to think of the county relocating as well would be a really significant suck, if you will, of that employment. And seeing those employees supporting our downtown businesses and our public spaces. I also think it impacts efficiencies. Right now, you have the city, the county, and Mountain Line that will be anchored downtown. So to pull some of that away impacts the efficiencies from people looking to do business with the city, the county, and Mountain Line. For somebody wanting to get a bus pass who might also have business at the county, or somebody who has business with the city that might also have business at the county, right now that's walkable to somebody. And somebody could take the bus directly to downtown. If we see a significant relocation of county offices anywhere else outside of downtown, those efficiencies are impacted. Brad?
Yeah, let me just add a couple things. And Terry, I appreciate the technical language you use there in terms of the impact of the county. But I think another way to visualize it is sometimes we'll look at a downtown similar to what you'd look at a shopping center. And there are different uses within a downtown that are anchors. The county to us is an anchor use. If a parallel at a shopping center, it'd be like losing Nordstrom's in your shopping center. You're losing an anchor. And there's several dimensions to the county that it adds downtown. So there's the primary employment of the employees that are going there. There's also the activity that's generated by the county, and we understand some of that's going online, but that's not forever. And there's just a lot of reasons that those county offices are important. And then there are other businesses that exist downtown because of the county. So whether it's attorneys or whether it's some of the small businesses, whether it be a restaurant or services, those types of things, all of that needs to be considered. So again, I don't know if it's oversimplifying, but to me, it would be losing Nordstrom's out of a shopping center and would be difficult for downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If there are none, I'll make a couple. First of all, the city and the county certainly have been an anchor for the downtown for a long time. Some of us remember trying to build our downtown. We remember Front Street, and we remember what our downtown was. And when the city came up with the BBB funds and really revitalized our downtown, of which, again, the city and the county acted as the major anchors for our downtown area. And, since that time, we've seen a real growth in the downtown area. We've seen that as a hub of tourism, a hub of economic activity, a hub really for the whole county to come in for dinners and entertainment and for various events that are sponsored here in the hub of Coconino County. And, I think COVID really hit our community, our whole county hard. For those of us who work and live near the Flagstaff downtown area, we really saw what it did to our downtown, closing of restaurants, closing of stores. And we're going to be faced with changes to it just simply because of the hospital leaving. So I think that's something we all need to plan and look forward as we, the county, continue to move forward in our process. What is that going to mean? And the other is we've learned a lot from COVID. So as much as COVID caused an incredible amount of angst and an incredible amount of harm, even, economic devastation, and certainly in some instances, unfortunately, long-term illness and death, we also learned some things. We learned how we can be more efficient. We learned different ways we can do business. And, again, we have given so much kudos to Coconino County, our staff here, who really rose to the occasion and provide services, ongoing services throughout our county, and learned how we handle doing at home, using computers, during drive-up services. And I think that one of the things as we move forward with our master plan, we do need to talk about that, and we need to integrate that in what our system, how we do business, what our offices look like, what our footprint looks like going forward. So I appreciate the input that we received from the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance in conjunction with Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff to really give us a new vision and a new way to look forward as we make some decisions on our facility master plan. So this is very timely, Terry. And I know we've been talking about this for a while, and I'm so glad you and Brad were able to join us here today. And I know our county manager has been very much and part of this vision is also has got his hand up. So county manager.
Yes, thank you to everybody. Terry, thanks for being here today and providing the information. I just want to just clarify, just a point I want to make is that under none of our scenarios are we considering exiting downtown. And I think that's an important consideration, is that we would never do that for obvious reasons, but I do want to kind of go back in time. So when I was here before and we had the conversations, and I was at the county when we had the original conversation about the renovation of the courthouse, and does justice stay downtown? And it's a little bit like a deja vu when we look back in time to what we're talking about today. And of course, a lot of conversations took place in the early mid-90s about this very topic. And certain decisions were made with regard to renovating the courthouse, building the 110 building, obviously removing, relocating, if you will, our law enforcement and detention out of downtown, which was giant. So we've taken a lot of different steps to do that, and with that, we've also removed employees from downtown to the extent possible. And all of this was at that time with the goal of providing the opportunity for certain functions of the county to expand into available facilities downtown. And so when we've adopted the master plan, the position then, of course, it's always subject to change, is that by reserving or identifying downtown for the growth of justice was in fact the position of the county at that time. Of course, since then, we've had a lot of conversations, just most recently with Judge Slayton and his sharing of his vision for a judicial center that doesn't look at downtown as the destination for that vision, and to provide his position. And so we're kind of at a crossroads. When we look at what are the functions that can be downtown, can we all be downtown and expand into the future? Nothing's impossible. I think that there are options with regard to that as well. And so again, I just wanted to say that, we're not proposing at the staff level, which kind of goes back to my final point is as staff, participation with the alliance and all the planning that's taken place has been very, very valuable. But ultimately, it's the board that makes the decision on that. I mean, we sit as staff to many different organizations as the representatives of the county, and certainly that was the case with deep county participation in the study and the planning development as you see it today. But ultimately, it's the board that makes the final call on execution of that policy. And so, but again, it's good to it is like deja vu. It's like, we had similar conversations 10, 15, 20, probably 30 and plus years ago. So it continues to be something of importance. Obviously, we wouldn't keep talking about it. So, Madam Chair, that just wanted to share my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and that's right. We obviously, the board certainly is right now, we're getting a lot of information and quite frankly, there's been a lot of change that we're all looking at. And as I said, different ways of doing business here that we need to look at. So certainly this is a timely from Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance to see the vision and to see some of the ideas and options as we move forward as a board on taking a look at this and quite frankly, taking a look at what's possible financially and taking a look at what's possible just long-term as short-term as well as long-term. So thank you. And Judy, it looks like you'd like to, I see you've taken your mute off. You have a comment to make?
Madam Chair. And I'm going to elaborate on other needs. We all have needs in the county. I think I mentioned this before. Some of the things that maybe for 20 years later or whatever, to be, if we can, look at a possibility for veteran housing and student housing. Right now, as you know, we really are neglecting in some way to a certain extent for our veterans that are just out there out in the cold and stuff like that. So I really feel, and then we're kind of putting our students in a real hardship case by having them pay high in rent, and that they're trying to work a full-time job, going to school full-time, and also trying to shuffle their kids and stuff like that if they have kids. So there's probably a lot of other avenues that this plan can include later on, but I'm going to advocate on those particular areas. So, and I want to thank Terry and Brad for coming on and for sharing us the information and the plans that are coming and set forth. All of them there that are listed is something that we really also need on the side. So I do support that. So just thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's really good to finally hear the report. I'm really happy that this moved on through the pandemic because it's a really important partnership. We were very excited about a possibility of partnership with the city on the courthouse, and it just didn't happen. And so I'm really happy that the collaboration started, and that was a big wake-up call for all of us. So this partnership is really important. So one of the things that, the other things I think that Flagstaff, what is the identity of Flagstaff? What is the image of Flagstaff? It used to be at one time a Western town. Maybe at one time it was, Native Americans who dared to come into town. There was an image there, and nowadays, not sure, when we're doing a downtown planning, I think it's really important to look at the image of who Flagstaff is and how do we portray that. We always talk about not wanting to be any other city out there. And, we even talk about the height of these buildings and don't want to have that, or maybe it's just a change that has to happen. Those are, I'm sure you're having those discussions. Buildings are buildings, but then again, how do you design them? I think the architects are really important. And also, from the point of view of local government, such as the county, we've just really have had challenge with the cost of doing business downtown. That is a decision maker for us, and for everyone downtown. That's what we have to really evaluate and look at when it comes to the county court and the legal system. Where do we go? The transport of inmates across town just to have a hearing, and then all the attorneys and other support having to come in. So do we relocate the legal system to outside of Flagstaff? And then how many, it's like moving a doctor, how many doctors does a doctor staff require to be able to care for a patient? I think that's really how the legal system is. So those are things that we really have to look at. So we're from the county, as you all know, we're trying to work with you, but we're also looking and thinking about how do we save costs, and then also how do we look at the systemically, how do we manage facility across the board? And that's what we're looking at. Really appreciate Tom and you all bringing this in. And there is a county leadership change, but the board already had taken action on this. We created a vision, and it's really important to hear the update report on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other remarks from board members? Or any other remarks from staff?
Madam Chair, just quickly on, I think you captured it well, Lena captured it well. No matter what, yes, we are vested in downtown. It's just as we take a broader look at it, as the world changed with COVID, and as we look at our needs, how innovative are we, and what are the applications? This may be the application where it might be tweaks, or we really need to take a look at the comprehensive picture associated with it. We realize the importance of downtown. As noted, I don't think any of the other governmental entities are part of DBA except for ourselves. We know that. We knew what you were doing. It is the county seat associated with it, and as we see change in society, a lot of what you have programmed in here based on the discussions, or it is that change that's occurring with it. The question associated with moving judicial out of downtown, all our movement up till now, including the plan that you have, it was a commitment to having judicial downtown, and understanding as we were starting to explode from the seams, that we also were looking at the focus of services, which might have been more appropriate for where the population would use the services. And King Street's an example of that. Didn't mean that we were moving out of downtown so much as modifying according to the needs of the community, as well as committing to downtown, but modifying what we needed to do. With COVID coming in, with you coming at this point with the new leadership, it's apropos. It's a really good time to see where we are with what had been discussed so far. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comments. Any other concluding remarks? Then hearing none, again, thank you so much, Terry and Brad, for being with us. And I'm sure this will be the first of other conversations as we start moving forward. So, is somebody, Supervisor Fowler, you had a comment to make?
Yes, downtown, the parking fees has really taken a, we're taking a toll on our employees too, and other businesses downtown. So that there's been discussion about parking lot, and I'm sure those are all in the plans. One time Supervisor Ryan had recommended that maybe, or said that maybe there might be a walkway across from the buildings, and have a terrace out and having a sitting area. Those things might still want to be considered as you all move forward on this discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. So, and with that, I know we're running a little bit late here, and I know we have Busy Collins from NAPTA, who will also be discussing NAPTA's plans. And again, thank you, Terry and Brad, and I'm sure we will be talking in the future. So thank you. So I believe County Manager, we do have, I thought I saw Busy. Oh, there she is. Hi, Busy. And I know that you're here on NAPTA and Transit Planner and Mountain Lion. So please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I am Busy Collins, Transit Planner for Mountain Lion. Thrilled to be talking with you today. Thanks for including transit. I do think it's important to consider as facilities planning is underway. Next slide, please, Tom. I think we can go 2 slides. Yep, next slide, please. So our mission is getting you where you want to go, and county facilities are absolutely places people want to go. Next slide. We do have 4 member agencies that comprise our board of directors, including Coconino County. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the Mountain Line fixed route transit system. We also have paratransit service that's beyond this, ADA plus that's to the city line. We also have taxi services, but really just wanted to focus on the core area of our service, which is fixed route. The stars indicate some of the public facing county facilities. It's not an exhaustive list here. And just wanted to point out the Downtown Connection Center is just left in, oh, thank you so much, Tom, is right there. Downtown Connection Center, all of our 9 routes use the Downtown Connection Center, and it does have the most transit supportive area in the downtown, having the Downtown Connection Center and those 9 routes serving it. So it is best served now and in the future. And I would love to mention, thanks Terry for mentioning, Mountain Line in the downtown vision. We're very supportive of the downtown vision, excited to be a participant in that. And we're really excited to move our administrative staff downtown, to have the DCC transit hub online and have our main public facing facility be located downtown. So thanks for mentioning that in your presentation, Terry. And just wanted to also say that most county facilities are served by transit, though some are served better than others. Next slide, please. This is a travel shed. And so there's a small icon in the center of the green that is meant to display how long it takes that little person icon, currently placed on the Superior Court location, how long it takes to get to other areas through walking and transit. So walking to a transit stop and then taking transit somewhere else. And the various colors tell you how long it takes for that individual to get places through transit and through walking. And it also has the population coverage in each of those groupings. So you can see that downtown, again, having all of the routes access down there really enables the access throughout town to be much larger. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the Health and Human Services, just as a comparison. So we do have 2 routes that serve every 20 minutes in that area, the blue route and the purple route. However, not having all of those routes definitely limits how far somebody can get in 30 minutes. Next slide, please. And I really want to talk about, Mountain Line as a larger entity in the community. We do have broad community support. So even if people don't ride the bus, they recognize the importance of transit in our community. Transit access is an important consideration in facility planning. And again, I so appreciate being here. Next slide, please. Transit is also transportation equity. So people need transit to get to jobs, school, as well as county facilities. Our last onboard survey identified the typical Mountain Line customer uses Mountain Line to travel to work or school, rides Mountain Line because it is their only transportation. They ride 5 or more times per week. They're employed, either full or part-time, and has an annual household income of less than $20,000. Next slide, please. Mountain Line is also part of the solution to the climate crisis. Transportation is the single largest contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. Riding the bus and transitioning to all electric buses will improve Flagstaff and Coconino County's carbon footprint. Next slide. And transit is also part of mitigating congestion on busy Flagstaff roads. So here's a picture of 40 cars on the left, 40 people riding transit, a much smaller area, and then 40 people by bike. So we do have most transit trips begin on foot or bike. So, all around transit riders are mitigating congestion on our streets. Next slide. And transit's also part of the affordability equation, as transportation is the second largest household expense after rent or mortgage. And it is estimated that a household can save nearly $10,000 per year by taking public transportation and living with one less car. Next slide. And we do generate economic benefits through leveraging grant funding on both planning and capital projects. There's some statistics here, and we are really excited about a couple capital projects, the CDL course, and the first and last mile pedestrian and bicycle projects. So really excited to partner with the community and get some exciting projects constructed. Next slide. So this is our permanent transit network, and it's Mountain Line's contribution to the ongoing conversation among transit and land use planners, developers, and organization about how and where we should have transit-oriented development. And these corridors will do the most to help Mountain Line deliver efficient and high ridership service in the future. So the PTN, Permanent Transit Network, was intended to drive development. It is challenging in this real estate market, as you'd understand. And we have seen that as new developments move outside of the transit travel shed, it's very difficult and expensive to move transit services. We prefer to keep transit where it currently is located so people can rely on it. Businesses can move there should they prefer to. And so we're, moving transit services is challenging. Next slide. And there's reasons why we operate where we currently do. So again, all of the various colored lines are our routes, and then the blocks is density. So where homes and jobs are is the main ingredient for transit ridership. And so the purple on this map, the deeper the purple, the more dense it is with homes and jobs. So you can see we're doing a great job with our current lines. We're really trying to capitalize on where there is density. Thank you. And transit, again, is transportation equity. So knowing the demographics of our typical bus rider, we ensure current and future transit service is located where the transit markets and destinations are. Next slide. And while Flagstaff in Motion, our 5-year transit plan, is currently underway, we do not have recommendations yet. And we are looking at a lot of future areas for transit service. However, they all take additional funding for continued operations, which Mountain Line does not have available. Again, we don't have recommendations and working through with our board on what those might look like. The only way to guarantee bus service is really to locate where we are today. Next slide. And this is my final slide. Just wanted to plug that the Downtown Connection Center will have 1,000 square feet available to accommodate human services. We have a lot of discussions with various agencies, but we do not have commitments at this time. But we look forward, to being a partner in the community and co-locating important services at the transit hub. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Busy, very much for the overview. And I know we have some board members who are very active on both Metro Plan and Mountain Lion. Vice Chair Vasquez, any comments you'd like to make on this?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation about Mountain Lion. I just wanted to put another plug in for the new center, Connection Center. We're really excited about it, and was just wondering if you could share with us the timeline from when that will be available for the community.
Absolutely. So I understand we're hoping to break ground this year and be completed by 2023 or 4. I want to say 4, I apologize. And 2024, thanks, Kate. 2024, we should be open and ready for business.
And then my follow-up question is, during construction, how will that impact routes? Will routes still be going through that area?
We are hoping to maintain that location as the Downtown Connection Center with all the routes moving through there. And we do believe that's possible through the various phasing of construction.
Great, thank you, really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I also know that Supervisor Begay sits on a Mountain Lion board and is our alternate for Metro Plan. And Supervisor Begay, any comments?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for making the presentation. I really agree with the plans that's going on with the Mountain Line. And I even had an opportunity to ride on the Mountain Line bus and with Vasquez, Supervisor Vasquez, and it's nice, just imagine how many people don't have to be driving once everything is implemented. And I just see that there's going to be a lot of improvements, and the traffic's going to not be as congested. So, but there are a lot of routes that we were told, most of this information that's just shared with us was shared with us while we were en route. We had a person there and she did, guide us, and really enjoyed riding on the bus. So I just want to say thank you for all the efforts and plans and the support that you have, to fully implement this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And other board members like to be heard on this. Supervisor Ryan.
Trying to figure out where my mute button is again. All right, great report, Busy, and nice and comprehensive in terms of it. Just a note, I don't know if you stated it, but what is it? The transit center is, where you had the picture of all those buses there. And I think you didn't miss one group to go speak to in Flagstaff, because they all brought their ideas when you were trying to come up with it. But it probably would make sense just to let the board know how you're progressing through the city processes and where you are with that.
Yeah, and I apologize. Kate is absolutely leading that effort in an incredible way. I do know, let's see, NEPA, the environmental clearance, is kind of first in our line on this timeline. And then I think with the NEPA process, we can really get moving on construction. So hoping to break ground I'm honestly not sure, there's a building to be demolished, the current city building there. And then a lot of other activities. I apologize. I really don't have a lot of the details, and I'm not seeing a chat coming from Kate on that, but she can absolutely follow up with
She's
what
on.
that.
Kate is on right now, Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
thanks. Thanks, Busy. Sorry, Heather and I are sharing a computer. I'm not Heather Domlin. I'm Kate Morley, Deputy General Manager at Mountain Line. Yeah, Busy did a great job. Our NEPA process, we expect to wrap up here shortly, and we have our conditional use permit in hand, which is really exciting. And then just last week, we got our site plan approved. So big steps in the process. Our latest timeline is that we probably won't have final building permits in hand until about December, but we can do some things to start breaking ground before then and get the process moving. And then as Busy mentioned, we're on track for early 2024 occupancy of the building. And she did mention that 1,000 square feet of human service space in there. And that's been a partnership we talked about high level with the county for a while, where we have this space. It is the place where everybody in the community can access the best because of the transit system. And we'd love to partner with someone on the use of that space, potentially hoteling human services through it. So just a good opportunity, I think, for us to keep the door open on and keep talking about between Mountain Line and the county with that particular component.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's good to see you. Glad you were able to jump on and join us this afternoon. And yes, I think that'd be very interesting to discuss more fully. If it's our transportation center, we can even provide more immediate access to people from all over the county who at least have access through the Mountain Line transportation line, because it's all roads will lead there. And it'll be a wonderful opportunity to provide services. So that will be exciting for future conversations. So thank you very much. Supervisor Ryan, I see you.
Yeah, just to finish up, Busy, you did a great job. Don't worry. Kate didn't need to come in and rescue you on that one there, but it's always good to see Kate and Heather. Just to note, appreciate the activity both from Supervisor Vasquez, Supervisor Begay, and Supervisor Horstman, you with Metro Plan, and in looking at it. And obviously, transportation is a critical element of how we do business, whether at the county level or how the community functions. So, and look forward to your future endeavors as the need for expansion will continue associated with it. Thank you very much.
And of course, Supervisor Ryan, you're very much involved in transportation on not only local, but also state level. So thank you for all that you're doing. And hopefully there's some money coming. It looks like we've got a lot of federal money coming this way for transportation, and that's exciting for our community. So thanks again. Any other comments? Any comments from staff, from County Manager?
Yeah, Madam Chair, both Tom and Sarah are going to wrap up this agenda item if we're ready to proceed with that. But I just want to make sure that you've gotten board comments.
I'm still out here.
Okay.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, feel free.
So thank you for the presentation. That was very good. That's been in the plan for a while. And I think I missed it, and I really cannot see where the location of this on the what was emailed out. It's when I try to make it larger, it just fuzzes out. So I'm just wondering, where is this location again? I'm sure you mentioned it, but I must have missed it. I apologize.
Supervisor Fowler, so there is a cursor that's circling it, but it is off of Milton and Phoenix are is the intersection that the Downtown Connection Center will be located.
Okay, I'll have to go look that up. All right, that's what I wanted to know. And then, the parking is expensive. Everyone, it's just expensive and limited also parking. So maybe there might be a place for people to park and to be brought in, not just employers or people that are trying to get service. Maybe visitors can be, can be like the National Park Service, be brought in and taken back. So that's just, that'd be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any comments on that? All right, and I know then we're having some concluding remarks from Sue Brown. Oh, I'm so sorry. Feel free. Vice
Sorry,
Chair
as the
Hoskins.
conversation was going, it occurred to me to ask the question of, you know, I see on the maps you show that density wise, the routes are dealing with the most dense areas in the greater Flagstaff area, but what's the plan to expand service to the rural areas that are less dense, but still a vital part of our community in greater Flagstaff?
Madam Chair, if I can start the conversation there, and then I'll turn it over
Absolutely. Yes, thank you, County Manager.
So the currently the Mountain Line Transit is funded with the city sales tax. And so with regard to expanding out into the county, that would be the responsibility of the county to look at funding mechanisms for that to take place. We have in the past participated in limited grant programs where we extended some shuttle services out to Coconino Village and out east. But if we were to embark on a feeder system that would be bringing in folks from outside of the city limits, we would then have to, of course, just a matter of the population served, look at a county solution with regard to the funding of that feeder to the city limit for transfer. So, and I would ask Izzy or others if there's another comment, but Madam Chair, you were going to make a comment.
Yeah, I was. And Steve, I think that's a really good point to make on this. Question I would ask is, I know we have infrastructure money coming up and transportation is a big part of that. Would there be money available to the county for that?
I imagine there would be. I'm not totally versed in the various areas, but I imagine we could look at that as in our conversation related to infrastructure that are taking place at this time. Also looking at some of the community partnership funding that we are in the process of doing an RFI and the RFP for, to look to see if there's an opportunity there for some funding as well. But if you're looking at kind of the long-term, creating a long-term program that would have sustainable funding, we probably would be looking at infrastructure, and then possibly at some point in the future, identifying or creating some type of a taxing entity to fund the creation of that. But then also looking county-wide, and so certainly not all things with it are related to Flagstaff. We're looking at workforce transportation between Flagstaff, Williams, Tuba City, Page, and so we have an entire county that we would be looking at in terms of a study going forward. And I know Mountain Line, Heather, and other and the group there have had conversations with counterparts with Navajo Transit, Hopi, City of Williams, and others. And so workforce transportation in terms of commuters that may be working in Flagstaff, residing in other locations, has been on their radar for quite some time.
Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Steve, is there, has there been a study done about how many of the citizens travel downtown to do business with either the city or the county and to register to vote? Or I know that our or any courts, and then also government employees or employees that work downtown. Maybe has there been a study about the number, how many people are we talking about? And then in addition to that, has there been a discussion about parking downtown, possibly providing them a discount or do waivers for their parking?
Sure. So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, I'm not aware of a study that has quantified individuals coming into downtown. We can work with City of Flagstaff to see with Park Flagstaff if they've done any assessments, and of course with our colleagues at Mountain Line to see if any data exists. If not, looking into putting together a survey to that effect. With regard to parking, I'm going to defer, but I do believe as an employee of the county, we do provide either a subsidy, if not a permit, for employee parking. And I don't know who I should turn that question. Sue Brown has her hand up. She can answer that now.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Madam Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Fowler. We do provide permits for our employees. We also have free spaces that are indicated on signage in several places. In addition, we do have all of our ADA spaces. You do not have to have a permit to use our handicap spaces in any of our parking lots in the downtown. But we also can offer visitor permits to any of our constituents or customers who come in with a license plate number. We can do that as well. So there's a lot of different sort of mitigation that we do to try to reduce the impact of the parking plan and the parking payment issue with our customers as much as possible.
Thank you, Sue. And just to point out, there's been 150 additional parking spaces that have been added since then we were originally talking about the parking issue with the city of Flagstaff. So there are additions to the parking that they committed to. So, and I see a hand up from Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez.
I just want to add, Madam Chair, that maybe with the Downtown Alliance and their study of the buildings, since they're looking at infrastructure, to really look at that as well. That way all is considered when you're planning downtown area. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I also think there's free bus passes to employees. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Vice Chair, you're up.
No, I didn't have any further comments. I forgot to put my hand down from the previous comment. Sorry.
All right. Very, very good. Thank you. Okay, very excellent. And at this point, I believe there's no action item taken. It's presentation only. Thank you so much, Busy, and good to see you again. And Terry Medeska and the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. As I said, I'm sure we'll be talking more as we proceed on with our discussion here as a board. And with that,
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt, please. I know that Tom wants to give a little bit of a preview for next week, and then Sue wanted to make a couple comments.
All right, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Trying to keep us.
I know we're actually 3 minutes away from our time, so
yeah. Okay, thank
Tom
you.
and Sue will deliver it on time.
I'll make it very quick. So Sue's actually going to tee it up for next time. But I just wanted to thank our partners for coming on today and to kind of explain how these other agencies' initiatives kind of factor into our facility master planning and where services are and kind of what the vision is. So thank you again to NAPTA Mountain Line, and thank you to the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. And I'll turn it over to Sue Brown.
All right, thanks, Tom. So
thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I just want to give a little bit of context on all of the information that you have heard in the last 4 meetings. We have had information from facilities about all of the needs that we recognize across the county in our county-owned and leased facilities. You have heard from individual users about the needs that they have in their particular facilities as well. And they have included ideas and concepts that they have entertained. We've talked to some of our consultants who have provided key information about the things that we can do on some of our parcels. And finally, you've heard from our outside partners who also have ideas about the county's portfolio. That's a lot of information we've asked you to digest over the last month and a half. The good news is in section 5, in the 5th one of these, we will bring you context on what we will be asking you. What I can tell you is we will not ask you to decide something hard like spending $150 million. We would not do that to you. Instead, what we will do is give you context, and we will give you very, very clear recommendations about where we believe our next steps are. The challenge to the Board of Supervisors on any given day is that you have 1,100 employees, you have 150,000 customers plus, and you have 18,662 square miles in which you have to serve. And that's a lot. So what we do as administration in your internal services, and in this case, the facilities management department, is we try to put that into biteable pieces for you so that you understand the context of the decisions that we will ask you to make. So when we talk about a concept of a project, any individual project, when we bring that to you, you will understand not just the context of that project, but where that project sits with all the other needs and possible projects that exist out there. And we will bring it to you in a very different context, which is a county level context, a broad county level context. But we will also tell you about the particular needs of the facilities and, most importantly, the customers and the departments who serve from those individual facilities and who have those very critical needs. So we, just as we do with our pay plans and other things like that, we take a broad county view, but we also narrow down to the individual issue that we have at hand. And that is what we'll start to narrow down for you next time in our 5th session. We will give you the context for all of the information you have heard in the previous 4 sessions, and we will make some recommendations for you about how we move forward. And I will be very honest, when we are looking at capital projects, when we are looking at our facilities master plan, we will not come to you fast on any of these to spend a lot of money. We will give you a lot of information. We will give you a lot of chances to ask questions and to direct us and make comments and changes. And then we will also bring you extensive information on your funding choices and what we can do as we move forward. When we come to you at the 5th session, we will have definite recommendations on how we think we can move forward, but it will be a broader context that involves prioritization of issues, a full programming of all of our needs and all of the things that we can consider as we move forward. And as Madam Chair mentioned before, and in conversations I've had with each of you, we are not yet, unfortunately, post-pandemic. And that is a very important factor as we move forward and one we must consider very carefully. So as we move forward, we will be looking at the changes across the world to the world workplace. That is part of what we will have to consider as we move forward into a new capital facilities plan. So I want to reassure you that you've heard a lot of information. Your decisions in the near future will not be massive. There will be decisions, but they will be in context and they will be about the best things for the county, but it will give you more information. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll leave it to you. But I just wanted to reassure everyone that there's more to come and it's good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to the good stuff. So we know we can expect that from you and also from Tom and the rest of the staff. So thank you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything else? I'm sorry, anything else, County Manager, on this? So
No, ma'am, we're ready to move on.
very good. Again, thank you for those who presented with us this afternoon. And our next item is a presentation, discussion, and update regarding Coconino County's continued response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and a little update on testing, vaccine distribution, and guidelines by the CDC. And who better to handle this than Kim Musselman herself. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon. I think someone on that side is going to share my presentation. Oh, perfect. Lindsay's got it there. Fantastic. As this is coming up, and Lindsay, you can go ahead and skip to basically the next slide. This is just kind of that reminder of the community levels that we now report on. This was for our week ending March 26th, and we have been in a low community level for the last about 3 weeks now. And just want to point out here, at that week ending, our rate per 100,000 was down to 25.4, and our percent positivity at 1.6, and our COVID-like illness at 2%, which of course is exceptional news as we continue to watch where our transmission is going and hopefully going to be leveling out and kind of fading away, at least through the summer months. With that being said, I just want to point out for all of your recognition and for the public as well, we, as of last week, had done some modifications to this report. And as you go through the entire report that you can access on the county website, you will notice that we modified to reflect 2022 rather than cumulative from 2020. We have now, we've completed over 2 years of response to COVID, are into our 3rd year. And so we needed to be able to condense some of that information. So you will notice that that is taking place. Next slide, please. This is our favorite epi curve. I just wanted to point out here, as you can see, as I just had indicated, that week ending March 26 with about 37 positive cases. Our week that just ended this past Friday we were about 40. So we're not still dropping down. It's kind of doing what many of you may have seen a little bit about a tail. I'm going to talk a little bit going forward about the variant that is out there right now. But overall have continuing good news with respect to our numbers are probably going to hover around here for the next several weeks. We'll see what all plays out, but hopefully are going to continue to be slowly going down as we move into late spring and early summer. Next slide, please. So wanted to talk about the variant strain, and I had a great conversation with Dr. Dave Engelthaler the other day, and he provided me some additional updates that I wanted to be able to share with you, just to clarify, because you're hearing a lot of stuff in the media, some of which is confusing and oftentimes to some extent also causing a little bit more potential panic or concern. So I just want to kind of be able to put that into context. So the BA.2 strain is a strain that, to the original Omicron variant, we know that many of our community members contracted Omicron and had that variant of COVID. And it is this BA.2 strain may cause the same typically milder disease as the other Omicron strains, but it does spread more quickly. It is about now 50% of the cases in the US. And however, that immunity from COVID-19 Omicron infection appears to be providing protection from other Omicron infections. So for those folks who had Omicron, it's looking, very good that is providing that protection from that previous Omicron variant for this current variant. And then also antibodies from a recent booster. So a booster that was, less than 4 months ago provides some protection against this variant as well. We know that the original Omicron variant, there was, a little less protection with respect to the booster. However, again, it was still providing fantastic protection with respect to severe illness and hospitalization. So I want to be very clear about that. A couple other notes before I move on to the next slide about the variants is that, this is, it's probably close that in Arizona, overall we are seeing, and our TGen is seeing BA.2 variant cases even here in Flagstaff, but it's so low because there's so few positive cases right now. So I just want to put that in context that it is likely it's about 50% in the US. It's probably about that in Arizona, but when doing the testing in the last couple of weeks, the numbers have been so low that they can't be completely confident, but it is definitely going to become predominant. Basically, it's going to overtake what was the original Omicron. And that's kind of how those variants work, as we have kind of learned from experience along the way. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the booster guidance in correlation with our vaccine rates. So you all are aware, and certainly we have published and put out on social media, people over the age of 50 and many even as young as 12 with certain that are immunocompromised who received an initial booster dose at least 4 months ago are now eligible for another mRNA booster. And in addition to that, adults who received a primary vaccine and a booster dose of Johnson & Johnson vaccine at least 4 months ago may now receive a second booster dose using an mRNA COVID vaccine. That is the recommendation, that for those that had had Johnson & Johnson and even 2 doses of Johnson & Johnson, and that was at least 4 months ago, that they receive a second booster dose using an mRNA vaccine. Now, there are a couple of exceptions to that, and I've actually had some questions from the public regarding those who may not be able to have an mRNA vaccine for allergic reactions and other kinds of things. And there's information on the CDC site specific to some of those exceptions. And again, what I will always say is that if you have questions and concerns, please consult with your healthcare provider to discuss what is right for you, and also given any of your own medical history and situations that you may be in fact dealing with. I also wanted to share on this slide, just over on the side there, you'll see the little caption, and just in terms of our weekly vaccine counts among Coconino County residents. And you can see that certainly back in January, when Omicron was very prevalent in our communities, our vaccination rates, and also that was when boosters, initial doses of boosters coming out and being more prevalent, that, you know, we had a pretty significant uptake of vaccines, and that has steadily waned and has kind of leveled out as well across the last several weeks. What I will report is we continue to average about 70 vaccines a week that we are administering here at our 2 days for our limited afternoon hours here at HHS, and seen a little bit of an uptick, of course, with the additional booster guidance that has come out. A couple of other comments I want to make about boosters is tomorrow, the FDA is going to hold an advisory committee meeting specifically to talk about COVID vaccines and discuss future boosters. You're hearing a lot about what does this look like as we go into summer, and is this going to turn into something that is seasonal? We don't know a lot of those answers yet. We're still waiting to see, but there is planning in place. And the FDA is going to have that committee meeting tomorrow. And it's really intended to assist the FDA and CDC in developing a framework for regulatory decision-making about what the future composition of COVID vaccines and boosters should consist of in order to address those specific variants. And what is the timing for when the populations should receive those vaccine booster doses in the coming months. So I did want to share that information, and also make a note that if you are someone who is over the age of 50 or fall in that immunocompromised eligible group, again, please, if you have specific questions, especially if you have or are immunocompromised, please talk with your healthcare provider. For those of you who are over 50, certainly, obviously 65 and older, and if you didn't have and did not, were fortunate enough not to contract the Omicron variant, then absolutely suggest getting that additional booster. If you're between that age of 50 and 65, really, and are healthy, again, that may not be super helpful right now. It's really going to depend on your current health situation, as well as looking forward to what we may need to be looking at for other booster doses and vaccines that they're going to be discussing tomorrow. So I just wanted to give a little context to some of that information, because I know a lot of it gets confusing as the media is kind of flooded with a lot of different things. Next slide, please. The other piece I really wanted to share with you all is something that we just initiated here in the last couple of weeks, really targeting, and I know that that's one of the concerns, it's certainly a concern that we have at HHS, which is our 65 and older population. Why we have a super high vaccination and initial vaccination rate with that age range, we don't have a super high response to the initial booster dose. And now technically people would be eligible for another booster dose. So one of the things that we have instituted is our mobile vaccination team, especially as we're kind of waiting for those pediatric vaccines and other things, and we're a little bit more on a lull. We've started reaching out specifically to our senior high-risk population, those over 65 plus. We vaccinated here at HHS, between all of the things that we specifically have been hosting, over 4,000 seniors. So we have all of their information and their records. So we're actually have our teams calling all of them, looking at their ACES records, and just reaching out if they haven't had a booster dose, asking them if they are interested. We can connect them, get them an appointment, get them in here to get that. We're also continuing to reach out and serve those who may be homebound and have some other issues. So we've been organizing that as well. So I just wanted to share that with you, that there's an active effort going on in terms of reaching out to our senior populations to make sure that they have access and are aware that they really should be getting a booster dose if they haven't had one already. Next slide, please. So just a couple of other updates. I know we have shared some of this with you in writing, but just for the sake of this presentation, on March 22nd, the uninsured program stopped accepting claims for testing and treatment of COVID-19 due to lack of sufficient funds. And then on April 5th, the program also stopped accepting vaccination claims due to lack of sufficient funds. And what that means with respect, well, it means a few different things, but one of the things I want to point to is the uninsured program stopping the claims for testing and treatment. Certainly, if people are going to vendors that are not providing truly free testing, and they were charging insurance and other things, if someone was uninsured, those entities no longer can submit that uninsured claim to then receive reimbursement for having administered or provided that test or that treatment. So this is something that we're hopeful as things are happening at the federal level, and funding with respect to COVID response is hopefully getting some attention. It looks like yesterday some progress was being made. Hopeful that that will continue to be able to meet the needs of our community members and those who are uninsured. With respect to the impact that has on HHS and to Coconino County, we still have several free testing opportunities out there. I'm going to talk a little bit about when we expect some of that to be ending here in Coconino County with respect to some of our static sites, but also wanting to reassure all of you that we have access to and are being told by the state that we currently have ample supply of still getting our rapid test kits that we are still administering to all of the numerous locations, schools, clinics, other community partners who are distributing them across the county. And we still have ample supply and are able to meet all of the requests to have those testing kits available. And as for vaccines, we will continue to provide vaccine free of charge out of all of our HHS and partner sponsored related locations. And we've been assured from the state that there is ample vaccination supply well into the end of the calendar year, despite any other funding or related concerns that may come up with that. So we got confirmation about that. And again, we will continue, regardless of us being able to submit back for those claims, because we have been doing that at HHS for uninsured and insured, so that we are able to recover some of those administrative related costs. We will still be providing that regardless. So I just wanted to assure all of you of those updates. Next slide, please. Just a quick note regarding the emergency declaration. Of course, as we talked about and sent out to all of you and was in the media, the state lifted the state emergency declaration. All of the things that we are currently working in partnership with the state remain in place. There was a few things that are ceasing and being transitioned into other state departments as part of operations, but overall, no significant negative impacts to report. And of course, having made the recommendation to leave our emergency declaration in place until such time as the federal declaration is lifted. Next slide, please. So just a couple points. Obviously, as I mentioned before, we continue to provide vaccines here at our HHS clinic on Wednesdays and Fridays from noon to 4:30. We have an appointment system set up. There's links for both English and Spanish. Seem to have good results taking place, have even opened up some other to accommodate folks, if they show up here and weren't able to make an appointment, we're able to get them in and get them vaccinated. Certainly our goal is that we want to vaccinate anyone who makes an effort to get here and get that booster dose or those initial first or second doses. At this point, I do want to make a comment about the pediatric vaccines for those 6 months to 4 years of age. The latest update as of last Thursday is that CDC is indicating that we will likely see that roll out either late May or early June. At least that's the information that we're receiving. So we're kind of targeting that June timeframe for when that will be happening. We're also continuing to provide pop-up events around the county. Most recently I had done one in Williams, and there's plans to return to Tucson in the Grand Canyon mid to late April. The final date is still being vetted, and so we'll share that when we have it. And then also working with the mayor and Page for a return visit to Page, probably in early to mid-May. We're really working with those communities to kind of coincide with some of the seasonal employee returns as well, to capitalize on getting those groups vaccinated. Next slide, please. Our partners, of course, continue to be phenomenal, and we're working with PMG with respect to one of the updates that I think we had shared with you, but I want to verbally point out is that as the NAU Fieldhouse location will continue to operate on Fridays and Saturdays from 2 to 5 p.m. for vaccines. And also on the regular schedule for testing when I get to testing in a minute. But I do want to let you know that those contracts are going to end for that location at the NAU Fieldhouse on May 14. And that was, the NAU has been communicating that with those partner entities. And so we're working with PMG to talk about other potential static locations, or that they can continue to partner as they have been doing all along with the schools, as well as with Mountain View Pediatrics and some of our other locations, to still be able to have locations to provide vaccine, because we still really need their help up here. So we're working on those alternate plans as well, and we'll keep you informed. And then of course, Canyonlands up in Page, they are providing vaccines for adults and children from 5 to 17 during Monday through adults, and then children between 5 and 17, Monday through Friday by appointments. So those vaccine, standing locations continue to exist in addition to our own. Next slide, please. Couple updates on the testing front. As I just mentioned, that NAU testing location is going to close after graduation. So on May 14th, that testing location will no longer be operating. We're waiting to see if it makes sense and if there's still availability with the contract with the state, if we need to find another location. The other thing that is happening that I think all of you've been aware of, and we put out the information last week or week before when it changed, was also the testing that is being conducted that by another partner, PLR. I want to make sure I get the right acronyms here. And they had moved that used to be at the Elks Lodge, and they have since moved it to the Flagstaff Medical Center parking lot, and are doing that testing Monday through Friday from 8 to 4. And all of this information and direct links to our partners are available on our website. And I would be remiss if I didn't also mention that, again, everyone is eligible for additional rapid testing kits from the federal government. If you go to covid.gov/tests, you can order additional tests to be delivered to your home free of charge. And just on that slide for all of your awareness as well, that's our testing kit distribution to date that we have distributed out around the county, over 21,000 self-testing kits. And then of course those CLIA test kits, which are also rapid, but involve entities having a laboratory type of waiver. We've distributed almost 64,000 of those, and we'll continue to push those out as they are requested. Next slide, please. So we continue to remain nimble. We're super excited that numbers are where they are, that we're able to take a deep breath, that we're able to focus on something else besides just COVID, while we're still keeping COVID directly in our sites, as we must do for certainly the foreseeable future. But just wanted to share with the board, as our investigations, monitoring, and surveillance teams and the funding and the things that have beefed them up to be able to allow us to have the response, to just share with you that they are continuing to create educational materials on COVID and other respiratory illnesses to share with businesses, with the general public, our schools, our congregate settings, and other facilities, and are working to transition to assist with both COVID and non-COVID epidemiological tasks during this period of time with a decreased workload. So they're not they're busy when they're not having to be doing specific things related to COVID, talking to those who have been infected with COVID, but they're working on lots of other great things to help us be prepared and continue to be ready to respond. I just have a couple other things to share, because this is kind of the fun, exciting stuff too. Next slide. Wanted to just give a huge shout out. One of the grants we were able to obtain and that we partnered with Superintendent Cheryl Mango-Padgett and her team in putting out, and is the K through 12 schools reopening grant. And I just need to give a huge shout out because, one, we were super excited. We just got notice last week that they've extended the grant for another year. So it goes through May 2023, which is hugely helpful because it was going to expire this May and it was not even quite half spent. So we've got opportunity. But what's really great about Cheryl and her team, and especially Kelly Donatel, who I want to give a big shout out, they have been doing such a great job doing outreach to all of the schools across Coconino County in all of our areas, and have been able to get money into families' hands to cover grocery bills, lodging, laundry expenses, things that, that were very much a hardship because their child or their family members had COVID. And so they have been doing a significant social media push. And they've been doing all sorts of things, and just really appreciate all of you sharing that information. All of the information is available in Spanish and English. And they're working with the schools as well as putting out things. And to date, they have had 221 applicants for those wraparound support services to date. And they've got a great little chart of, how many from each of those school districts, and it's really impressive. So I just wanted to say thank you, because it's helping really address some of those hardships. And they're also doing a fantastic job pushing out information about the behavioral health services that we were able to take one of the grants that we obtained and work with Health Choice Arizona to provide behavioral health services for students and their families. And so they're pushing out that information and getting those referrals. Next slide, please. So before I go to questions, I just have to make one quick plug. This week is National Public Health Week, and wanted to share with all of you, this is during the first week of April each year. The American Public Health Association brings together communities throughout the US to observe National Public Health Week. And it's a time to recognize and celebrate the contributions and efforts across our department in improving the health and well-being of our community. And in honor of this week, we've got some things planned with our staff. We had done little healthy snacks and treats in all of the little break rooms and kitchens for all of our staff here at King Street, our medical examiner's office, our page office, and all around the county. And then we have a few other things planned, including a wellness walk at 4 p.m. today that staff's going to meet here at King Street and walk to Bushmaster Park and back. Page staff actually did their walk this morning. And then on Thursday, we're doing a little Thursday mingle from 4 to 5 p.m. In the back here at King Street. And also Page is doing one as well. And we're going to have games and some music, and really just an opportunity to one, get together in person and appreciate each other for all of the work that has been done and continues to be done. So that was my little plug, and now I'm ready for any questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim, as always, so informative and so important. And the work you and your staff do for our community has just been absolutely phenomenal. So thank you. And happy Public Health Week. So that's marvelous. And I'm glad that you're going to celebrate because quite frankly, you and your staff have much to celebrate. And I hope they enjoy the walk, and it's beautiful out there. I'm sorry we all can't join you. And thank you again very much for all you do. And members of the board, any questions to ask Kim? And we'll take a break after this. I'm sorry, I should have taken a break beforehand. So, but we'll take one right after this. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. First off, great job, Kim, and with your team. And, you know, it's a sustained effort over 2 years dealing with COVID. I'm glad you're going to start being able to deal with other things besides COVID. It is really encouraging about the numbers. I did have a question, though, where I was wondering how much are those numbers accurate, reflecting how much COVID is in our community compared to how much people are not testing as much as they used to and not reporting?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, for that question. And actually, Matt Moore and I were just discussing this actually yesterday, I believe. Yesterday was just Monday. We were just discussing that, and part of where we are at this point in time is we're still able to be seeing that community transmission because people are still going to get tested, or they're testing, you know, with a self-testing kit. Because we still have PCR testing available, a lot of folks still go in and get that confirmation test. And so we're pretty comfortable with respect to what that community transmission is. And one of the things that Matt and I discussed, which make a lot of sense, is we're going to be coming into, as we look at this going forward, you know, we're going to be watching those transmission kind of like we do with flu. So, you know, the flu, we send out, every flu season, we're tracking the flu rates, and so is the state, and we're putting out that information and keeping in mind, you know, lots of us get the flu, or we may think we get the flu, or we may not think we get the flu, and we don't go in and get a confirmation test. But there's a percentage of those tests that happen, and it gives us a really good idea of what that community transmission is. What I will say, and I actually appreciate you bringing this opportunity back up for me to say this, is it is still so important, and if not even more so now, that if you have symptoms, allergies are everywhere, there are head colds going around, sinus infections, all sorts of things, that if you have symptoms, please get tested so that you know if you are dealing with COVID. But either way, stay home when you're sick. If you have to go out, wear a mask, regardless of what, you know, if you have a sinus infection or you think it might be allergies, if you're sneezing and coughing and you need to go out and get cold medicine or whatever that is, wear a mask, protect others so that we're not spreading any respiratory illness. And of course, you know, take advantage of all of those opportunities to, as a county employees and other employees, to just not go to work sick, work virtually if you feel so obligated that you must work and not take a sick day. But you know, you take those sick days as well for that. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other comments? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Kim. Yeah, happy Health Week. Actually, it's kind of interesting. I went for a run on the trail. Did David tell you?
Yeah, he told me it was the same day I was connecting with him. He said he ran into you on the running trail.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it was the Highlands Trail by Pinedale down there, and so it's like I haven't seen him forever, and there he was. It's like neat. So apropos for this, just a couple of questions, and I was going to note the point that we need to change our message to tell people if they're sneezing or whatever, since they're feeling self-conscious still to wear a mask when they're out there, because a lot of people aren't staying home. We want them to stay home, or they can't, you know. So you know, if they would wear a mask, that certainly would help out with that. So associated with the cost of testing right now, feds are covering, but it looks like the model's transitioning is basically where we're going. And then along that line, also, there are a lot of people who are going to be traveling just as all these clinics are shutting down. And there's still, in some cases, requirements for people to be rapid tested within a certain time period or for their jobs. Could you just kind of, you know, help us understand a little bit more about that?
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair Ryan. Supervisor Horstman, I don't have a lot of solid answers around that other than to say, we are going to continue to have and push out what we get our hands on, and we're going to keep working with all of our existing partners to be able to provide testing. A lot of the travel pieces, that comes up a lot. That's why I'm really looking to see what is going to come out of this these federal bills regarding continued COVID related funding, because those are all things that have to be factored into that people need to be able to access that. Of course, there's going to be testing available at a cost in a multitude of locations. So it's really about those that can't afford it or that uninsured situation that we're going to find ourselves. One of the things I will assure you as well is we have some additional funding from one of our CDC grants specifically related to testing that we are actually talking about how we want to utilize that money. And we're kind of waiting to see how some of these things play out, because we may have the ability, at least in the short term, to supplement some of that so that we can make sure that we have testing and that our partners in particular can be able to continue to provide that low cost, no cost testing, at least going, into well into the summer and into this fall and winter if the federal funding doesn't come through, or at least at the levels that we need it to.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. My computer froze up for all but your last two sentences there, Kim.
Okay.
So I'll follow up with you at some other point. I will say that I was just at the field house to get my second booster, and boy, there are plenty of appointments available. So if people are hesitating, reach out, go through the website and go to the field house, and you can get in pretty easy there.
Yes,
All right.
thank you. And we have plenty of room over here at King Street as well on Wednesdays and Fridays. So there's lots of opportunity. Lastly, if I could I know someone had put in the chat, and back to National Public Health Week and all of our HHS staff. Absolutely, it is open to any county employees, any of the board. I mean, obviously the board has to continue meeting today, so you're going to miss the walk. But Thursday, for our little meet and mingle, feel free to stop by. We would love to have you, and any other county staff who may be interested would love to have you join us as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Kim. I can tell you the field house, having NAU field house close is going to be a big change.
It is.
So many of us have gone there for not only testing, but also vaccines, boosters, et cetera. So that's really going to be a big push for all of us to get the information out to our residents here in Coconino County on options and other sites. So, big change.
Yep.
So, any other comments or questions from other board members? All right, with that, Kim, thank you for all you do and all your staff does. Really, really appreciate this. So we'll be seeing you again. Enjoy your walk.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kim.
And members of the board, I meant to take a break before, but we better take a break now. We're going to come back and talk about state, federal, and legislative priorities. So 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
10-minute break.
Trey, can you go to presentation mode?
I can. That's what I was just about to ask. Do I? So.
Trey, if you go up to display settings right there, do the drop down and do swap. There you go.
I see. It's because of which screen it's on. That's
exactly. Yeah, it's a little confusing.
I've never had that problem before. It always automatically shared. Anyway, now I know. We're all good.
Cool.
Right. Okay. Everything went dark. There it goes. This has been a day for computers. That's all I can say.
That's every meeting for me, Madam Chair. So welcome to the party.
Well, you know, it all seems to work fine from the house, but I get to the county office, it doesn't work so fine. So
And see, that's mine's opposite. It doesn't work fine at my house, and then when I'm at the office, it works great. So
yeah, that's the opposite, but that's all right. We're here now. So Anna and Bob, I see you're with us, so that's always a good sign. And I see Supervisor Ryan, I see Vice Chair Vasquez, I see Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Begay. So it looks like we're all back. County Manager, do we have the staff we're going to need for the next presentation?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. We're all ready to go.
Thank you so much. So at this point, and we see Anna and Bob with us, so it must be discussion of possible direction to staff regarding state and federal legislative priorities and legislative and administrative updates. And I take it that this is going to be Trey Williams who will be overseeing this. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Trey, take it away, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. It's great to be with you here today. We wanted to provide you with an update on the activities and developments at the state legislature, as well as a federal update on what's going on with Congress and the White House, as well as the community project funding process that is underway. So before we get into a federal update and discussion of the community project funding that's currently under consideration by Congress, I wanted to just provide a brief legislative update to you all regarding where we're at in the legislative session. So as you all know, we have passed several deadlines at this point in the session. We're now into April. The 100th day mark, which by rule, the legislature must complete its work within 100 days. And then if not, then they have to extend it by 1 week until they complete their work, which is passing a budget and meeting all of their goals. And so at this point, that is April 23rd. So we are closing in on the 100-day mark. We haven't had a session shorter than 100 days in about 5 or 6 years. So it's routine that the legislature will extend the session. At this point, there is no end in sight, really. The legislature still has a lot of work to complete. There are still a lot of important policy matters that are under consideration and under debate. So we will continue for the foreseeable future. However, we are now at the point in the legislative session where the legislature has passed bills and is now, the governor is now considering those bills, and so far has signed 106 of those bills into law, and the governor has not vetoed any legislation yet. Some bills of interest that have been enacted thus far have been, number one, a bill that we supported and worked on with the County Supervisors Association, HB 2197, Medical Examiner Pathologist Assistant Autopsies. That bill has since been enacted, and that bill allows for direct supervision, allows pathologist assistant to perform autopsies under the direct supervision of the county medical examiner, which is a tool that counties can use in staffing. We want to thank the County Supervisors Association and their staff for working with us on that bill. We were happy to see it signed into law. One bill that was of concern that the governor did sign and was enacted is HB 2107, Emergency Powers Business Closure Repeal, sponsored by Representative Leo Biasucci. This bill removes the ability of the chair of the County Board of Supervisors, as well as the mayor of a city or town, to order the closing of any business when there is a declared state of emergency. So this removes that authority for the chair, and the chair would no longer be able to order the closing of a business. And then two bills that were passed as part of the County Supervisors Association legislative agenda, HB 2012, County Improvement Districts Formation passed, which we were happy to support. And then HB 2067, County Improvement Districts Recreation and Governance both pass as well. Both of these bills make changes to improvement districts. The first one makes a change for whenever an improvement district can be formed and the requirements associated with how you submit those petitions. And then the county, the second one, HB 2067, deals with the governance of recreation districts and improvement districts. So congratulations to CSA on getting those bills enacted. Those were the first 3 bills of their platform to be enacted. Any questions on bills of interest enacted before I move on?
All right. Just of note, and Trey, you may have said this, but I'm thinking, I didn't hear it. Just to emphasize that HB 2107, we did test, we were opposed to it, but we're seeing a lot of bills go through that we're opposed to right now, unfortunately.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yes, we did oppose that bill as it moved through the process, as did the County Supervisors Association and many of our other partners. All right. Okay. So moving on, I wanted to also provide a brief update on where we're at with election bills. As you all may remember, there were many election bills introduced in this legislative session, around 118 bills that addressed or changed election law or processes. And so we are now down to about 25 bills, give or take, depending on how you look at them, that impact election administration and impact voting rights. So of those 25 bills, Many of them are, do contain concerning provisions based off of feedback from county recorders and election officials, as well as our own election director here in Coconino County. However, there are some that are further ahead in the process and that have been moving forward in the last few weeks that I wanted you to be aware of. Number one is there are bills that we support in this list. So among them are HB 2170, election mailings, third-party disclosures. This bill awaits Senate floor action. The other one, that bill, what it does is it requires the term "not a government entity" whenever third parties are providing election or sending election mail, or they are sending election information via email. And so the Association of Counties supports this bill because it provides transparency. And so in joining with our partners at the Association of Counties, we've also offered support for this bill based off of the board's priorities and directions. And then SB 1460 election law amendments. This bill is sponsored by Senator Shope. It awaits House floor action. This is actually an ACO bill. It makes several related election law changes that help improve the process and election administration, and was proposed by county recorders and election officials. There are also many bills that we're directly opposed to. We do support and participate with the Arizona Association of Counties and their representation of county recorders and election officials at the legislature. So if you don't see a bill listed here, it's because ACO is opposed and they are representing us on that particular bill. But these bills, these three bills that we are opposed to that are still alive and moving through the process, we want to explain the specific impact to Coconino County. And so HB 2238 would set a number of requirements that are prohibitive around ballot drop boxes. We are the second largest county in the country, and we have a lot of important communities that need to be heard from. And one of the tools that the recorder uses is ballot drop boxes. And so this bill is concerning in that the changes that it makes tends to prohibitively make changes that wouldn't allow Coconino County, as the second largest county, to use drop boxes. So this bill, as of right now, it's passed the House. It has passed its assigned Senate committee, and it now awaits Senate floor action. So what that means is that once the bill, if and when it moves on the Senate floor, it will then proceed, depending on the amendments, it would then proceed to the governor. So there is no movement on this week. The legislature, right now, there was talk of a special session that might have materialized this week. That did not occur. And as of right now, the House is adjourned until Thursday, and the Senate is working, but not necessarily on important legislation that is controversial or critical for the legislature due to that impasse on the special session that's under consideration. And I mention this to you because then that impacts whether or not these bills are going to move this week. Every indication we have is that none of these bills that I'm explaining to you that we're opposed to for election bills are going to move. So HB 2289 was subject to a strike everything amendment in the Senate. It actually makes a lot of changes, including eliminating early voting. It has not yet been placed on the Senate Rules Committee agenda. Every bill has to go through a standing committee and then the Rules Committee. And so that's one procedural step. The Rules Committee then examines the bill to determine whether or not the bill is constitutional and whether or not there are legal issues. So it's much more of a procedural step. But when a bill is not placed on a Rules Committee calendar, that means it's stalled, and that means that there are, doesn't necessarily mean it's dead. It just means that it's stalled. So for now, that bill has stalled. There's an anticipation that the speaker will kill the bill over in the House if and when it gets back over there. So while that bill does contain concerning provisions, it is under fire and doesn't have the best chances, but it's certainly something we are keeping an eye on to ensure that we are engaged if and when it should move, to explain the impacts that it would have on our voters here in Coconino County. And then lastly on this list is HB 2602, which is a bill that would essentially eliminate the ability to use emergency voting centers. It doesn't do that directly, but that's the basic effect of the bill, is the requirements and rules it puts on using emergency voting centers, which doesn't allow them except under very specific circumstances, would eliminate the ability to use emergency voting centers. As I mentioned, we're the second largest county in the country, and that means that sometimes the way in which we organize polling places, we have to be creative, especially in an emergency. I mean, we need to have that tool to be able to better serve our voters. So this bill, it did pass the House. It did pass its Senate committee. It is now awaiting Senate floor action. And as I mentioned, if you see a bill that's not listed here, I do have a list of election bills that are still moving that I can send to you all, that I have shared with Supervisor Fowler. And so ACO is representing us on those bills. And if and when we need to engage specifically on any of those other bills, we will as well. Before I move on to just a few more items in our legislative update, are there any questions? All right, hearing none. We'll move on to just a quick update on short-term and vacation rentals legislation. As I mentioned to you all, there were 7 to 8 bills that were introduced this session that impact short-term and vacation rentals. Of those bills, there's only been one that's made it through the process at this point. That would be Senator Mesner's SB 1168, Vacation Rentals, Short-Term Rentals Enforcement. Coconino County does support this bill. It doesn't contain some of the provisions that the board has identified as beneficial, which is number one, a permitting process and the authority to be able to create a permitting process, which is what we did in our previous ordinance before the legislature preempted local governments. However, this bill does provide some necessary requirements like the ability to require owners to have liability insurance either through themselves or through a third party where they advertise their short-term vacation rental. It does allow the county to enact penalties or to impose penalties on verified violations, which is a term under the law. So it does provide that ability. There was a technical issue in that as the bill passed the Senate, there was a drafting error in which the penalties, the provision that authorized the county to impose penalties had not been, it actually said cities and towns again, even though cities and towns had already been provided that authority earlier in the bill. And so a technical amendment, if you will, was introduced in the House Commerce Committee. It did pass. And so one of the things we will be looking for on this bill is to ensure that that Commerce Committee amendment gets on the floor. Floor amendments are added on the floor. So we are monitoring that to ensure that that amendment does get on, but that amendment was adopted in committee.
Let me, if I could follow, Madam Chair, on this one. The other piece, Trey, you could, fill in pieces I mess up, that kind of thing. The other element associated with this is the good thing is it's incrementalism. We're not getting everything that we want, but it is a step in the right direction. However, part of the conversation also was that if they pass this, that we don't bring forward short-term rental bills in the future. And be honest with you, my perspective would be because of the short gains associated with this, that would be a poison pill if that type of dialogue would continue associated with it. We do want to see it move forward because it's moving in the right direction, but it's very little compared to what we were hoping to get associated with short-term rentals. So just to keep everybody aware of, if you see that suddenly we turn and we take an opposition position associated with it, it would be related to that concept there.
Yeah, and just to follow up a little bit on that, I would agree with that. And also, I know we just got some confirmation on a case which provided us even more further guidance on what we can and cannot do as a county with regards to short-term rental ordinances. We keep waiting for the legislature to do something and to fix this situation. And so far we haven't gotten there yet. So I know we're coming to an end. Sine die is going to happen. And if we're nowhere, then I think we really as a county need to take a look at this. So thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may just to follow up on that if and when this bill does pass, it does provide that opportunity to add on to it, right? To build onto the work that Senator Mesner has done. He's moved the ball a little bit forward, and for our purposes, it might not work for us. So we can work with our legislative delegation and other partners on that in the future even if this bill doesn't go far enough and passes. So I just wanted to add that is something that we can do if and when the bill does pass. We can always, improve upon its provisions and add on to it and make that case next year.
Yeah, that would be true. And I know Walt Blackman has also indicated a willingness to try to do something on short-term rentals. So thank you.
And then just one final item for the legislative update today. So the Mojave County Board of Supervisors approved a resolution yesterday that would request that the governor and legislature provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing legislation that addresses rural management areas. As you know, for the state, there are active management areas related to the management of water resources. And what this would do is it's calling on the legislature to allow for the creation of rural management areas to allow rural communities the ability to plan their water futures so that they can have a water certain future and that they can contribute to the policy discussion and to better manage the water resources in their areas. And as part of this, they made a request to other rural counties, including our board, to sign on to this particular resolution as a signatory. The chair has indicated that she would like to sign on to this resolution, and at this point, she's planning on doing that. As a reminder, one of the existing policies of the board is that for items of critical importance, the chair can sign on to them on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, and so she would be exercising that under that practice. And then that resolution would go to the legislature and to the governor to express our support for enacting some sort of solution and the enactment of rural management areas for rural Arizona. And it would ensure that we would have a seat at the table during those conversations. And then it would also impart that information to the governor and to the legislature. So I'm happy to, if there are any objections or concerns, I'm happy to send the resolution to the board. But if not, the chair has indicated that she plans to sign that. And so I wanted to advise the board of that today.
Yeah, just, for the sake of the chair, I would say, yeah, absolutely, we should.
Yeah, I think it's important, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan. The lack of, rural water regulations is, every time we have a zoning change or we have any kind of development that comes before us, if you remember when you were chair, the number one admonishment was we cannot talk about water. And obviously this is certainly affecting our valuable resources and affecting businesses and affecting development. So I think that this is the first step in bringing a rural water management for further discussions for all of us, quite frankly. And as Trey indicated, it keeps our seat at the table. I know that Mojave has signed this resolution and Yavapai is in the process of signing the resolution, even though much of Yavapai is in an active management area. So thanks, Trey, and thanks for the update.
This is Lena.
Yes, Lena.
Yeah, I think this is important because we have development and yet we have no idea if these developments have water or not. And so it's just a crazy planning that we have here. We're so careful with our planning and zoning and constantly planning for the future. And yet the future relies on water, and yet we have no control over it or even have any idea what we have. So if this is the first step, then it's the first step. So I would support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments on this? All right, thank you. Well, we'll get it signed on behalf of Coconino County. So thanks, Trey. Let's make sure we get that done.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. And then one final item, just in the state legislative update, I wanted to provide a fiscal and budget update. Basically, as Steve actually mentioned, he kind of stole my thunder a little bit. He teed this up and gave you all information that the County Supervisors Association's Executive Director, Craig Sullivan, indicated that he did send an email or a communication to the House and the Senate regarding county budget priorities. And so as of right now, there isn't much of a budget update to give. As I mentioned, That special session that's under consideration is also tied to budget negotiations. And there's an impasse on the special session. There's also an impasse on the budget. There's some complicated interrelationships there to consider. And so we're still waiting to see how the legislature will spend the surplus that they have and how they will address that. There's always been disagreement between the executive and the legislative budgetary arms and JLBC and OSPB, OSPB being the Office of Strategic Planning and Budgeting under the governor's office, and JLBC being the Joint Legislative Budget Committee for the Arizona legislature. So, you know, they always have different ideas about revenue projections and how to deal with that. Revenue isn't as much of an issue these days just due to our economic and budgetary situation, but that is something that, you know, in terms of budget spending and growth and structural balance, that's obviously revenues are part of that conversation. So it will be interesting to see what kind of balance they strike this year. We still don't have any preliminary details, and as soon as we do, we will share those with you. And then, as I mentioned, in regards to CSA's budget, imparting our budgetary priorities to the legislature, there's a one-pager that they've developed that they've distributed to supervisors. Please let me know if you did not get it or you would like to see it and have it moved up to your inbox. I'm happy to distribute that to you all. But what it essentially does is it talks about the fact that, number one, the county tax base has shrunk. And so the idea that the county has revenue generating potential, or, you know, to be, you know, more comprehensive, that it has the ability to address resource deficiencies through taxation is not really there. And at the same time, the budgetary decisions that the legislature makes can result in cost drivers that counties have no control over, and that then counties have to scramble to be able to figure out the right mix of resources and expenditures to be able to meet those state mandated obligations, and as well as to react to the legislature's budgetary policy. So that one pager, as well as the communication that went out to the House and Senate, is a great tool and an important point that needs to be made to the legislature, to the appropriations committees, to legislative leadership, and then to the governor, to be able to help them understand the way state decisions impact local decisions and the tools in our toolbox to be able to address them. Any questions on state legislative issues or the budget before we move into our special guests?
Board members, any questions?
I would just suggest that Trey just send it out to everybody just so they're aware. That, and you know, I don't think all members attended the CSA meeting where they had the presentation on water as well. I think it would be good that you push that out as well, Trey.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
All right, very good. Well, let's any other questions, members of the board, or comments? If not, then welcome, and go ahead and introduce our guests, although we all know them. Those don't need any introduction, but please do.
Yes, Madam Chair. Well, thank you so much. We do have special guests with us here today. We have Bob Holmes and Anna Ma with Nexus Consulting. They help us out on our federal program and represent us before Congress, the White House, and the executive branch overall, as well as, you know, somewhat in some of the other federal issues administratively. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Bob and Anna. I want to thank them for being here today. They bring a deep wealth of knowledge and experience in advocacy at the federal level and in federal policy. And so I'm very excited to have them here today. They're going to provide you with a brief verbal federal update. And then from there, we are going to go into a discussion about community project funding, because President Biden recently issued his proposed budget to Congress. And we are now at the point where Congress will begin debating appropriations bills. And as part of that, there's community project funding, which are otherwise known as earmarks. So Bob, Anna, thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to turn it over to you both and to provide a federal update. Thank you.
Thanks, Trey, and thanks, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and Supervisors. It's great to be here in Coconino County. Wish we could be together in person, but that will happen soon enough. And hopefully we'll see you in person in DC here really soon. It's an honor to be here. We're honored to be representing the county, or most importantly, we're glad to be in this beautiful weather. So thank you so much. Anna and I want to give you a quick federal update, kind of what's going on the ground in DC, kind of what issues we're working on with the county and with you all that you guys are familiar with, and where we are with some of those projects. And then, as Trey alluded to, we wanted to talk briefly about community directed funding, or earmarks, and some of our plans there. So with that, kind of what's going on in DC is a couple of weeks ago, they just passed the appropriations bills for FY 2022. And those included, various funding for a number of activities, including a lot of forest health funding, which is very important, obviously, to the county. And with that, they immediately started on FY 2023, which led to the president introducing his budget. And we're going to get soon going here on some of the committee hearings with regards to some of the appropriations bills. One of the requirements of Congress is to pass all 13 appropriations bills by September 30th. We haven't done that since 1992. So we operate on continuing resolutions, but it gives us time to work on a lot of valuable projects for the county. With that, the Senate is working on a number of issues, but probably the most important is what you guys have been hearing, which is Supreme Court Justice to be Ketanji Brown Jackson is going to be confirmed here this week.
Tomorrow.
Yep, and she will have 3 Republicans voting for her, so it'll be a bipartisan vote. And she will then Justice Breyer will resign, and she'll be seated on the court. So that's been taking up a lot of the Senate's time this month, and really this whole year. So that's the big issue. The president gave his State of the Union. Obviously, we're talking about another potential funding mechanism for the war in Ukraine, sending Stingers and other missiles and defense items. But we're also talking about a new potential COVID package. We just found out today that Senator Romney and the White House and Senator Schumer cut a deal for $10 billion in new COVID relief funds. That obviously could be beneficial to the county in terms of testing, therapeutics, and some of the other items that are really critical as we potentially go into the next wave of Omicron 2.0 or BA2 or whatever we're calling it these days. So there is some trepidation that there wasn't included additional money. The original request for about $23 billion. This one's just for 10. It leaves some of the global initiatives out. And that has raised some consternation of some of the more progressive members of the Democratic Party in the House. So I don't think it's a foregone certainty that it will pass the House. It will likely pass the Senate, but there's still a lot of work to do on that. And I think that will take up a lot of time as we head into the summer with regards to what's going on the Hill. So with that, I'll kind of stop and see.
And more or less, as the calendar continues, the calendar gets shortened up too, just because it happens to be an even year. And folks do leave for the districts to do some outside work from work, as I like to say. And they would be knocking on some doors and talking to some folks. So the calendar, it has been shortened up quite a bit. And, you'll see members coming back to the districts a lot more often, thus shorten up the work in Washington.
Yeah, the politics predicates policy these days when we get into an election year. So that's going to be, as Anna alluded to, there's going to be a lot of breaks for members to go home and do the politics work. So with that, we'll stop there before we jump into some of the, unless you had something else, before we jump into some of the county projects we're advocating for, and take any questions that chair, vice chair, and supervisors have.
Any questions? Please continue.
Well, great. It's been a long day, so we're going to try to make this as brief as possible. We know you guys have been here all morning and afternoon. So let's talk about, before we get into community funding requests, talk about a couple of things we're working on in the county. One of the bills is a sunset crater legislation that would basically, it's under two jurisdictions right now, the Forest Service and the National Park Service. What we'd like to do is transfer the 97 acres that are controlled by the Forest Service to the National Park Service. That includes the administrative offices. So then it can be under one agency. It would save money, time, resources. It really makes sense. And the committee, the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, said it makes perfect sense. Last week, they tried to, it's called a hotline. They try to send several bills from the committee that have passed, because this bill is passed in committee, and send it down to the Senate floor. Senator Lee objected from Utah. He objected based on the fact that he doesn't like any more federal land going, any more land going into federal hands. Subsequent to that, we started working with his office and asked him, and basically told him that, hey, listen, we're not putting any more land into the federal domain. In fact, what we're trying to do is consolidate and save money, something that a conservative like you should support. The response I got from them was, well, the National Park Service is a more restrictive agency than the Forest Service, so there are less things you can do with the land. So we continue to work with them, and we're going to try to free up that bill and get it into the Senate hotline pattern, so we can get it through the Senate quickly on a voice vote or unanimous consent. And then Chairman Grijalva, who's chairman of the House Natural Resources, who has jurisdiction over this bill, will likely hold the bill at the desk and pass it, and then we can send it to the president. But as far as the legislative sausage making, even for a simple bill that is widely supported by our whole congressional delegation, it becomes very difficult. So that's one of the bills we're working on, but we hopefully will see that into law before the end of the year. The second bill we're really, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just to clarify on that one, when you're talking about Congressman O'Halloran also introduced House legislation, you're talking about the Senate bill in the Senate, not the House bill that Congressman O'Halloran introduced, correct?
Correct. So, and I'm glad you asked that question, Trey. The original plan was to run it through the House, run it through the Senate, and then hold it at the on the House, hold it on the floor of the House, and pass it by voice vote or unanimous consent. Because we've been having these troubles, we asked Congressman O'Halloran to introduce an identical piece of legislation in the House. And if we can't move it through the Senate process, what we'll do is we'll try to move the House process and put the impetus on the Senate. So it's all Washington politics here, but that's the inner workings of the Capitol. But that's kind of the problem right now is Senator Lee and trying to work out some of these challenges.
Thank you, Bob. And I just want to thank both of you for all of your work on both of those bills, and especially helping us get that bill introduced in the House, which we did not do the last Congress. So it was in the House the last Congress, I think, and we didn't have a Senate bill, and now we have both. So really appreciate both of you covering us and giving us avenues for success regardless of the political climate.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we didn't actually introduce it in the House, because it's actually already been passed in the House. It's been passed as a part of a lands package in another bill that actually failed in the Senate. But that's another reason, but this is more inside baseball than you probably need to know. So let's jump into the second issue. Because of the museum fire, we faced many challenges with regards to getting funding from the NRCS. We eventually did get some funding from the EWPP program, the Environmental Watershed Protection Program. And we were trying, and one of the challenges in getting that funding is that they only funded on private land. They didn't fund on public land. And one of the challenges here in Coconino County, of course, is the fact that most of the land here is not private land. In fact, we only have 13% private land in the county. So if we want to utilize EWPP funds, it makes no sense. It almost always, like the museum fire, occurs on federal land. So we want to reform the system to some degree and give them the leverage and the ability to use federal funds and use these EWPP funds on federal lands. So we've been working closely with Senator Kelly and Congressman O'Halloran to draft legislation. The county worked very hard and in partnership with both of those offices to craft legislation to get to that point where we could introduce it. The last step in that process is getting technical assistance. We call it TA for short, technical assistance from the Forest Service on the legislation. So we're working with the Forest Service right now. They have promised us within a week that they would get us the final draft legislation. If Congressman O'Halloran does not receive that funding, he has pledged to introduce the bill. And then if there are changes requested by Forest Service, we will make those changes in the committee of jurisdiction. We have been talking subsequent to that, concurrently with that really, with the House Agriculture Committee. Every 2 years, if not every year, the House and Senate pass a farm bill. And we are working closely with the House Agriculture Committee to include this as one of their provisions. And they have told us that this is a likely provision that they would include in a farm bill. So that would be the vehicle for moving this legislation through the process. So we're hopeful to get these comments back. Hopefully Forest Service won't have any changes, and we can get this legislation put into a package, likely the farm bill.
Bob, is there anything we can do to help that process, or?
Well, not at this point. I don't think, Madam Chair. I think eventually, we'll have to write a letter of support, even though they know this is for the committee's edification. They'll need a letter of support. So eventually we'll have to write a letter of support once the bill's either in its final draft form or introduced.
But it is quite the top priority for Congressman O'Halloran to get this done.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have not given a response before now, but anyway. Let us know if there's anything we can do, and obviously there'll be a letter of support as soon as you need that, so thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Should we talk about community project funding requests now?
Sure, unless there are any other questions about some of the priorities that we're working on. Just wanted to give you those two quick updates. Obviously, we're working on a whole laundry list of items, but want to be respectful of your time, and we want to jump in to the last subject we want to address with you guys, which are community funding, project funding requests.
Is there, is the NGS bill, is that still alive? Where are we with that? I asked you the last time you were going to talk to O'Halloran's office.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler, appreciate the question. Yes, the bill is alive. What I think Congressman O'Halloran's office is looking for, what provisions are acceptable both to the majority and minority, what provisions within that bill are acceptable to the majority and minority, and moving those provisions that are acceptable in a smaller package in a bill. So yes, it's still alive. The question is there going to be a package, and what is that going to look like?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue on now to discuss what is officially known as community project funding requests, which are done through the appropriations process as the federal government passes those bills and funds federal agencies and programs. And so as part of that, we had a quick turnaround time in that on the community project funding request, the information was released just after your last board meeting. And then the deadlines were provided to us. And so what community project funding, it allows for members of Congress and then of course, Bob and Anna, feel free to jump in as you see fit, or if you want to add on to what I'm saying, but it allows for members of Congress to put essentially line items in the federal budget that are passed through the appropriations committees and the subcommittees through the federal budgetary process, and to provide funding for community projects that meet the guidelines. And so there is a limit, however. So in the House of Representatives, they obviously represent districts and not entire states. And so for those offices, they each get 10 community project funding requests. And then when they make those requests, each of those requests goes into a pool, and those requests are all measured against each other based off of the guidelines for the funding source, and whether or not the amount requested is appropriate, and whether or not the project details would warrant funding for community project funding. So that's for the House. So as you can see, that limits each project that a House member can fund to about $1 million per project, 10 projects at $1 million. With the Senate, they have a little bit more flexibility. They can, because they represent entire states, they have more money to work with. So as an example, Senator Sinema was able to secure $41 million in earmarks during the last session. So for House offices, that just limits the average earmark. The average earmark for the Senate may be a little higher. You may be able to go up to 2 million, 3 million at most. But the most important thing to remember is that when we submit requests, each one of these requests is going to go to our US senators and to Congressman O'Halloran's office. And with each one of those requests, we're in a pool against hundreds of other projects. And so the projects that I'm about to present to you here today have been formulated with county administration and county staff. However, realistically, of these 6 projects that Public Affairs and the federal team and Bob and Anna will recommend today, realistically, only about 1 or 2 are probably going to end up getting funded should we be successful. So priority is key here. However, as we all just heard in our facilities master plan presentation, we have a lot of need. There is a lot in the pipeline. And so we want to ensure that our members of Congress understand that and know that, and Bob and Anna are here to help with that. So before I move on, Bob and Anna, do you have anything to add?
Nope, I think you're good. We're good.
Any questions before I move on?
So this is not the 10 million per community piece associated with the Forest Service. You're just speaking about general earmarks. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Supervisor Ryan. Earmarks were in vogue for a long time until 2008. Then they were banned. They came back last year for the first time. So last year was kind of a trial run. It's going to be a similar process this year, but we kind of know some of the things that are going to be funded. So we kind of base those off of what last year's earmarks were. So yeah, I think that's the short answer to your question.
I'm good. Thanks.
So moving forward, what this means is that the information has since come out. The deadlines have been announced by the Senate offices, and their forms. They have forms that we as staff have to fill out, their applications, and so those are due for the Senate offices. For Senator Kelly and Senator Sinema, they're due tomorrow. The staff does have the information to be able to submit that. And then for Congressman O'Halloran, that deadline is that says Friday, but that's April. I wanted to ask Bob and Anna, that's April 11th, Monday, or is it Friday, whatever that is, the 15th?
I lied. It's Monday, April 11th. You're right.
Monday. Yeah, so I should say Monday. I apologize for that. So on the projects that are under consideration, essentially each community project can be funded under an agency's proposed program, and they've shared all of that information with members of Congress, which they have shared with us. And then we have worked as staff to identify projects that would be eligible. However, the projects that I am going to present today just because this is one source of funding for those projects. So there were a total of 13 projects that were considered overall in our analysis. And those 13 projects by no means are sidelined or tabled simply because they don't meet the guidelines for community project funding requests. There are still other sources of federal funding, whether you're talking about the bipartisan infrastructure law, that can be limited because as we know that's limited to infrastructure. So sometimes buildings are not considered infrastructure necessarily under that law. It depends on what you're talking about. But then there are federal grants, there's also opportunities for state funding that we would explore. So I just wanted to stress that even if these are not recommended and submitted as part of the community project funding requests, there are still other avenues for funding that staff will explore to ensure that those projects move forward. And we, of course, will continue to keep the board updated about that and allow you to ask you for direction and further direction on those issues. So the funding sources for each of these, I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what those are. So the ones that we have identified, there are essentially 6 agencies that have guidelines that we would meet for our projects. They are HUD, their Economic Development Initiative, the National Archives and Records Administration, National Historical Publications and Records Commission has a funding opportunity that one of our projects would meet the guidelines for. And then the Health Resource and Services Administration, Health Facilities and Construction Equipment Program is one source of potential funding. And then the Environmental Protection Agency, State and Tribal Assistance Grants, also known as STAG. And then of course, Department of Interior, Saving America's Treasures through the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service, which we are no stranger to. Any questions before I move into project details? Okay, so these are the following projects that we would recommend based off.
Just one question. I don't see transportation on there. Is that an element or not?
So Department of Transportation is actually an element. They have under one of the Belmont one is also one that we are looking at submitting for community project funding. We're also looking at raise. We're looking at raise and infra, but yes, Department of Transportation is also one that will be one of the programs that will be submitted. Thank you for that, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you.
So the following projects are recommended that we're recommending for funding. And so within each of these, the amount that's in gray is the total project cost. One thing I mentioned at the beginning, which I want to reiterate, is that each one of the projects for the House and even for the Senate realistically is eligible for about $1 million in funding up to $2 million. So each of the following projects would be eligible for essentially about $1 million in funding. And the amount you see in gray is the total project cost. So the first one would be essentially a new standalone building for High Country Humane that will serve as an isolation space for animals with transmittable diseases, as well as additional kennel spaces to accommodate more animals that High Country Humane intakes. And so the overall project cost for this one would be about $2.1 million, and the request would be for $1 million with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Economic Development Initiative. Any questions? Seeing none, the second one is a digital transformation project. The total project estimated cost for this would be $2 million. As a reminder, we would end up probably being awarded around $1 million. And this would be through the National Archives and Records Administration, National Historical Publications and Records Commission. And as part of this, it would essentially allow for the county to move to digital. We have projects that are working along multiple fronts, right? We have broadband to increase internet access and the quality of internet in our county. But then we also we're the second largest county in the contiguous United States. And as that means that there are operational challenges associated with sharing information, with access to records and documents, and being able to traverse the large distances between our offices. So what this would do is it would allow for that initial $1 million to be devoted to a project that would eliminate paperwork and then create electronic access to these documents, as well as to allow access for essential historical materials and historic paper files from any location and from outside the county as well. So this would also provide potential space opportunities in that when we don't have to use so much paper, paper requires physical storage capabilities. And when we eliminate the paper and we have those in electronic form, we necessarily free up space, and that provides opportunities in our facilities planning.
So I have a question on this. You are indicating that we're going to provide this to O'Halloran and to Kelly and to Cinema, and they're coming from different funding sources. And yet you are saying that we're going to be in competition with a lot of others. I'm assuming the competition will be per funding source. Is that correct? So the idea is to try to come up with a particular need that we have that meets the that meets some of the funding requirements available for these earmarks. Is that a fair statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that question. Yes, that is a fair statement. Bob and Anna.
Yeah, I think that is a fair statement. But I would also say you have to look at this, Madam Chair, through a political lens, because the two senators want to do things to help certain communities, but they don't want to send all their money to Coconino County. They kind of want to spread it. So, I think you have to look at it from that kind of political lens too.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Moving on to the next one would be a Health and Human Services drive-through. So that this would be through the Health Resource and Services Administration, which funds health facilities, construction, and equipment. And so what this would do is this would provide for 2 drive-through windows at our King Street facility for HHS, and the 2 new drive-through windows would serve members of the public they would be able to access services from Health and Human Services, and that's what makes it eligible under this funding source. So that's vaccinations, other healthcare related services, and then as part of that, it would also supplement access to other services within the county. And then the opportunity and benefit that this provides is it would limit the amount of foot traffic, and then it would allow for better service accessibility and better use of space for Health and Human Services to serve populations in need of the county services. Any questions? All right, hearing none. We're now going to move into ones that are a little bit higher funding request amount. And so just to reiterate, most projects that will end up being funded, if you look at the median or the average, they're usually right around $1 million. So just to keep in mind that the overall funding request of $3 million would be a big chunk of a House member, certainly, and would also be a big chunk of a senators. They have more to work with, but that's just something I share in that we could get, there could be interest in funding, for instance, the quad water sewer replacement. However, they may only want to fund the project at $1 million. So with some of these, we will, there is a plan in place to identify the additional funding and adapting to that situation should we need to. For this particular project, the overall cost is $4.4 million. And what this would do is this would allow for the replacement of very old sewer lines in Fort Tuthill, specifically the historic quad. And it would allow for the county to tie in the sewage system in Fort Tuthill to the city of Flagstaff's, and then also address water quality concerns. This particular project is also eligible under a separate act. So this is not related in any way to the budget or to community project funding, but through Bob and Anna, we have identified another source, the Environmental Infrastructure Assistance Act, and that allows for funds to be expended by the federal government. Their matching funds are required, but essentially it allows for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and other agencies that are direct funding under that act to be able to have a priority list. And we are now working to get this particular project on the Environmental Infrastructure Assistance Act priority list. And so there are other opportunities for this potential project, but this is still one that falls under the STAG program for the EPA. So we want to explore all available opportunities. But if this one doesn't work out, there is actually another opportunity through the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the Environmental Infrastructure Assistance Act. Bob and Anna, do you have anything else to add? Yeah. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I just wanted to confirm, today we received an email from Daryl Buxton of the Army Corps of Engineers. We had 3 or 4 projects for the EI, the Environmental Infrastructure Program. Our projects have been placed on the priority list. So those are on the priority list. It's not a question of if we're going to get those funded, it's when. So I'm hoping to get an updated priority list from the Corps. We're actually with them today and tomorrow. So I'm going to try to get that. That's good news. So that might be another avenue to fund it. But if you want to ask for an earmark for it, you can. And then we can back that project out of the EI list and maybe place another one on there.
That's exciting news. I mean, I guess I'm going to ask you all, is it better for us to try to, this is an important project. Is it better for us to try to go to 2 different avenues or, yeah, okay, good. Thank you.
I think so. And, could take several years before we're funded through the EI program. So if we can start it now and then get the back end from the Corps, in fact, that might move us up the priority list for the Corps. If we get, $1 million for an earmark and then another $3 million from the EI program, they may put it way up the priority list because it said you already got skin in the game.
Good, thank you. And by the way, great news.
I have a question. I'm wondering that if this can be, is this earmark on a yearly basis? Is that how it's set up?
So yes, Supervisor Fowler, that's a good question. So currently we are doing earmarks. This is the second year of reconstituted earmarks. If Republicans take control, my guess would be that they would get rid of earmarks again. So this may be the last opportunity because I think Republicans are favored to take one or both houses back. This may be our last opportunity to get earmarks, which is why Trey has done such a great job in working with all of us to put together this list to ask for some of these things.
Can it be used on a private water line? Badger Creek tried to do a water district on its own and it couldn't do it. So it really does need, that neighborhood needs attention. Can there be an earmark for that little neighborhood? Is that possible?
I am not sure. Let us look into that, Supervisor, but that sounds like that project may be a good candidate for the EI program. So let us do some research on that and get back to you.
Okay, I can send you some information on it.
That would be great. That would be great. That would help us and give us some context too. So thank you.
And to get back to you.
All right, thanks.
All right, Madam Chair, if it's okay with you, I'm going to proceed.
Please.
So the next project, I want to reiterate that this is also on the EI, the Environmental Infrastructure Assistance Act priority list, because we submitted that as part of this, right, Bob and Anna, so this will be on there as well. However, I will note that this is a prime candidate for community project funding. So we're on the EI list, we're covered there, but this is a prime candidate for the types of projects. If you look at the guidelines and you inquire into what members of Congress are looking for and what the advice they're giving to constituents, what this would do is, number one, it would allow for the acquirement of a natural area of 120 acres that is currently adjacent to our Coconino Pump House County Natural Area, which includes a wetland, which we're in Arizona. Wetlands are very, very rare, as you all know. And so this would allow for us to augment and supplement the work that we're already doing with the Coconino County Pump House County Natural area. And then the other aspect of this is it would allow for restoration of some of the natural ponds that are in that area. As you all know, we are a recreating economy. That is one of the primary economic, if not the primary economic driver for our region. And so our beautiful natural lands are what draw people here and are part of our community identity. So this would certainly fit into the Department of Interior Saving America's Treasures. A wetland in Arizona, which is famously home to the Sonoran Desert, is certainly an American treasure. So the total project funding cost on this one is just at 1.35 million, and the total the funding request would be about $1 million. And the issue with this one is that the pond restoration is actually a lot smaller funding amount. The projected cost of that is only about $50,000. So whereas the requirement of the land adjacent to the Coconino Pump House County Natural area, that's where the bulk of the cost will come from. So bundling those two together as one project gets us around a funding request of $1 million, which puts us right on target with the requirements. Any questions? Great, I'm going to move forward. The next one is familiar to you all. You all know our Bill Williams Mountain Restoration Project.
I have a question on that particular funding.
The prior one, Supervisor Pump House?
The wet water.
Pump House wetland.
On restoration, that one, Fredonia has the dam there that it needs attention. Is this something that can be used for that?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, thank you for that question. I would say there are actually a lot of wastewater. So if it's related to water, there are other funding sources not under Department of Interior. But if that particular project could potentially qualify under some of the other like EPA has, for instance, the STAG, the State and Tribal Assistant Grants Program, that one could definitely fall under that one, but not under the Department of Interior by my analysis. Bob and Anna, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that's another great candidate for EI. So Supervisor, if you could send us information about that project, maybe we do a supplemental letter tray with a couple more EI projects. Because
wouldn't the city owns and operates that facility? Wouldn't they, Bob, though, apply?
Yeah, correct, Lucinda. That's
right,
correct.
because we don't have any jurisdiction over that dam.
But we have the information on these funding. At least we can help guide them along. And they don't have the resources to be able to do the research that you're all doing. And this is, they're part of our community.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, we can help them submit their letter. And those IE letters or EI, they're really very simple, frankly. So it's a simple process.
Well, it'd be great. And these earmarks, it does not require matching funds, right? That's what they've been running into is the matching funds part.
Earmarks actually, most of them do require matching funds.
Okay, it'd be very good to know what the matching fund is for these earmarks and what a town like Fredonia needs to do and the neighborhood I mentioned. So that'd be very good. I know that our county engineer has gone out to really look at the dam. So if I can ask Steve if they can submit information to the Bob and Anna, that would be really great.
I just want to, point out this is very time specific. Obviously this is, it's just coming to us, today. If there are some additions, I think it's great to get the information out there, but I just want to point out, this is a pretty time specific on when we need to get this information moving forward.
And it is, but if there's a way that we can maybe begin that process, if there's other opportunities that are out there and possibly getting it ready for next year. Thank you.
And in terms of that, they have significant NRCS funding for that facility, and the NRCS conducted this study in the report. Christopher doesn't have any information, but the city does have that report from NRCS.
I do like the idea of Supervisor Fowler's, some of this we may not be able to get ready for this year, but in the hopes that we may have an opportunity next year for these earmarks, I think it's a really good idea to start looking at these programs now. As I said, this is the first time it's coming to many of us, and we may all have some different ideas that we may have for our own districts. Obviously, it can't happen now, but we should be looking at this for next year. So it'd be good to have a discussion on this moving forward for hopefully next year's earmarks. Fingers crossed they have them.
All right, moving forward. Thanks for those fingers crossing, Bob and Anna. This is election year. If you're studying the tea leaves, you know that you don't count on earmarks next year, but that's why we're getting them in now. So that's great. We will. There's all kinds of opportunities that we can continue to explore. And then, of course, as I just teed up, we have the Bill Williams Mountain Restoration Project. Some additional funding for that project to help them move into phase 4. As many of you know, this is a collaboration between many different agencies and partners, the National Forest Foundation, the Kaibab National Forest, the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, and of course, our very own incomparable Coconino County Flood Control District. So that, as I mentioned, the funding request is a little higher. This is one of those that's under the U.S. Forest Service. As you all are aware, and as Senator Mark Kelly and Senator Kirsten Sinema have indicated, wildfire prevention and response is an extremely important policy to them, an issue to them, and they were integral into helping us secure the NRCS funding, the Natural Resources Conservation Service funding, as well as the U.S. Forest Service funding that we're using for on-forest watershed restoration. This is a prime candidate for them, I think, and that higher funding amount does allow us to be able to, it isn't necessarily as much of a concern, but we may need to adapt and bring it a little bit lower than 2.7, maybe around 2 million or around that figure if we can. And then also on this one, just to reiterate about the matching funds, and then also that anything that we do for something like Bill Williams Mountain, we would have to expend the funds in fiscal year 23. So as part of an overall project, that's fine, but just something that I would like the board to know as well, in addition to the matching funds. Any questions?
Don't hear any questions, any comments, members of the board? With that, I think you can go on.
We've got one more, and then just a summary slide, if you will, and then we're basically done. So the other project, and thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for noting the Department of Transportation. It's in that list. So we've got seven projects for 7 agencies. What is it? 7 brides for 7 brothers. We have 7 projects for 7 agencies. And so this particular project would be under the—
Ray, please.
Yep.
Please.
What?
You couldn't have used a different reference.
Well, I just, yes, I don't.
Maybe 7 seals. We can go back to something, very.
Yes, I don't shoot the messenger. It's just a play or a book that I'm aware of, or a movie, so that I'm referencing. We have 7 projects for 7 agencies and funding sources. And this particular one, I want to note that the overall amount is pretty high for this one. So the likelihood that we would get 3.8 million funded for this is not necessarily plausible. But so we might have to adapt and find funding sources from other areas should this be selected. However, Public Works is also examining other funding sources, and I'm about to get into that, into the 6 other projects that were under consideration. And so there is an opportunity, for instance, under the bipartisan infrastructure law, there are infra grants, there are RAISE grants. Coconino County hasn't necessarily had a lot of success with those, but those notice of funding opportunities were released, and Public Works and Public Affairs are exploring those funding opportunities as well. Any questions before the final slide? Well, two essentially. And then I just wanted to briefly make you aware of the projects that staff devised and looked at that did not meet really any of the funding guidelines. We have to prioritize for what we think could be successful, right? And while these are certainly worthy and important projects that we're going to continue to explore and advance funding opportunities for, under these guidelines, they weren't necessarily as strong. Or there are already other funding opportunities available that we are pursuing that are more viable. So that would be the electric vehicle charging stations at all county buildings. There are some actually other opportunities there. This was specifically mentioned in some of the guidelines from one of the congressional offices. So this is going to be a hot ticket item, and you'll have to, the successful project, to my mind, just based off of the interest in this area, would have to be pretty compelling. And so we want to maximize our opportunities. There might be better funding opportunities elsewhere for this one. Same thing for the court security improvements, as well as the Tuba City Service Center. Those two are definitely, the cost of those puts them in range, and there are a variety of other sources we can look to for funding for those. Additionally, if there is interest from the board, we can also submit any one of these as part of the funding request. That hasn't been done yet. So I just want to make that clear that if you would want to still submit any of these, we can still certainly do that, which is why I wanted to bring them before you today. Although just based off of our analysis, they wouldn't be meet the guidelines. And then of course,
Trey, if I can just real quick. Sure. And I think if you change the title on that Tuba City Service Center, instead to really talk about a service center within the Navajo precincts in the county. And in light of the comments, excuse me, now I'm got a dry throat. In light of the comments made at the board retreat, I think this is a priority. To get something up there in the northern part within the Navajo lands in the county for services, and as a county, kind of a county site, if you will, a county office, if you will, for not only services, but for meetings, et cetera. You know, for all the discussions we've had and the difficulties in trying to find space up there, this seems to me like this is a priority. And I don't know what the other board members think, but I thought the discussion we had at the board retreat was pretty good on this.
Madam Chair, if I could comment.
Yes, and I see you're in Superman's office too. She has a computer that works.
It's contagious today. Yeah, in fact, we've not had an opportunity to debrief with staff from the retreat discussions. But I was talking to Sue Brown, and that'll factor into the facilities planning discussion as well. Priorities in terms of some of the projects that we can execute on sooner than later, and the Tuba City Service Center project is quickly rising to the top for obvious reasons. So thank you.
Madam Chair and Steve, if I may, just as a point of information. So for this one, the one that there isn't a lot of programs out there that meet this criteria. They'll talk about a lot in the funding guidelines that renovations and facilities, they tend to be a lot of what entities submit. And so with this one, the construction of a building, even though it doesn't provide those critical services, the agencies have their priorities that they look for. And so for this one, the strongest candidate would be the Department of Human and Urban Development, their economic development initiative, which I previously mentioned. And this they are looking to fund projects that increase access to public services, especially as it relates to economic development. And so I think with that economic development nexus there with the project, as long as that's there, this would certainly be a strong candidate. And the other thing that just to keep in mind with the other projects that we're submitting there, we will want to think about prioritization because, like I said, out of all of these, if we add an 8th, we're going to get 1 to 2 realistically, and 2 would be really stellar. So with this one too, we would have to be prepared to expend the funds in fiscal year 23. So it'd be a very quick turnaround time that if we got it, we'd have to be ready to move very, very quickly. So that's just something else to keep in mind on a project like Tuba City Service Center or.
Well, and as I said, I think we need to change the name. And if we can't find space in Tuba City, maybe we have space in Moenkopi, maybe we have space in Cameron, maybe we have space. But so I would definitely change the name. Tuba City certainly is central and is a large, fairly large population center. So if we can find space there, that's great. But, you know, I think having a county outreach office out there in the northern part there and on the Navajo Reservation would be very helpful to the county and very helpful to our residents.
Well, we will look at that.
Thank you.
All right. And then, of course, there was a proposal to replace the high volume air conditioning at the Center for the Arts. And then, of course, we're no stranger to the resource issues associated with renovating our Coconino County Board of Supervisors chambers.
And I have another question, I'm sorry. And that is the Center for the Arts. I mean, that building, as we know, when it was constructed in the 90s, has had nothing but problems. Bathrooms are horrible and always breaking down. Is there monies available for either a major renovation or for the building of a Center for the Arts?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. Again, this is kind of what we were up against is the most logical program for this would be that HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development Economic Development Initiative. And so we would just have to be able to demonstrate that strong economic development nexus that's going to provide increased access to public services, provide the economic development, and then realize, you know, we'll be in competition with a lot of other projects as well. And then we'll need to prioritize among the projects that we're submitting for that particular program. So yes, there is one that it does loosely qualify for. However, when compared to the other projects that under consideration, it might not, I mean, depending on how you score it, it might not be as compelling relative to the purpose for that particular funding source.
And time is limited, as we know, but I would definitely put this on we would love to talk about this for next year.
Yeah, I agree with Trey, Madam Chair. I would also, but the one caveat I put on this is the city of Flagstaff got an earmark in this last year for $750,000 for home energy retrofits. So if there's some way we could, you know, turn this into a green energy project, I think we could potentially have a chance through that. But yeah, we'll have to dig a little bit deeper to see what kind of federal programs qualify.
They need the HVAC system too. So, and for the more, I think we should try to take a look at that for next year.
All right, and just to reiterate, we will submit these 7 to 9 recommended projects. So we will, and what we'll do, Madam Chair, is we will submit those as well. Like you said, time is limited. So we'll take that direction. We will submit the renamed Northern Arizona, Northern Coconino County Service Center, just to something like that. And then the Center for the Arts as well. And so what we will do is tomorrow is the deadline for Senators Kirsten Sinema and Mark Kelly. And then Monday is the deadline for Representative O'Halloran. So if I may, Madam Chair, for Supervisor Fowler, if you can connect us or get us any of that information for the Fredonia projects you mentioned, we can see about getting them that information so that they could potentially submit to Representative O'Halloran and assist them with that. But we would have pretty quick turnaround time there. It'd have to be by Monday at 5.
Thank you. And I can help with the Tuba City's, the Coconino County sub-office, I guess. Because you can have a court in there. You could have all the services in that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I know, Matt, you've been patiently waiting.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I figure let them go through the project proposals. And I think this is a quick study for all of us, but what I'm hearing is spontaneity, because, we got this while we were in meeting this morning. I wasn't aware of these projects being vetted. One piece is if you're suggesting $1 million per project, then paring down the proposals might be a wise idea in terms of each one. What is doable, or do we make the ask and are we prepared to pare them down? Is an element associated with it. What resonates with our particular, like any grant, who you're writing to and who's the audience, and what resonates. So it sounds like you vetted these quickly to say, hey, okay, these ones might compete based on that. But then who are we putting the proposals forward to? I'm seeing some of these, like, say the Animals Project, the High Country Humane. Part of our volume and the cost associated with operations associated with that is we know they have needs and capital needs, and so they have to fulfill it. But we're getting a cross-jurisdictional from Navajo Nation. So multi-agency. I don't know if you have a chance between now and Monday to throw something together that way, but that's what I was looking for. Is I'm hearing these projects. If it's just an internal for our sake, I can see feds looking at it and saying, well, isn't that part of what you usually do anyway on it? And so what resonates with our particular representatives? Is it water? Is it wetlands conservation? Is it economic development? Those were what, as I'm listening to it, I'm hearing you. You got to get it out there. I'm trying to be a quick study and see how to go with the prioritization while I'm just going through discovery as well associated with it. So you need this quickly. If there's any way that you can take a look at each of these projects, I'm game for going for them. The Tuba City piece, I don't know. It's Tuba City Regional Center or something like that. That's what So play the names appropriately so they can be in there. And I know it is a priority for us. It's how do we make it sexy enough that it fits well. That sustainable element could be a piece, as you talked about the Art Center for the Tuba City office. The other element is don't make it too complex, though. Keep it simple so that it can compete as well. If you start layering it too much, suddenly we're going to have barriers and they'll throw it out. So opportunity of the moment for this year, probability, well, I don't know. Hopefully it's not a probability, but if there's a change and we're so close in terms of where Congress will be next year, there's a high risk this might just be our only year associated with this. So there are my quick observations associated with it. Each one has a different, element associated with it.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yeah, I think what we just got this while we were in meeting and really not a lot of time to really review it. And we are on very, very strict timelines. So we need to move with what we can and what has the best chances with, moving it forward and then take a look at hopefully getting our ducks in the row for next year for some of these projects. So thank you.
Just quick follow-up. I mean, we're kind of quiet on this one because we're processing it quickly, but we need to move on it. you know, part of it is giving deference back to staff to, is there any further opportunity to pare them down? Did we get them as far as we needed to get them? And then, you know, oh my gosh, you know, how to prioritize, you know,
I think you're right, Supervisor Ryan. I think we've got to leave that to staff at this.
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
We don't have the time. So I think we're hopefully with Bob and Anna can give some good guidance on that as well. And then I want to leave that up to staff on, you know, the best way to submit it, the best way to prioritize, you know, et cetera.
Okay, we'll do that.
And do you need action on this? Do we need?
No, Madam Chair.
No, staff direction is fine that you've provided. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say one thing is this was done by design by our senator's office because they don't want 1,000 requests. They did this. We literally got the request form from Senator Sinema's office last Thursday. They did that by design. So, you know, Trey and the whole staff and did a wonderful job in getting these together. And of course, we'd love to have everyone's input into these, but the reality is that we just had to make some really quick decisions based on what we know about you all and your priorities. And I think this is a good discussion to have because some of these, if we do have earmarks next year, we can carry over to next year. So this is a good discussion to have.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Yeah, there's never enough time in the day, let alone time in the week or time in the month. So, all right, very good. Any other comments, closing comments? Otherwise, let's see if we can get something done and be, all of these projects are very worthy and all of these projects would be of great benefit to Coconino County and our residents. So let's get it done if we can.
Thank you.
All right.
Supervisors.
We are moving forward. We have a planning calendar, discussion and review of the planning calendar. County Manager.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I don't know if we want to go through the planning calendar or shall we, because we have agenda review tomorrow.
And I think that's just fine. I don't think we need to unless members of the board feel otherwise. I think we can hold off on planning calendar. And then County Manager, any kind of possible community, regional or administrative matters for us?
One quick update with the American Rescue Plan process for programming funds for community partnerships. We have just last week opened up the request for information component. And you'll remember that our procurement process as a result of our legal limitations are two-stage. So we need to do the first part of it is the request for information. And we are broadcasting that broadly, but we do want to rely on your networks to help us push this information out. So I'll ask the staff through your district directors to work with you in getting that information as broadly broadcast as possible. Again, request for information is the opportunity for the public to weigh in on the 7 categorical areas that you all have identified through the ARPA process. And then that process will close, I believe, April 15th. And then we will then receive all of the information through the request for information, go through a process of categorizing it and providing it to the board, a first meeting in May. And then after that time, we'll be identifying the specific services to procure, and that procurement will then proceed through a procurement process, which will culminate in a projected date to award organizations that go through the process in August after your summer break. So again, we'll get the information to your district directors to work with you in getting the request for information broadcast as broadly as possible. And that's my only update for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And moving on real quick here, we do have roundtable. And this is our more full roundtable, although we are running out of time and it is the end of the day. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Supervisor Vasquez, Vice Chair Vasquez, this is your time.
My camera. Hold on, adjusting my camera. Okay, thank you, everyone. Long day, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I did have the opportunity to attend the Summit Fire Board meeting on March 23rd and got to hear the topic, the discussion of the community, and even though the fire board, the Summit Fire Board is its own entity, I still wanted to be present and listen to the concerns of the community and show that we are supporting the efforts moving forward. The 24th, I had the opportunity to listen to Cesar Chavez's grandson, Alejandro, speak to students at NAU. That was an inspiring speech telling stories about Cesar Chavez and some of his work, both in California, but also in Arizona, and things that the Chavez Foundation is currently doing in the community. So that was exciting. And then on the 26th, I had the opportunity of going to see some 4-H demonstrations for some students. That was really cool. I thought I was going in to see animals. I didn't realize it was all public speaking. So got to go see students in their presentations. Didn't see any animals. I guess I got to wait till the fair. And then also had the opportunity to join the Killip Garden Committee. They're working on creating green spaces for the playgrounds and the new garden for the new Killip school. So that was exciting to be able to be part of that. Then I had a meeting with the city of Flagstaff for flood mitigation, just getting updates on the city sections of their work, including the Dorotha Inlet and the Linda Vista Inlet as well. And so that was good to hear and know that work has started, and hopefully we're on track to be, or on pace to be ready to go for our larger than usual monsoons that we're expecting this year. So we'll keep you posted as things come forward, and as the community, as we put in more volunteer days to help get ready for this year's monsoons. I had the opportunity last week to participate in the Latin Jacks Career Social. I was the keynote speaker with a panel of alumni, and just kind of told them my story and how I became a supervisor. And so it was a neat experience to be able to talk to younger students and kind of remember being in their spot 20 years ago, and then telling my story and hopefully inspiring them to move forward and have faith, because just because you study in one direction doesn't mean that's where your career is going to go. That's what happened in my life. And then we had the opportunity to attend the Exchange Club Child Abuse Awareness event with Chair Horseman. Together we read the proclamation and participated in placing flags for the 95 children that were lost in the last year due to child abuse. And so trying to bring awareness and support for the community, because we recognize, as was said at the event, we recognize the children that are lost, but what about all those children that are survivors and the effects that those events have in their lives? And so, again, that's part of the reason why it was so important what we as a county did, allocating money towards mental health services to help support some of those issues and help provide resources for families. And then finally, I had an opportunity to interview a candidate for the ADAC Council, the Africa Diaspora Council, Deanna White. She was a member before and then moved from Flagstaff, but has returned and has applied to be on the council again. And so looking forward to what she brings to the table. She works with NASET and brings some really cool ideas, and hopefully can be a great addition to the council. And so in the interest of time, I will leave that as my comments. Oh, one more thing, and because I'm heading there tonight, there is a Fernwood Timberline Neighborhood Watch meeting tonight. It is in person. I believe it's station 32. The station out close, not the one by Cromer, but the other one that's out by Fernwood, and that's where the meeting will be tonight. So if you can make it, please come join and participate. And that's my roundtable. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do we have District 3, Matt Ryan?
I'll just be real quick. Just a compliment to Search and Rescue, Sheriff's Office, Forest Service, DPS Air Rescue and Lifeline Ambulance, Native Air Ambulance. Had a hiker that fell, or probably a climber over at Sycamore Falls. And just a note, these folks are out there regularly making rescues throughout the county, and so complements that way. One note for the sake of communities, we're working together, but Willard Springs Green Waste Site has opened up, and it's not just communities in District 3. It's we want people to be fire wise. We're going to have a tough fire season, so it's windy out there, so it's drying up quickly. Please create defensible space, get out there and use our facilities, and we're working together. Associated with it, we do have the spring voucher program and cleanups that are moving forward, but they're a little bit later. Don't wait for that. We suggest that people start cleaning their properties together. Don't forget redistricting. We're going to make a decision probably next week associated with redistricting for supervisory districts, just for people to comment, just as we're asking people to comment on the ARPA program. And I'll keep it nice and simple and quick like that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I believe Supervisor Begay is having some phone and technical difficulties, so I'm not sure she's on. If I'm wrong, please let me know, but I think that we lost her about 30 minutes ago. So with that, I'm going to go to Supervisor Lena Fowler, District 5.
Thank you. We had our regional meeting in Marble Canyon and Vermilion Cliffs and up to Fredonia. I included the Navajo community, the Echo Cliffs, Vermilion Cliffs, North Rim, and Fredonia area. And the attendance was really well done. I want to thank our staff, Sue, and various departments that came and was able to provide updates from their departments, and as well as the redistricting. Our sheriff was there and able to provide his update. And then the Lake Powell update from superintendent and the WAVE, BLM, the WAVE. So we were able to work to get provide information. There'll be another meeting scheduled, and we haven't announced that yet. We have we also had we're starting to have our trails meeting again. And so we had that, and I'm going to be meeting with Cynthia on trying to, brainstorm on trails in that region, which I've been saying that the county needs to really look at all trails and just get everybody's map and put it together. But in my region, that's really what we're doing. And so that's where we're at right now. Continue to put together the next broadband meeting. And I want to thank Miranda and staff for and Steve and Sue working on the tax preparation services that we're doing. We continue to do birth certificate. We continue to help people with unemployment. So we have other services that we're providing from my office. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'll try to keep it very brief as well. A couple of things that I think may be of interest to all of the supervisors, and I did send this to Trey and also to the county manager, and I'll ask that this brochure get out to all of you. And that is that there is Healthy Smiles is doing a event for providing free dental clinic to Northern Arizona. And there'll be 45 chairs that will be available in Fort Tuthill's commercial building. They are right now getting dental hygiene and dentist volunteers. The dates for volunteers are June 16th through the 18th, but the patient clinic dates are June 17th and 18th. So I'll get the information to you. I think this is a great opportunity for many people in our communities who are in need of dental hygiene or dental health checks and maybe fillings. And they said that he wouldn't pull a tooth if they need to, which hopefully nobody needs that. And I think this is really a great opportunity. So let's make sure to get the information out to those that could benefit from this within our districts. And I'll make sure that the flyer gets out to all of you, and hopefully you can get it out throughout your district and maybe add it on your newsletters, et cetera. It's a great opportunity. Next is, just real quick, is both Supervisor Begay and myself joined Coconino County HR to have a discussion on women in leadership and to discuss about female leadership. And it was very well attended by members here in our county and part in honor of Women History Month. It was really wonderful to meet so many of our women leaders and our county employees. So I want to have a shout out to HR for putting this wonderful program together. And we also, both county manager and myself, had an opportunity to meet with the NAU School of Business. I know Supervisor Ryan was wanting to get there. He had Tammy take some good notes for him, and hopefully he learned a lot. I know that county manager and myself did. We had an excellent discussion on really partnership opportunities between the county and the School of Business for economic development. Had some great ideas, great brainstorming, and I know we'll follow up with that as we move forward. So it was a nice afternoon. Both myself and Vice Chair Vasquez were also present at NAU for the naming of the John Hager School of Health and Learning. Beautiful building. If you haven't been over there to see it, try to get over there. It is absolutely a beautiful building. Great view of the San Francisco peaks, and certainly a wonderful learning center here in Northern Arizona and at NAU. And then lastly, and I'll keep this very short, just as Vice Chair indicated, we did take part on behalf of all of Coconino County for the Field of Hope for child neglect and abuse. We read the proclamation that was approved by this board, and they were very appreciative for us recognizing Child Abuse, Neglect and Abuse Awareness Month. Obviously, that's an important issue that affects all of us and our families. With that, I have nothing further, and I have nothing on the, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair.
Nothing on the chair's agenda. Let me finish. And Supervisor Ryan, what would you like to say?
I'm sorry, I missed something that I really need to, I'm trying to help Highlands Fire Department and not just Highlands. The Bear Jaw crews are doing cleanups in Coconino Village out there in Munns Park. And it is having people remove needles and clean up the defensible space. Their program works great. But we have a lot of enthusiasm, and we're just trying to help Highlands and encourage people. You need to get your stuff out on the curb by April 25th. Don't put out any more than 15 bags. They don't have the manpower to handle it. And don't leave your bags out there. Take them to Willard Springs if you miss the dates associated with it. And the bags need to be clear. I'm trying to help them out on that. I'm going to repeat that message, but I forgot about that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan, that's good. Thank you for pointing that out and for presenting that and all the work you do there in your district in this area. So thank you. And anybody else forgot something you need to indicate? So, and Deputy County Manager or County Manager, any comments from either our Deputy County Managers or our County Manager? If not, it was a wonderful day, extremely informative. We want to thank all of those from our community who joined us today for our facilities master plan, and our wonderful staff who always work so hard to bring the information forward to the board and also to members of our community. So Anna, Bob, you're great. We appreciate all of your advocacy. And with that, if there is nothing further, members of the board, we may adjourn, and have a great evening, all of you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Good night, everyone.